Forward, there are many references to the moon in this book, such as a black moon, a blood moon, and a blood moon tetrad. Some of these are scientific terms, while others are based in folklore. At all times, I chose the definition that suited the purpose of this story. If you are not sure what these terms mean, read on. A new moon occurs when the moon's earth-facing side is fully in shadow. A new moon cannot be seen. A black moon has several possible definitions, depending which folklore you follow. Some say it is the second new moon within a calendar month. They occur about once every 29 months. Others say a black moon is the third new moon in a season of 4 new moons. Finally, others contend it is a calendar month without a full moon. About once every 20 years, February does not have a full moon. Instead, January and March have 2 full moons each. A full moon occurs when the moon's earth-facing side is fully illuminated by sunlight. A blue moon is the second full moon in a calendar month. An older definition says a blue moon is the third of 4 full moons in a single season. The term blue moon, surprisingly enough, usually does not refer to an actual blue-colored moon. The term once in a blue moon used to mean something rare. Now that there are so many possible rules for defining a blue moon, it could become quite common. A total lunar eclipse does not occur often. Only about 1 in 3 lunar eclipses are total, and about 4 or 5 total eclipses can be seen from any single location on Earth in a decade. A lunar tetrad is 4 successive total lunar eclipses, with no partial eclipses in between, each of which is separated from the other by 6 lunar months, 6 full moons. A blood moon can refer to a lunar tetrad, or it can be used to describe any total lunar eclipse, because a full moon very often turns red when completely eclipsed. The term blood moon is not an astronomical or scientific term. Deceit is deadly to the well-being of a pack. It erodes the very foundation that unites members, creates distrust, and breaks down the bonds that are essential to all. A pack must function as a unit, relying on the integrity of each other at all times. If the word of a pack mate cannot be trusted, doubt begins to fester. For this reason, one who practices deceit should be cast out to roam the world on their own. There is no place for such an individual person in the Lycan world. Source: Book of the Law. Prologue, October 28, 1566. England, the flickering of a lantern broke the darkness, a mere speck of brightness like some whimsical fairy. It bobbed between the trees, paused, and then continued, marking the passage of the person holding it. Occasionally, the light suddenly dipped as its carrier stumbled. Brambles, sticks, and tangled weeds wrapped around unsuspecting legs, as if trying to hold back the midnight traveler. Eventually, the light from the lantern stopped moving and settled close to the ground in the middle of a small clearing. Labored breathing and a suppressed sob were almost completely masked by the howl of the gale and the clatter of bare branches. It was late October, any memories of the green of summer or the gold of autumn killed by an early frost that had left the landscape brown and dead. Dead like the look on the girl's face. Wind whipped at her hair, tearing it free from its plait and lashing it against her tear-stained cheeks. Her face pale, her lips trembled as she dropped to her knees, physically and emotionally exhausted. The events leading up to this had taken their toll, and for a moment, she bowed her head and closed her eyes, the precious bundle she carried pressed to her chest. Overhead, heavy clouds raced across the inky sky, pushed along by the strong gusts. They allowed mere glimpses of the stars that dotted the velvety dome and the shining orb of the moon that waited patiently for its moment of glory. A storm was brewing, but it would not let loose its fury until the evening's celestial event occurred. A blood moon would grace the night sky, the particular alignment of sun, moon, and planet releasing a powerful aura, one filled with magic and endless possibilities. Already those sensitive to such things were preparing. Some sought to shield themselves with locked doors and protective herbs, while others embraced the moment, reveling in the power and harnessing it to do their bidding. The girl took a deep breath and straightened her spine. She chose to be part of the latter group, reaching out to use the power of the night. Now was not the time to lose courage. With extreme care, she unwrapped the bundle she had cradled to her body and laid it on the ground in front of her. The ancient leather cover was scarred and worn, the edges of the paper inside equally tattered and stained from generations of use. It contained the sum total of her lineage's knowledge, a knowledge she was about to use. Her hand hovered over the book, a last-minute doubt causing her to hesitate. Then a gust of wind blew the cover open and ruffled the pages until some unseen force caused them to still. A red ribbon marked the open page. Red, the color of blood. The color of love and lust. The color of anger and revenge. It was anger that boiled within her. Anger and resolve to no longer be a pawn to the whims of the heart. Hesitation gone, the girl pressed her hand to the book, gathering strength from the faded ink before moving the lantern closer so it illuminated the page. She ran her finger over the words, ensuring she had the spell correct. There could be no mistake when using magic this powerful. Others might whisper she was a chit of a girl, a mere witchling, but she would prove them wrong. As she moved to flip the page, the howl of the elements grew even louder, and a gust tried to tug it from her hand. She tightened her grip, only to have the lower half tear off and slip from her fingers. It spiraled in a celebratory dance, twirling and twisting in the air, defying her efforts to snatch it back before it disappeared in the gloom. An expletive escaped her before she pressed her lips together and shook her head. It did not matter. She knew the words scrawled by her ancestors, knew what they could do. Knew what she was about to do. Her tongue wet her lips, and then she spoke in a quavering voice, a whisper that was carried away by the wind. By the light of the blood moon, the heart dies. Without love, time slows. Sharp metal pressed against chest, the knife she now held gleaming faintly in the light from the lantern. Her fingers tightened on the handle, and she swallowed hard, the enormity of what she was about to do giving her pause. Was she making the correct choice? Her grandmother's words, spoken years ago, rang in her mind. Magic is powerful. You must always use it wisely. I will. She would nodded, her hands already reaching for the book, eager to begin learning how to use the spells within. Will you? Her grandmother had cocked her head, the look in her eyes growing distant as if she could see into the future. The shadow of a grimace had passed over her weathered face as she spoke. There is a wildness in you, child, a passion that does not always mix well with magic. The fire in your heart will be your downfall unless you learn to harness it. Passion. Her eyes flared at the memory the word evoked. Just as her grandmother had said, passion had been her downfall. She would believed in love, allowed a man's smooth words and crooked smile to cloud her judgment. Bitterness twisted her mouth as she recalled how he would cup her cheek and pressed tender kisses to her willing lips, how he would eased her back to the ground and lifted her clothing, all the while whispering how much he cared. His words had filled her with warmth, painted a romantic picture of their future together. She would given him her heart and her body, and he would used both for his pleasure only to wed another. At first, she would cried upon hearing the news, and then raged with anger only to cry again. She would been inconsolable, refusing to eat or leave her bed. Her grandmother, upon discovering that because of her grief had cursed the fickle lover and his descendants, so they would only know sorrow from love, but even that news brought no ease. She was but a she-will of the girl she would once been. Her heart was broken, her emotions dead. This step was all that was left for her. Overhead, the clouds cleared, allowing an uninhibited view of the moon. White and cold, it filled the clearing with its light. Closing her eyes, she turned her face upwards and said the words a second time. By the light of the blood moon, the heart dies. Without love, time slows. The curse alone shall survive. Opening her eyes, she stared at the sky, watching the creeping darkness cover the moon. Soon it would disappear from sight and then turn blood red. That was when she would act. The knife handle slipped in her sweaty palms, and she firmed her grip, pushing the tendrils of doubt firmly away. There was no way she could live with the pain of betrayal, the shame she would brought upon herself. This was the only action she could take. A blood spell by a blood moon. Simple, yet one of the most powerful spells in the ancient family grimoire. She took a deep breath. The moon was almost gone. Slowly, deliberately, she pressed the tip of the knife into her skin. The heart Tomas had broken would love no more. The power of 3 would make it so. Tears trickled down her cheeks. White hot pains spread through her as a crimson stain appeared on her pale flesh at that moment. The moon turned red, and she chanted the words a final time. By the light of the blood moon, the heart dies. Without love, time slows. The curse alone shall survive. Woe to those that remain alive. She pressed the knife deeper, and with a cry, fell to the ground. Chapter 1, Present Day. Somewhere in the southern United States, Dante eased back the filthy curtains of his motel room and peered through the window. The glass probably had not been washed in years, but he was able to see the sky through the streaks of dirt. It was a full moon. That fact sent a chill through him, and he cursed before letting the drapes fall back into place. Some perverse side of him had hoped the lunar cycle had miraculously changed. It had not, of course, and his gut nodded knowing the evil it was about to unleash. A full moon meant there would be another death tonight. More than one if the first victim did not prove satisfactory. The fucking pattern of events had been repeated more times than he cared to remember, and there still was not a damned thing he could do about it. At least not yet. Maybe tonight luck would be with him, and he would finally obtain the information he needed. He checked that his gun was loaded and safely stowed in its holster before bending to place a knife in his boot. He might be a Lycan, but he was too fond of his own skin to depend solely on shifting form for protection. His inner wolf understood and took no exception to the weapons. It was a sensible creature. Once he was properly armed, he slipped on his jacket and then left the seedy room. He would been in the city for a week, following this laid. That was exactly 1 week too long to share a room with cockroaches. It was his own fault, though. Next job, he would choose a better alias, one with a pocket full of credit cards and some class. It was a short walk to the agreed meeting spot, but he wanted to be there early. Those stupid enough to arrive on time had no one to blame if they were ambushed. After years in the business, he was anything but stupid. The street was dark, most of the street lamps having been vandalized, but the moon provided sufficient illumination. As an added bonus, an early evening shower had left the road surface glistening, and it reflected the glow of neon signs posted over the storefronts. Few people were out this time of night. A woman stood on the corner, her clothing too scant for the season even in this southerly climate. She eyed him as he approached, then shifted her gaze to the street. A patrol car was turning the corner. She hesitated, then looked at him again. He shook his head, letting her know he had no interest in her services, and she quickly disappeared into the shadows. The car drove by, slowing when it passed him before resuming its normal speed. Good, he did not want to waste time explaining to a curious cop that he was merely a guy out for a stroll. He reached the corner and turned left, this street much the same as the previous one. His booted feet made minimal noise as he walked. The art of moving in near silence was second nature to him now. He kept his pace steady, hands shoved in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched against the cool night air. When he reached his destination, he paused and took out a cigarette. He hated the death sticks, but they suited his current persona and gave him a reason to stop, allowing him to surreptitiously check his surroundings while lighting the smoke. The street seemed deserted, but he took the time to listen for footsteps and scent the air. Reasonably sure it was safe, he stubbed out the cigarette and stepped closer to the nearby building. Now lost in the shadows, he slipped into the alley. A thin sliver of light made its way into the narrow space between the buildings, highlighting the graffiti-stained walls and piles of trash that spilled from overfull dumpsters. The damp night air ensured the stench of the garbage hung pungent and thick, adding to the misery of those who had the misfortune to venture into the godforsaken space. Dante did his best to block out the surroundings as he skulked in the shadows, waiting, watching. A rat ran over his foot, and he eyed it with distaste, not daring to kick it away lest he reveal his hiding spot. Why people chose seedy alleys was beyond him. A crowded public space was always safer. Places like this were only good for creating atmosphere when filming a movie. Time slowly ticked by. Eventually, he heard footsteps and straightened, pulling his hands from his pockets so he would be ready for any unexpected surprises. A man was approaching, shuffling down the alley, his clothes ragged. He stopped, coughed twice, and then gave an exaggerated sneeze. That was the code. Stupid bastard watched too many cheap movies. Dante stepped out of the shadows. You have something for me. The man gave a jolt of surprise and turned quickly. Hey. You surprised me. Glenn. Yeah, that is me. You are the dude I called, right? Ignoring the comment, Dante raised a brow. The book. Oh. Well, Glenn licked his lips. I heard you were interested in magic spells. Where did you hear that? People. The reply was accompanied with a shrug. He nodded. In this line of business, it never paid to be too specific, but he would figured it was worth a try. But you have a grimoire. I want the money first. He gave a bark of laughter. Fat chance. Show me the goods first. The man hesitated and then pulled a package out from under his coat. It was wrapped in a black garbage bag. Unwrap it. After fumbling with the plastic, Glenn revealed a corner. The leather cover appeared old, and a corner of a symbol, perhaps a rune, could be seen. Now show me the money. Dante took a thick bundle of cash from his pocket and thumbed the end to show it was solid bills. No blank paper slipped in. When the man reached out his hand, Dante pulled back. Unwrap the whole book first. The man glanced about, the corner of his eye twitching, his breathing erratic. Something was wrong. Dante tensed his muscles a second too late. The book was shoved into his stomach. Oof. He stumbled back. Lunging forward, Glenn made a grab for the bundle of bills, and Dante jerked his hand back, dropping the money. His hand now free, he caught the man's jacket, yanking him backwards. Glenn kicked his leg out, connecting with Dante's knee. Cursing, he stumbled, but managed to use his momentum to push the man into the far wall. Trash bins clanged and rattled as they were knocked down like bowling pins, the men grappling in the garbage. A trash lid hit Dante in the face, and he reeled backwards. Taking advantage of the moment, Glenn scrambled to his feet and dived towards the packet of money, but Dante was already back on his feet. He threw the man against the wall one more time and pinned him in place with a forearm pressed to his throat. You fucking piece of shit. Dante panted, pausing to spit blood from his mouth. You ever try to double-cross me again, and you will be dead. The man wheezed in reply, his eyes bulging. Are you alone, or is there someone else here? He applied a bit more pressure. And do not lie or ill slash your throat. With his free hand, he pulled out his knife, holding it up so the moonlight glinted off the blade. Sweat beaded on the man's face as he flicked his gaze to the knife. He managed to squeak out an answer. Me. Just me. Are you sure? He nodded, and Dante removed his arm. Up close, it was easy to see the guy was an addict. Dilated eyes, sunken cheeks, burns on his lips from a crack pipe. The man slid down the wall until he was seated on the ground. Dante looked around and found the bundle of money. No point leaving it for the likes of Glenn to spend on more poison. The book was nearby as well, partially covered in plastic. He picked it up and ripped the garbage bag off it, and then flipped through the pages. It's fake. Nothing more than a Halloween prop. Do you think I am an idiot? I thought it was real. Glenn began to inch away. It says printed in China on the back cover. Dante threw the book on the ground in disgust. I am sorry. I shut up. Dante probed his lip with his tongue, wincing as he encountered a cut. He wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, noting only a trace of blood. It could not be too bad, just hurt like hell. Turning his attention back to the man on the ground, he issued a warning. You ever show your face around me again, I'll kill you. He allowed a hint of his wolf to show through, ending the statement with a growl. Glenn scrambled to his feet, nodding. Right. You will never see me again. I promise. He backed away a few steps before turning and running. When the man had disappeared from sight, Dante kicked the fake book and then started walking. The evening had been a fucking waste of time, but he was too keyed up to go back to the shoebox of a room he was staying in. Might as well burn off some energy. There was nothing inspiring about the atmosphere in that part of the city. No parks or waterfront, just small, tired businesses that faded into a warehouse district. No one was about in the middle of the night, and it suited his purpose, giving him time to think. His barely audible steps and the sound of his own breathing were all that broke the silence. Not even a hint of breeze stirred the long weeds that grew up between the cracked pavement. Tilting his head up, he studied the full moon that seemed to hang suspended in the velvety darkness. It shone beautifully cool and mysterious, exerting its pull on the animal inside him, demanding the freedom to celebrate the celestial event in the way his people had for centuries. He conceded to the beast's urgings. They had no pack to run with, but a solitary sprint suited his mood. With practiced ease, he gathered the energy of his body, drawing it inward towards his core, creating an exquisite tension that had him catching his breath and savoring the moment before releasing and melding into his wolf form with a satisfied sigh. The wolf shook its fur and then stretched, first its hind legs and then its front. It was pleased to be free, the moonlit night holding a myriad of possibilities. Places to explore, scents to follow. A train track passed through the area, and the right-of-way easement provided a perfect place to release some pent-up energy. With a soft woof, it took off, long strides eating up the miles, ears back and eyes narrowed against the rush of air. Muscles bunched and stretched as the animal pushed itself to the brink before finally stopping, sides heaving. Satisfied, it turned and retraced its path back, pleasantly tired and planning a nap. Barely a mile from where the run had started, those plans were interrupted. Something caught the wolf's attention. It slowed, then stopped, raising its nose to test the air. The scent of blood and death drifted by causing its hackles to rise and a low growl to rumble from its throat. A fresh kill was nearby, and it was human. With a worried whine, the wolf looked for signs of movement that might indicate the killer was still present. When none were apparent, the animal began the gruesome search, following the scent trail that led to an abandoned warehouse a short distance from the train tracks. The building loomed against the dark sky, the concrete walls seeming to cast a pale glow in the moonlight. Broken windows, graffiti, scorch-marked walls. The wolf eyed the building as it picked its way through the debris that surrounded it. A few doors still had chains and padlocks, but most hung open, swinging on half-broken hinges. Pausing outside one of the entrances, the wolf shifted restlessly as instinct urged it to flee. An unmistakable sense of evil permeated the place. Dante once again took the lead, returning to human form as the wolf subsided into the background. He murmured reassuringly to the animal as he gingerly pushed the door open wider. It creaked on its hinges, the sound echoing through the empty space within. He waited a minute, once again listening and scenting the air, watching for signs of movement. It could be a trap, doubtful, but a few moments of caution cost him nothing. 1 minute passed, then another. Finally, he stepped into the building and scanned the area. The interior was dark, but it was not hard to locate the body. Moonlight filtered in through the broken windows, highlighting the mutilated remains in a macabre manner. Frozen in place, he took a deep breath to force back the bile that rose in his throat. Even at this distance, he could see the horror before him. It was not the first time he would come across such a scene. Each was burned into his brain in excruciatingly grotesque detail. Burn marks on the ground, in the shape of a large circle, surrounded the body. It was the woman he would seen earlier on the street corner. Her eyes were wide open, a look of horror on her face as she lay in a pool of her own blood. And the most telling sign of all, a gaping cavity where her heart had been. Black magic. He would hoped he was wrong, but there was no denying the signs. Testing the air, he picked up the scent of the killer, but knew it would be of little use. There would be no trail to follow. The malefic witch always seemed to disappear into thin air. Firming his jaw, he approached the body and crouched beside it. Using a cloth to ensure he would leave no fingerprints, he checked her clutch purse for a cell phone. He might be a bastard who had lived most of his life on the wrong side of the law, but there was some decency left in him. An anonymous call to 911 would ensure her body was not eaten by rats. Less than 6 hours later, he sat in his rental car, drinking stale coffee, and using a zoom lens to watch from a distance as the police cordoned off the area around the dead body. He carefully noted each individual in the crowd gathered round the barrier, hoping the killer might have returned to the scene of the crime. Not likely, but it did not hurt to check. His gaze paused on one person, and he searched his memory. Yeah, that one was a DC officer. Now why would a Lycan link employee be at a human murder? He snapped a picture of the individual so he could do a search of his database later, see what cases the DC had worked on recently. Too cautious? Probably. But that was why he was alive after all these years. He took a few more pictures of the other people gathered there as well. Who knew what might pop up when he ran their pictures? His phone rang, and a quick glance revealed who the caller was. The director of Lycan Link. He cursed. Why was the SOB calling him now? He answered, his eyes once again trained on the crime scene. What do you want, Higgins? There was a pause before the caller spoke. Straight to business as always. Time is money. Then I'll get right to the point. Lycan Link needs your services again. Off the record. Of course. He gave a derisive laugh. Lycan Link would never want to admit they employed him to do their dirty work, even though they would cut a deal a few years back. Tell me about the job and I'll see if I am interested. Oh, you will be interested. It's part of our contract. Read the fine print. I said I'd make my services available to you, not that I'd accept every job. You will accept this one unless you want me to reopen certain familial files. He did not reply, hating how the man had shut him down, how he was at Lycan Link's beck and call with Higgins yanking the leash whenever he wanted. It had not been so bad at first, but the man was getting too demanding. Higgins continued. There was a murder last night. Not surprising, the world can be a dangerous place. This one is of particular interest to us, even though it was a human who was killed. All indications point to a witch being responsible. Really? He kept his voice steady, but the hand that had been reaching to grab the coffee froze. There was no way the 911 call he would placed could have been picked up by Lycan Link's web of spy technology and traced to him. He had not used his own phone or given his name, but the coincidence still had him on edge. Yeah, in one of the southern states. And it's not the first time. We have had random reports from around the globe for some time now. Lycans have some humans. In the past few years, the incidents have been increasing in frequency, though. I have not heard anything about a string of deaths. He had, though. He probably knew as much, if not more, than Lycan Link. Why would you? We have had the DC officers working to keep it under wraps with respect to Lycans and others. Unfortunately, despite our efforts, rumors are starting to circulate. He made a non-committal sound. It never paid to show too much interest in a potential job. You probably do not care, but Lycan Link has put extensive time and energy into forming an interspecies alliance between shifters, witches, and the Fae. Establishing a level of trust between all the groups has been difficult to say the least. If word gets out of a malefic witch, one that is operating outside the rules of their community. That is the best assumption we can come up with. The murders have all the earmarks of black magic, a practice that the witching community has supposedly outlawed. Tell the witches to deal with it then. It's not that simple. We cannot go in and start accusing them of a crime. Witches already feel they are superior, and sounds like you have a problem. Slightly more than a problem. This has the potential not only to damage negotiations, but the very image of Lycan Link. If word gets out we have been sitting on this, the fallout could be substantial. Not to mention the fact that people are dying. That goes without saying. It sounded more like the safety of individuals was a mere afterthought, but he did not point it out. I assume you want me to fix it. Find out who is responsible, go in and eliminate him or her. Any idea who the target is? Our research indicates this is beyond the abilities of an ordinary witch. We have narrowed it down to a member of the Universal Coven. He snorted. You want me to waltz into the governing council of all witches and take out one of its members? Yes. It's a fucking suicide mission. We're prepared to pay you a substantial sum given the risk factor. He hesitated before replying. How substantial? Higgins mentioned a sum, and he immediately tripled it. He took a swig of his coffee and made a face at the tepid brew while listening to Higgins sputter about budgets and fiscal responsibility. It did not make a rat's ass difference to him. If he was going to risk his neck, he wanted to be paid well for it. After some haggling, they reached an agreement. Do you know the motive? No. It is not important. Higgins dismissed the query. Idiot, Dante thought to himself. A target's actions were always impacted by their motive, whether it be supporting an ideology, revenge, or personal gain. Thankfully, he already knew what he was up against. The witch in question was trying for immortality, siphoning life force energy from the victims so as to defy the passage of time. Dante crushed his now empty paper cup. It will take a while to set up. I'll need a list of the Coven membership and any information you already have on them. There are 13 members on the council. I need to narrow the field. I have all the information you need. Your best bet is to start in Chicago, where they are having their spring quarterly meeting in a few weeks. One of the members lives there as well, a woman named Gwyneth O'Donohue. Use her to get access to the rest of the Coven. He would heard the name and searched his memory, frowning when he finally placed her. Hell, if she was his best bet, he was in trouble. I'll make my own connections. Fine. Do whatever you want. As long as you take care of the problem, and I do not have to deal with the negative publicity this could cause. Understood. He ended the call and resumed watching the murder scene. Negative publicity. Yeah. That is all Higgins cared about. Made you wonder who the real bastard was. Chapter 2 Chicago, Illinois Unatipated Varlet. Gwyneth waved her hands at the large brown tabby cat that sat on the kitchen table, licking the butter from her toast. Scat. The feline did not look up, continuing to cover every inch of the slice of bread with tongue prints, obviously confident his position in the household was secure. She would found him over a year ago, huddled between the garbage bins. He would been wet, dirty, and starving with a nasty infected cut on his paw. It had taken her considerable time and effort to nurse him back to health and win his trust. In contrast to those early days, he now seemed to feel he owned the place. Planting her hands on her hips, she glared at the animal. I should turn you out into the alley where I found you, you overweight miscreant. Laughter erupted behind her. I thought a witch and its familiar were supposed to be friends. She did not bother to turn towards the speaker. Laugh all you want, Matthias. It's not your breakfast that is being eaten. And Sherman is not automatically my familiar simply because he is a cat. That is a myth perpetrated by doltish writers who cannot be bothered to check the veracity of their statements. I stand corrected, but it's still funny because it's not my breakfast. Matt walked past her and put 2 slices of bread in the toaster. By the way, have I mentioned recently that I love your turn of phrase and the hint of a British accent that appears when you are upset? She shot a dirty look his way before returning her attention to the cat. He was done with the toast now and was sitting on the table diligently washing his face. You are an ungrateful creature, Sherman. Picking the cat up, she dumped him on the floor from where he gave her an indignant look before stalking out of the room. Her breakfast was beyond disgusting, so she dumped it in the garbage and poured a cup of tea instead. Your day can only go up from here, Matt commented as he searched the fridge for the jam. Always looking on the bright side, are not you? She grabbed his slices of toast and grinned at his affronted look. My kitchen, my bread, therefore my toast. You are an evil woman, Gwen. I try to be. She patted his shoulder and then sat down to read the morning paper. Matt made more toast as she perused the headlines. Nothing exciting seemed to have happened in the world, just the usual political blustering and celebrity scandals. Folding the paper for later viewing, she looked at Matt, who was now leaning against the counter. You are scheduled to work tonight. I know. He took a gulp of coffee. No need to nag. Nag? She arched a brow, and he responded with a chuckle. I know you, Gwyn. You are trying to get a rise out of me. I rather think that happened last night. He grinned at her double entendre and she took a moment to admire his strong features. Matthias Bendov was a superb specimen of half-naked maleness. Tall, well-muscled, if she needed a protector, he would be the kind she would pick. She did not need a protector, though. She was quite capable of caring for herself except, of course, for the services Matt provided. Matt was a friend, as well as one of the bouncers at the club she ran. At some point, they would drifted into a casual friends with benefits arrangement. It was eminently satisfying, except that recently she would been taking advantage of his talents rather more than usual. She pursed her lips. The weakness did not sit well with her. She would need to do something about that. "You were late last night. I almost fell asleep waiting for you." He looked up at her from the sink where he was setting his dirty dishes. It was a full moon. Which things needed to be done? She shrugged, making no effort to explain the full moon ritual she would completed or the unusual vision that had accompanied it. "Thanks for closing the club for me." "No problem. It was well worth the wait." Matt dried his hands and ambled over to where she sat. Bending, he brushed a kiss over her cheek. "Do you have plans for today?" "Nothing that concerns you." If he noticed her cooler than normal tone, he gave no sign, merely nodding and snagging his shirt from the doorknob where he would left it last night. He donned the garment, then zipped his low-slung jeans. She watched with an inner sigh of regret as his muscular abs and intriguing V disappeared from sight. Maybe she should have stayed in bed with him rather than heeding the incessant meows of Sherman to get up and serve breakfast. Especially since the finicky feline had snubbed his bowl of kibbles and taken over her toast instead. "Gwyn." With a start, she realized Matt was addressing her. "I asked if something was wrong." She opened her mouth to reply, but he did not wait. "And before you brush me off, remember we're friends. You can talk to me." He gave a soft laugh. "I have known you for quite a while. There is not much you can say now that would shock me." "If only you knew," she replied in her head. "I could shock the socks off you, but if I did that, it would spoil everything." She set down her cup and stood. "I am fine, but thanks for your concern." When she would have brushed past him, he reached out and took hold of her arm. She pointedly looked at his restraining hand before fixing a deadly glare on his face. He gave a soft laugh. "That does not work on me. You know what I am capable of. Yeah, you are a big bad witch. And I am your employer. I can replace you. Probably. And that does not worry you. A friend is worth the risk." He let go of her arm and trailed his hand over her cheek before tucking a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. His touch stirred something inside her. Damn Matt for being the noble type. It really was hard to be her usual bitch of a witch around him. She sighed heavily. "I am fine." "Really?" "Perhaps missing Tina more than I thought I would." Tina, a young relative as well as a club employee, had recently followed her lover, Elijah Stone, to Canada. It was irritating that the witchling had left before she was fully trained in handling her powers. And if Gwyn were honest, there was a certain feeling of emptiness now that the girl was gone. It was likely the reason she would been relying on Matt so much lately, and why she would felt the need to make use of the full moon last night to renew her energy. The man in question was studying her, scanning her face. Finally, he nodded and stepped back. "Okay. I'll accept that for now, but I'll be watching you." She started to walk away and then paused. Matt was her friend. She should thank him for caring, but if she did, he might think there was more between them than there was. Never let them know you care. That was how she lived her life. She continued towards the bedroom to change. Matt would let himself out when he was ready. Pinning her hair up in preparation for her shower, she waited for the sound of the apartment door to shut, signaling she was alone in the building again. Alone. Just her and the stray cat she would rescued. She could have ended the morning differently, inviting Matt up to join her in the shower before he left for his day job, but that would have been encouraging him, and she could not do that. Slowly, she lowered her hands, one pausing over her heart. The small crescent-shaped scar was more than a mark on her chest. It controlled her existence, a constant reminder of the folly of love. Matt stood in the kitchen, considering the woman who had left moments before. Gwyneth O'Donohue was a complicated woman with a titanium shield guarding her heart. She had a temper, was a passionate lover, and a friend he could depend on for honest feedback, but the softer emotions he shook his head. They would been casual partners for a little over a year. He would broken up with his girlfriend. Gwyn had been in a mood over something Tina had done. Several drinks later, they would ended up in bed together. Of course, the very next morning she would left him in no doubt that the relationship was purely physical, of no more importance than playing a board game together. It had suited him at the time. It still suited him, I supposed. He rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe it was spring that was affecting the bear inside him. Lately he had been restless, wanting more than mere sexual release. His cell phone rang, and he answered it while checking that the coffee maker was unplugged. He had to leave soon and get to his day job, a small but growing construction business he would founded. Matt here. He listened while a foreman explained a problem with the house they were currently renovating. Okay, I'll be at the site in a half an hour. Call our engineer and have him meet me there. No one starts working in the house until we're sure those support beams will pass inspection. He ended the call and grabbed his jacket. For a minute, he debated going upstairs to say goodbye, but Gwyn probably would not care one way or the other. Giving a shrug, he exited the apartment and made his way downstairs. Having a casual affair with a witch was damned confusing at times. Chapter 3, Dante finished registering for his room and then picked up his suitcase and walked to the elevator. The 5-star hotel would be the polar opposite of the dive he would occupied last week. No hot and cold running roaches, no musty mattress or paper-thin walls. As he crossed the marble-tiled foyer, he admired the crystal chandeliers, lush planters, and indoor water wall. There was a gathering area with leather couches, a piano bar and lounge, and he noticed a sign for a rooftop restaurant. Yep, this was much more his style. Plus, Lycan Link was ultimately footing the bill. The idea kept him amused as he rode the elevator to his floor and found his room. He set his suitcase on the bed and checked the view from the window, then scanned the room. The Chicago skyline was impressive, as was the room itself. At least this part of the job would not be a hardship. Beyond that, he had his work cut out for him. After some investigation, it turned out Higgins had been correct, and the most likely target really was Gwyneth O'Donohue, the owner of Mystique, a popular club for shifters and others in Chicago. He would visited the establishment before, had noticed O'Donohue, but had never realized she was on the Universal Coven Council. Thankfully, he would always kept a low profile, so the chances of her recalling him were slim. It was just his luck that she hated Lycans. There was no way he could change what he was. Flipping open the lid of his suitcase, he considered how he should dress to con a witch. Last time he had been in Chicago, he would played the role of a down-on-his-luck rogue. A threadbare, oversized jacket and poor posture had minimized his frame. Worn shoes and a lack of hygiene had also helped with the ruse. He would use stage makeup to create bags under his eyes and shadows beneath his cheekbones to make his face appear sunken. It had been an effective disguise, but it was not wise to use the same persona twice in the same place. Plus, such a character was not likely to catch the interest of his target. Nor would the jungle mercenary he would used last year, though it had served its purpose at the time. Who should he be? Himself. He gave a dark laugh. After all these years, he had no idea who that might be. An occupational hazard, unfortunately. But not for much longer. With any luck, this would be his last job. One more con, and he would be done or dead. Done. His inner wolf perked its ears at the word. Do not get too excited, he warned. The end might be tantalizingly close, but we know better than to bank on it. More often than not, shit happened, mockingly moving the prize out of his reach. True, the animal nodded, its excitement waning. But if we're successful, if the job is successful, then we'll have because to celebrate. His hand hovered over a black leather jacket. A biker. It had possibilities. But the witch he was, after likely ran into that type, all too often at the bar. He needed something different, something that would intrigue her. He eyed a silk shirt. A sophisticated Lycan on vacation. It's a possibility. He walked across the room to the mirror, adjusting his posture and stride as he went. No slouching. No swagger. A straight spine and a measured, confident pace. The cynical look on his face faded into a mildly bored expression. Almost but not quite. His wolf gave him a critical look. The animal was right. Studying himself, he made a mental list: haircut, shave, perhaps buff his nails. It was the subtle changes that could make or break a successful role. Your tone of voice, the vocabulary you used, even the way you held your fork. Getting into the right headspace was key as well. You did not pretend to be a character. You became them, adopted their attitudes, their thought patterns, their lifestyle. You lived it 24/7, for as long as needed, no matter if it curdled your gut or fit as comfortably as an old pair of shoes. And he would done the gut-curdling ones enough times that he was surprised he would never developed ulcers. Your shoes are wrong. He glanced down at his feet and gave a soft huff of laughter. You are right. After all these years, the animal was as good as he was at this. Striding to the bed where he would left his suitcase, he pulled out trousers, shirt, and shoes. After changing, he stuffed his old clothing in the suitcase and stowed it in the closet. An extravagant shopping spree would seem to be in order. He smirked. Lycan Link could foot the bill for that as well. A few hours later, he would acquire the basics in clothing, enough to allow him to assume his new role at least. Now he sat in a cafe, studying the building across the street. A sign hanging from a black metal arm proclaimed it to be Club Mystique. The establishment did not open until 4 in the afternoon, which made this the perfect time for his purpose. Silently, he began itemizing its features. Brick. 3 stories. Flat roofs. In relatively good condition, given its age. If he were to guess, going by the architecture, he would say it had likely been built in the late 1800s. The main entrance was a solid wooden door, flanked by windows in the 8/8 style. Reproductions, unfortunately. He preferred authenticity and quality whenever possible. It was a quirk he would develop, perhaps to make up for the fakery that plagued his life. While he could grovel in the mud when it was called for, in his off hours, he enjoyed the finer things of life. Your latte, sir. He smiled at the waitress who appeared at his side. Thank you. He took a sip of the beverage. Perfect. Have you decided on anything to eat? Are the croissants fresh? We bake them daily. Then I'll take one. The woman nodded, and he turned his attention back to the club. He had no intention of entering the building yet. Instead, he needed the light of day and the absence of patrons to assess the establishment and its owner for any signs of weakness. Will there be anything else, sir? The waitress set his croissant down, and he gave her his most winning smile, one he would perfected over the years for such occasions. She flushed in response, as he would known she would. Nothing, thank you. Just the check. She nodded and gave him the slip of paper. After glancing at the total, he handed her a large bill. Keep the change. Why, thank you. The woman beamed at him before moving to the next table. It did not escape his notice that she continued to cast glances his way. Another conquest. It helped to have a wide variety of locals on your side. One never knew when they would prove useful. Settling back in his chair, he ate the pastry while allowing his gaze to drift over the street. Traffic was calm, only a few pedestrians strolled down the sidewalk. An urban renewal success story, the neighborhood was known to be relatively quiet until noon or later. Trendy restaurants and boutiques, a few art galleries and clubs. It was only as evening fell that the area became busy. About to raise his cup to his lips, he realized his drink was gone. A sure sign it was time to move. He set down the empty vessel, folded his napkin, and rose to his feet. Another assignment was about to begin. He waited for the usual rush of adrenaline that accompanied such an event, but it did not appear. Yet another indication it was time to pack it in. The problem was, he would played this role for so long he had no idea what else to do. His lips tightened and he shook his head. Right now, he had to earn the advance he would been paid. There would be time to figure out the future later, provided he lived that long. "Come on, boy," he murmured to his inner wolf. The beast within him raised its head and sighed before getting to its feet. It too was tired of the game, but too loyal to complain. "Soon, buddy. Soon." He mentally ruffled the animal's fur, and it leaned into him. Life might kick them in the teeth, but they always had each other. With his wolf now alert, he crossed the street and began to walk around the block, always keeping one eye on the club. It was a good-sized building, dominating the smaller businesses around it. Glimpses of the sides could be seen down the small alleys and driveways he passed. There were a few barred windows on the first and second floors. He would be able to breach them if need be, but he would look for an easier route instead. Some claimed he was lazy. He preferred to think of it as efficient. Why waste energy breaking through locks if you could convince someone to hand you the key? Pausing, he considered his next move. It was a lovely day in late spring. The sun was shining. A warm breeze was gently caressing his skin. Planters filled with flowers lined the street, their colors cheery and fresh. Soon the heat of summer would reduce them to crispy, faded petals, but for now they were the epitome of the promise and hope of the new season. He brushed his finger over a particularly lovely pink blossom, only to still when he saw the door of Mystique open. Continuing with his apparent admiration of the flower, he watched the individual who left the club. Tall, thin, red hair framing a determined face. The corner of his mouth curved upwards. There was his quarry, Gwyneth O'Donohue. The game was about to begin. Chapter 4, Gwyneth dropped her keys in her purse and then slung the bag strap over her shoulder. She had a few hours to spare before the club opened, and she planned on taking a walk, perhaps even stopping by a boutique and buying herself something to perk up her spirits. Her confession to Matt, that she was missing Tina, had been weighing on her mind. Missing someone implied that you had a fondness for them, and the Gwyneth O'Donohue the world knew had a fondness for no one except herself. That was how it had been for most of her life, and that was how it would continue. Maybe it was simply coincidence. Tina's departure had coincided with a change in the weather. Sunshine and warmer temperatures had finally arrived. It brought out the young lovers walking hand in hand, smiling children, singing birds and blossoming flowers. A sneeze tickled her nose for not the first time that day, and she frowned. Allergies. Spring brought pollen, and pollen did not agree with her. When she returned home, she would mix up a remedy. She walked along briskly, her head high, her stride confident. The few pedestrians she met stepped aside for her, somehow sensing her power and bowing to it. When she finally paused, it was at a corner where she had to wait for the traffic light to change color. Her fingers twitched, but she resisted the urge to use a little magic to hurry along the electronic signal. There was no point in wasting magical energy over such trivial matters. Besides, if she changed one traffic light, it could have implications down the entire length of the street, and who knew what complications that could unknowingly lead to. Years ago, impulsivity had been her greatest failing. Thankfully, she would overcome that folly for the most part. She pinned a placid expression on her face and waited, forcing her jaw to stay relaxed. Patience was a virtue, even if it did suck at times. A nearby shop window caught her attention as she waited, and she stepped closer to admire the vintage jewelry displayed within. The light reflecting off a black opal pendant necklace drew her gaze, and on impulse she entered the building. Vintage dresses and handbags, antique tables and old bric-a-brac were scattered about, and she spared some time to look at them before stopping at the jewelry case. The sunlight played over the polished surface of the opal, revealing the deep blues and reds that lived inside the black gem. "Lovely." A male voice spoke beside her. "Yes, it is," she replied, not bothering to look at the speaker. Her focus was on the necklace. It would be costly, but she deserved a treat. Art Nouveau, if I were to hazard a guess. I like the matching ring as well. The milligraining around the collet sets off the stone. The rolling red flash makes it highly desirable. Gwyn glanced at the piece he was referring to and then looked at the speaker, quickly taking in his most noticeable features. Tall, well-dressed, dark hair and broad shoulders. You sound knowledgeable about the topic of jewelry. A hint of a smile curved his lips as he turned his head to look at her. I like to think of myself as a connoisseur of all beautiful things. His gaze drifted over her, and his smile widened. She rolled her eyes and turned her back on the man. Raising her hand, she tried to get the attention of the shopkeeper. He was on the phone and acknowledged her with a nod. You are not buying that for yourself, are you? The man beside her continued talking, as if she had not dismissed him. It's considered bad luck. So is sticking your nose into someone else's business. She gave him a pointed stare. He grinned. I see you have fire in your depths, just like the opal. Go away. Why? I do not like casual pickups. He raised his brow. Now why would you think this is a casual pickup? I came to admire a gem. Gwyn felt an unfamiliar warmth on her cheeks and forced it back. He was trying to goad her for some perverse reason, and she would not give him the satisfaction. My mistake. She turned to leave, and he caught her arm. You are leaving. How observant. What about the opal? It'll come back another day when the store is not as crowded. Given that they were the only customers in the store, he would have to be incredibly dense not to get her meaning. She tugged at her arm, and he let go with a soft, husky laugh. There was something familiar about him, and she frowned, searching her memory. Do I know you? Personally? No. You have been to the club. She made it a statement, even though she was not certain. He nodded. Mystique is a fine establishment. She did not acknowledge the compliment, studying him critically instead. There was a certain air about him. You are a Lycan. Guilty as charged. She did not bother to hide her sneer. I should have known. And why is that? Dogs are always causing trouble. Trouble? He cocked his head to the side. I thought I was merely being friendly. She narrowed her eyes. What do you want? Now why would you think I want something? Because you struck up a conversation with me. And you believe everyone who talks to you wants something. A look of concern appeared on his face. Tell me, have you had these feelings of paranoia long? Paranoia? Gwyneth clamped her mouth tightly shut and brushed past him. The conversation was pointless and irritating, just like the man who had started it. Shopping had lost its appeal. She would stick to her brisk walk instead. As the door to the store closed behind her, she was sure she could hear his soft laughter. Damned dog. Dante leaned against the glass case that housed the jewels and watched the witch stride down the street. Her back was ramrod straight, and irritation radiated from her. He would enjoyed their verbal sparring, even though it had not gone as he would expected. Charming her had been his first plan. Get under her guard, eventually insinuate himself into her life, and then use her fondness for him to learn what he needed. That was his preferred modus operandi, but by no means his only. The lady could not wait. The shopkeeper appeared at his elbow. No. She had another commitment. Dante turned towards the man. Then, may I help you, sir? He glanced at the case and then nodded. Yes, I'd like the black opal pendant necklace. Why he was purchasing it, he was not sure, but he would learn to go with his gut. An image flashed in his mind. The jewel hanging around Gwyneth's neck, the dark gem nestled against her pale bosom, flashing with fire as it rose and fell with every breath she took. Not conventionally beautiful, there was something about her that intrigued him. It went beyond the background information he would already gathered on her, such as it was. Sparse barely began to describe the data that existed on the woman. Date and place of birth, some school records and bank statements. She would become the owner of the club 10 years ago, and it turned a decent profit. She paid her taxes, drove a modest car, and donated to several charities. There was nothing remarkable in her history, and it bothered him. It was too bland, too organized. It did not fit the fire he sensed in her. Gwyneth O'Donohue was the type to have at least one youthful folly in her background, a parking ticket, a discarded lover. But there was nothing, not even a skipped class or overdue library book. He wanted to dig deeper. She had to be hiding something. She is not what she seems, his wolf muttered. Dante gave a small nod of agreement. His wolf was suspicious by nature, a perfect match for his human cohort. I agree. We cannot rule her out of being involved with the malefic witch, he murmured as the store clerk packaged the jewel. More surveillance is needed, his inner animal decided. Unfortunately, Lycan Link is impatient and does not see the value of thorough investigation. It was yet another reason to quit. He had a fondness for his own skin, and the manner in which they wanted him to proceed was not as safe as he would like. Being killed was always a possibility in his line of work, but he did not like being pushed into skipping basic precautions. Gwyneth projected a calm, confident exterior, yet he would caught a glimpse of temper. And she was a witch. Pissing her off was not advisable. Being turned into a frog was not on his bucket list. He paid for the jewelry and pocketed it. It might be useful in winning her over, plus the cost would go on his expense account. Or he would keep it. Gems were a solid investment and could be used as currency in certain circles. With a nod of thanks to the proprietor, he left the shop and strolled down the street in the direction he would seen the witch go. Visual contact was not needed to follow her progress. Being a Lycan, he could track her scent. It was a useful skill, staying out of sight while remaining cognizant of your quarry's locale. Unfortunately, her trek did not reveal anything useful about her, except that she liked brisk walks through the local park. She would make no other stops, contacted no one. Unless O'Donohue was capable of freezing time and slipping through some mythical portal only to return and resume normal time, her walk was just that, a walk. He stopped a block away from the club, eyes narrowed and lips pursed, watching as she slipped inside. Of course, he never took anything at face value. The most innocuous event could prove useful at some point. With that in mind, he committed the route she took to memory before returning to his hotel room. Gwyneth entered the dim interior of the club and made her way through the maze of tables and chairs to the bar. The club was quiet, the doors would not open for another 2 hours. Hired help would begin to arrive in an hour, the lights would be turned on, music would fill the space greeting patrons and drawing them into the promise of a fun-filled evening. Club Mystique was an escape from daily life, a place to relax, to meet old friends or make new ones. It was also a gathering place for shifters, fae, witches, and the like. Humans frequented the club as well, and for that reason, all supernatural abilities were to be kept firmly under wraps. If you caused trouble, you were banned for life. It was not often that she had to kick someone out. When she did, it was usually a shifter, and most often a Lycan. Some might point out there were more Lycans in North America than other species, so it skewed the figures. She did not care. Years of experience had formed her opinion, and it would take a monumental event to change it. Take today, for example. That damn dog had delighted in baiting her. It was not often that someone bested her in a conversation. Her acerbic tongue was a finely honed weapon that she wielded without compunction. But not today. The man had caught her off guard, curse him. It would not happen again, though. Next time they met, and there would be a next time she was sure of it, she would put him in his place. She poured herself a drink, and then sat on a bar stool sipping the beverage. When the club was open, she never drank. Keeping a clear head was needed in order to supervise the various activities, but one glass before opening was a guilty indulgence. Eyelids half lowered, she soaked in the quiet and watched the ghosts of the previous evening. Not real ghosts, of course. More like leftover bits of energy, echoes of conversations and emotions. They were too intense right after the club closed, but now, almost a day later, the shadows could be dealt with. What do you think, Sven? She addressed the skull tattoo on her upper arm. Is the atmosphere neutral enough to handle another crowd? Sven grinned at her, and she nodded in agreement. Right. No cleansing needed. We're good for another night. It was a welcome conclusion. She wanted a hot shower before opening. If a cleansing had been needed, she would not have shirked her duty. The club patrons deserved a blank slate to start the evening on, but when everything rested on her shoulders, it was nice to be able to skip over a task. If Tina had not left, I could have taught her how to take over the job. She took another sip of her drink. That is the problem, Sven. You start to depend on someone, and they leave. She glanced at Sven, who, of course, did not answer. Even you. You are much more dependable as a tat than you were as a human. Whenever I need someone to talk to, you are here. She patted his head. You did not mean to die, I know, but it reinforces my point, do not you think? After downing the rest of her drink, she climbed the stairs to her third-floor apartment. She kicked off her shoes at the door, left her t-shirt on a nearby chair, and then dropped her pants on the sofa. By the time she was in the bedroom, she was naked and her clothes were spread throughout the apartment. One of the joys of living alone, she did not have to be tidy unless she wanted to. Sherman wandered in. He jumped on the bed and blinked at her with no sign of remorse for his behavior that morning. Unrepentant beast. She scratched behind his ears, and he head-butted her hand in appreciation. Is it going to be a good night? Why she asked his opinion, she had no idea. Every night was a good night in his opinion. He hung out in the kitchen and ate scraps until he was full, and then curled up in her office to sleep until closing time. The concept of patrolling for mice either eluded him or was beneath his dignity. Leaving the cat to groom, she turned to head to the bathroom when a wave of dizziness came over her. Stumbling, her legs growing weak, she grabbed the door jamb to steady herself, knowing only too well what was happening. She was about to have another accursed vision. Bloody hell. Even as the curse left her mouth, the room faded to darkness. She was in a forest, mist swirling around her legs, the cold of the ground causing her to curl her toes. She turned in a circle, her arms wrapped around herself in an effort to stay warm. A blood-red light bathed the sky, while the light of the moon created a beckoning path, stretching out before her, leading deeper into the woods. For some reason, she was reluctant to step into the light and held back, resisting the pull until a faint sound reached her ears. A child was crying, softly at first, the sounds growing in intensity, incessant, heartbreaking sobs that wrenched at the soul and brought tears to her own eyes. Instinctively, she began to move towards it, pushing aside her fear of the lit path. First walking and then running, the need to comfort the babe became all-consuming. She had to find it, save it, cradle it to her chest, and protect it from an unseen evil that hovered somewhere in the shadows. The tree branches seemed to reach out now, trying to hold her back, snatching at her clothing, roots erupting from the ground, causing her to stumble and fall. The child's cries were now mixed with those of a woman, a grief-filled wail that rose and fell. She struggled to her feet, knowing she had to help but unable to regain her footing. She looked around for something to hold, to help pull herself up, only to hear a low growl nearby. A wolf was stalking towards her, head lowered, teeth bared. Icy fear filled her. She could feel its hate, see it in its eyes. Scrambling along the ground, she tried to escape, but a ring of fire appeared, trapping her and the wolf within. The creature crouched, preparing to leap. A spell. She needed to use her magic to defend herself, except her mind was blank. There were no words, no power within her, no defense against the animal. A scream ripped from her throat as the creature leapt, and the vision dissolved, leaving her staring at the comforter hanging over the edge of her bed. She was crouched in the corner of the room, her back pressed to the wall, her bed in front of her. Her chest heaved as she gasped for breath, her throat felt tight with the tears she tried to hold at bay. The vision had been terrifying, but Gwyneth O'Donohue did not cry. It was sweat that dampened her cheek, and she raised a shaky hand to dash it away. Sherman peered at her from under the bed, his eyes wider than normal, his tail twitching madly. Sorry. Did not mean to scare you. Her lips struggled to form the words, her thinking sluggish. The cat must have accepted her apology, for it crawled out of the hiding space and brushed against her, giving a low, throaty meow that was probably supposed to be comforting. Or perhaps it was a reproach for upsetting the evening routine. It was hard to tell with Sherman. She petted the animal's head and then used the bed to pull herself to her feet. Shit, she hated visions. Other witches had them with no ill effects, zoning out for a few measly seconds, but not her. It was like she was allergic to them, complete with hangover effects that could last for hours after the event. On rubbery legs, she navigated the room. Her head was pounding, her stomach felt queasy. Even a witchling can handle visions. Why cannot I? Oh fuck. She stumbled to the bathroom, her stomach going into full reverse. The retching eventually passed, and once her legs felt steadier, she took a shower, letting the rushing water cleanse her body while the white noise soothed her mind. Leaning against the ceramic tiles, she pondered the meaning of the vision that had shaken her equilibrium. A wolf could indicate the Lycan she would encountered earlier, though she could hardly see that he would pose a danger beyond annoying her. Was there a lost child in the neighborhood? Not likely, this was not a residential area. And what was the ring of fire? The dark arts often called for a ring of fire, but she had not felt any energy fluctuations that would indicate black magic being used. Was this a premonition of the future? Or a warning from the past? She turned off the water. Visions were annoyingly nebulous when it came to interpretation. Drying off, she decided to put the matter out of her mind for now. After dressing in her usual dark jeans and a silky tank top, she checked her wristwatch. Good. There was enough time to brew a spirit-settling tea before going back downstairs to open the doors. Another night at Club Mystique was about to begin. Chapter 5. Did you make contact? Dante rolled his eyes. One of the benefits of talking on the phone was the other person could not see your expression. Yes. Good. He waited a beat, but Higgins made no other comment. Was there another reason you called? A pause. No. Merely wondering how things are progressing. Liar. They did not trust him, which was fine. He would not trust himself either. That was one of the prices you paid for playing both sides of the game. Lycan Link was never quite sure if he was working for them or against them. Things are going according to plan, Higgins. I'll remind you, there was a significant advance paid to you, and we expect you to meet the deadline given you. Start crowding me and I am off the case. He felt his hackles rise at the other man's tone. But the words back the fuck off hovered on his lips, but he suppressed them. As much as he hated to admit it, he needed Higgins for a while longer. He took a deep breath and continued. I'll contact you when I have something to report. Just like always. He tacked on the last sentence as a reminder he would not failed them yet. Right. The line went dead, and Dante pocketed his phone. It was an appalling lack of manners to hang up without saying goodbye. He wished he would had the chance to do it first. Sadly, the gesture would not have been seen as a slight. When you worked with boors, subtle insults were a waste of energy. He did a check to ensure he was in the proper headspace for what he was about to do, and then emerged from the shadowy store entrance where he would take in shelter from the light drizzle that fell. Club Mystique was only a block away, and he covered the distance quickly. Upon entering the establishment, he chose a table near the window and sat down. He had been to the club on several occasions in the past, usually as part of an assignment, but it was unlikely anyone would recall him. The cultured businessman he was portraying looked nothing like the aging rogue that used to hide in the shadows near the rear of the club. A drink, sir. A waitress stopped by his table. Cognac, the best Remy Martin you have. A flicker of surprise passed over her face, as if truly cultured palates seldom passed her way. I'll see what is available. With a backward glance his way, she went to fill the order. No doubt she would have been expecting him to say beer or whiskey. He would have chosen one of those if it had suited his cover, but for once the job allowed him to be more himself than usual. His tastes were quite cultured, and he enjoyed indulging them, especially when it was at someone else's expense. Leaning back in his chair, he observed the activity around him. It was what he would come to expect from Club Mystique: dancing, drinking, conversation. The decor had changed since he would last been here. There was still a bar, dance floor and tables, but some areas had been remodeled to allow the character of the old building to show through. Brick walls had been exposed as had the wooden beams, and old-style pendant lighting, complete with Edison bulbs, hung over some of the more secluded tables that seemed to be for dining. A menu was now posted on a chalkboard, simple but with a wide enough range to offer some choice. He nodded in approval. Switching his focus to the occupants of the room, he flared his nostrils, sorting through the scents that swirled through the building. Beneath the perfume, sweat, food, and drink, he could detect several species of shifters. Taking his time, he isolated as many as he could. There was always a chance that a member of the Chicago pack could be at the club. Thankfully, it was a small pack, and only a few of them knew who he was. Still, he would rather be sure. Minutes ticked by, his concentration fixed on his surroundings. Finally, he gave a nod. None of the shifters present had ever had contact with him. Not that shifters were his focus this time, but they were the group that could cause him the most grief. He was one of them, and yet not. "We are loners," his wolf stated. "We need no one." Dante nodded in agreement. He would long ago come to terms with being an outcast. It was not worth dwelling on. His gaze scanned the room seeking his target, a certain fiery-tempered, red-headed proprietress. And there she was. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the table, eyes narrowed. Black jeans, a gray silky top, simple yet classy. Her hair was pulled back in a clip, with the exception of a few tendrils that had escaped and now curled about her face, softening her features. She was making her way through the crowd, talking to some groups, giving others a warning look. There was a "do not fuck with me" attitude, hiding beneath her outward friendliness. Not surprising given what he would seen during their earlier encounter. Her present trajectory and pace would bring her past his table in about 10 minutes, unless something urgent demanded her attention. He eased back in his chair and readied himself for their encounter. Their first meeting had not been stellar, however it had created a connection, and he would work with that. His cognac finally arrived. The glass, as expected, was a common snifter with too wide a mouth to really capture the aroma. He sighed. A properly formed crystal vessel greatly enhanced the experience of fine cognac. Of course, one first needed fine cognac. He took an experimental sip of the beverage. "Is this the best you have?" She nodded, but he caught a minuscule hesitation. He curved his mouth into an ingratiating smile. "What do I have to do to access the private stock?" The server shifted nervously. "I am sorry, sir. I am new here. I believe only the owner." "Ah. Understood." He grinned inwardly. A reason for approaching Gwyneth had presented itself. How fortuitous. I'll speak to her about the matter. But on your way. He handed her a substantial tip. "I am acquainted with Ms. O'Donohue. I am sure she will be delighted to accommodate me once she realizes I am here. I could get her for you." The server began to look around. "No need. She is coming this way. Take care of the rest of your customers." After shooing her on her way, he took another sip of the cognac. It was not as bad as he would initially thought. Or maybe the anticipation of another verbal battle with Gwyneth was interfering with his taste buds. He waited until she was only 2 tables away before raising his hand to draw her attention. She walked towards him, a professional smile on her face. The fact that she seemed not to recognize him irritated. Theirs had been a brief meeting, but surely he would made some impression on her. Her expression transformed into a frown as she stepped closer. He controlled a smirk. The game was about to begin again. "You again. I was worried." "Worried?" She cocked her head. "You did not seem to recognize me at first. My ego was on the verge of being crushed. The lighting kept me from getting a clear view of you." She folded her arms and looked him up and down. "Though I suspect your ego would only benefit from a thorough crushing. Then you should have lied to me." Lies can be too difficult to keep track of. Not for a sufficiently intelligent individual. He chuckled to himself when her mouth opened, and then closed abruptly as the implications of his words sunk in. Her chest rose and fell as she took a deep breath. He noted the way the silk of her top hinted intriguingly at the shape of her breasts. Not large, but well-proportioned for her frame. His gaze slid down her length. Average waist, hips not too wide. She was long-limbed and wiry, her hands capable rather than elegantly manicured. "Interesting." She spoke, and he moved his gaze back to her face. "I am not here to start a debate." "What do you want?" Her tone gave no indication he would irritated her. He could not resist trying again. True love. Peace on earth. And he paused long enough to enjoy the clenching of her fists before continuing. A cure for the common cold would be nice. She seemed to catch herself. A treacly sweet smile appeared. I am sorry. I should have asked why you flagged me to come over. He admired her self-control, while mourning that she would ended their banter so soon. A decent glass of cognac. The server brought you the wrong drink. She glanced towards the girl, who was several tables away. She brought me cognac, but it's substandard. I believe you have a private stock. Gwyneth pursed her lips, and he suspected the new server would be reprimanded. A shame. She would seem a nice enough girl. Uncharacteristically, he came to the rescue. Do not blame her. Based on your fine taste in jewelry, I suspected you had a more refined taste than this. He raised the glass derisively before continuing. I played a hunch, and your reaction confirmed it. She conceded to him with the slightest incline of her head. Be that as it may, my private stock is just that. Private? I share it with friends. I'd like to be your friend. I'll pass. Why? You are a Lycan. He affected a shocked look. Discrimination. Let me rephrase. You are an annoying Lycan. Leaning back, he studied her. She was different. Charm had failed to win her over this afternoon. Clever banter was not getting him anywhere. What was left? Honesty. Unconventional, yet possibly worth a try. Slowly, he eased forward, hands lightly clasped on the table. The teasing twinkle he would put in his eye earlier was changed for a direct look, and his tone became serious. I apologize, Miss O'Donohue. I am used to teasing and charming to get my own way. Quite honestly, I came here to relax and have a decent drink of cognac. If you cannot provide that, I'll be on my way. Then, why did not you go to one of the high-class clubs to begin with? As you said, I am a Lycan. Here, there is a chance I might meet one of my own kind, share a bit of companionship. He shrugged and slid his chair back as if to stand. But I do not trust you. Really? That is very wise. He was on his feet now. She was only an inch or two shorter than him. It was a nice change to be able to look into a woman's eyes without having to incline his head. Yes, very wise. They were close enough that the heat of her body was perceptible, her scent filling his nostrils as he inhaled. He gave her a long look and then turned and left. She made no sound as he walked away. Gwyneth O'Donohue would not change her mind and call him back. His subtle hint of loneliness had been ignored, as he would expected it to be. His plan was that by walking away, tonight he would spark a tiny flicker of interest in her. Exiting the club, he hailed a taxi. Gwyneth was definitely proving to be a challenge. He liked that. It would make his eventual success all the more satisfying. Gwyn frowned as she watched the irritating man leave her club. His play for her sympathy might have had some women relenting and offering him a drink, but she was not that easy to sway. He knew it too, damn him. She could tell by his walk that he was not expecting her to call him back. Yet if that was the case, why the lonely Lycan ploy? Had he been telling the truth? Was he simply looking for a good drink and companionship? Her gut was telling her honesty had only a passing acquaintance with him. And her vision could very well have been a warning that she should be extra cautious around Lycans right now. Plus, there was the fact that she would run into him earlier in the day. A coincidence. Excuse me. A patron brushed by her, and she realized she was staring after the Lycan as if she actually cared that he would left. With a scowl, she grabbed the glass from the table and sniffed the contents. In this, at least, he would have been telling the truth. The cognac was inferior to anyone with a trained palate. After placing the glass on the tray of a passing server, she resumed her patrol of the club. So far, it was a typical night for Mystique. Music, laughter, and friendly conversation filled the space. Drinks were being served, food consumed, the dance floor was beginning to fill. Familiar faces interspersed with visitors from out of town. Everything was as it should be, Nothing to tip off the humans present that they were surrounded by shifters, witches, and fae. If anything even hinted at the unusual, she dealt with it quickly, if necessary even breaking her own rule and applying some subtle magic to bring things back to order. Heaven only knew she did not want some damage control officer breathing down her neck. Mystique was her current pet project, and she was not about to let anyone mess with it until she was good and ready to move on. Matthias was in his usual spot near the door. He and his cousin, Ruddy, worked as a team of bouncers for the club. Gwyneth made her way to him, snagging a bottle of water along the way. She did not allow the consumption of spirits on the job. "Here you go, Matt." She handed him the plastic container. "Thanks." He smiled, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink. Nothing about his words or expression indicated they were more than employer and employee. That was one of the things she liked about him. He kept his life nicely compartmentalized. "It's warm in here." "Unseasonably so. I might have to change the setting on the AC." She glanced around. "It seems pretty calm tonight." "Yep." He took another drink while scanning the crowd. The Werebear cousins were both calm, diligent, and big enough to intimidate all but the most reckless of patrons. "Did you notice the Lycan who left a few minutes ago?" She mentally kicked herself for asking. It had not been her intention, and now it was too late to withdraw the comment. "Dark hair. Well-dressed. That is him. Did he seem familiar?" He searched his memory. "No. But we have hundreds of people go through here." The bouncer cocked his head. "Was he causing a problem?" "No. Not really. He was just looking for a drink of good cognac." Matt nodded, no doubt recalling her extensive stock of fine alcoholic beverages. "And you did not hand him the keys to cellar?" "Of course not. She would been collecting for years, and only a select few were ever invited to sample the rare vintages. I suppose I was wondering how he knew I even had a private collection. In all the years the club has been open, he's the only person to have asked." "I have no idea. It's not common knowledge. Maybe a lucky guess." "Maybe." A sigh escaped her. "I am likely making too much of it." She patted the man on the arm, idly registering the rock-hard muscles and recalling how they had felt when wrapped around her last night. "Let me know if you have any problems." "Will do." She went back to work. The new girl she would hired to replace Tina required supervision. The kitchen staff might need some help, and there seemed to be a small difference of opinion occurring near one corner of the dance floor. She pushed thoughts of annoying Lycans and handsome bear shifters to the back of her mind. There were more important things to keep her busy. Matt watched Gwyn insert herself between two belligerent men and give them a tongue lashing that soon had them cowering. A smile curled the corner of his mouth. She was a hands-on owner who ruled the club with an iron fist, never hesitating to wade into the middle of a disagreement. Sometimes he wondered why she bothered hiring bouncers. Being a witch, she could zap any troublemakers. Of course, the presence of humans kept her from doing that. He guessed that was where the bouncers came in. He crumpled the water bottle she would given him, his gaze following her progress as she moved to the bar and began filling orders. "You can take a break." Ruddy appeared at his side. "I am good. Gwyn brought me some water." The privileges of sleeping with the boss. Ruddy grinned and Matt elbowed him in response. "Jealous?" "No. I have my own woman, and I am quite happy with her." He nodded, knowing Ruddy spoke the truth. "It's about time you settled down, too." "Yeah. Someday." "Gwyneth?" Matt shrugged. "Maybe. She is a strong woman. Maybe too strong." He turned to look at his cousin. "What do you mean?" "You have a protective streak. So, you need to be needed. Gwyneth needs no one. It's an act she puts on." Ruddy made a non-committal sound. Matt scowled, not liking the turn the conversation had taken. "I am going back to work." Chapter 6, Dante shifted his weight to his other foot as he stood hidden in the shadows of an alley across the street from the club. After leaving Mystique earlier, He would had the taxi drop him off a few blocks away and had then circled back to his present location. He would been watching the club for several hours now, observing the habits of the patrons and employees in the hopes of gaining insight into what made Gwyneth O'Donohue tick. When was she alone? Did other witches ever visit? Most importantly, was she involved in black magic? And so he stood there, waiting, watching. It was tedious, but he would spend evenings doing worse. No one was trying to kill him. There were no venomous creatures trying to make him into a snack, no flying bullets to dodge, and his stomach was full. Yeah, he could handle a bit of boredom. A glance at his watch showed it was closing time. The club slowly emptied of customers. The lights inside the building flicked off one by one, and the staff trickled out in groups of 2s and 3s. He made note of each one, mentally recording which direction they went, whether towards a car or a bus stop or walking. Interestingly enough, the bouncer left with the rest of them. That was a change from last night. When he would surveyed the building in the morning, a male scent had lingered near the door, indicating the person had left recently, presumably after having spent the night. Tonight, he would connected the scent to one of the bouncers and concluded Gwyneth and the werebear had a relationship beyond employer-employee. Apparently, they did not live together as he first assumed. Good. A permanent boyfriend was harder to dispose of than a casual lover. The lower levels of the building were in darkness now, only the 3rd floor remaining lit. It was Gwyneth's apartment, according to his research. A cat was outlined in one window, and it seemed to be staring directly at him. He made a mental note to pick up something to bribe the animal with. An animal fawning over you often made the owner more likely to do the same. The cat remained in the window for a moment longer, then stood, arched its back and jumped down from the sill, disappearing from view. He chuckled, thinking it had telepathically realized his intention to bring food and now felt its mission was complete. Or perhaps it had been distracted. A woman walked past the window, something in her hand shaped like a pet's food dish. Then she returned, her hands empty. She stretched and released her hair from a clip. It fell about her shoulders, reaching almost to her waist. He speculated what it would look like, a curtain of red waves, soft and silky to the touch. If the chance presented itself, he would love to touch it. Eventually, the light in the window disappeared, leaving the apartment in darkness. He waited for another hour to ensure no one came or left before giving up his vigil. Stifling a yawn, he rubbed his bleary eyes and checked his watch. 3 a.m. Time to get some sleep. In a shimmer, he shifted to wolf form and took the back alleys to his hotel, visions of a king-sized bed and down-filled pillows teasing his tired body. Rest did not come as planned, though. Yes, he slept, but it was racked with dreams that had him tossing and turning. He leaned against an outcropping of rock, hugging the shadows, his chest heaving as he struggled for breath. His legs felt wobbly from the prolonged time he would spent in the water, and the rough stone surface at his back was reassuringly solid. He would exited the river moments previously. Wet clothing clung to him, water dripping from his hair and streaming down his face, but he did not care. He was alive, and he took a minute to savor the fact. It had been a long trek, hiding during the day, traveling under the cloak of darkness at night. Hunger, exhaustion, they were as much the enemy as the evil he was running from. These last few miles had been the hardest. The rain. Slogging through the mud, struggling to keep his footing. Long grass with razor-sharp edges slicing his flesh. And finally traversing the river. He swallowed hard, reliving the moment when he would lost his footing and thought the current had bested him. Drowning was not how he planned on dying. Hell, he was still a kid in the eyes of many. Just graduated, his life ahead of him. He had plans. His thoughts skidded to a halt. Had plans, but not anymore. It had all come down to survival now. Visions of blood and dead bodies swam before his eyes, and he struggled not to retch yet again. Would he ever forget the horror of what had happened? Locking his knees, he forced himself to stay upright, to push his mental pain and horror to the back of his mind. He had to be strong. People were depending on him. A soft sound, the cracking of a twig, had him tensing. Had he been followed? He would taken every precaution, but had it been enough? He had no experience with such an adversary. For long moments he listened, testing the air, using that indefinable ability that caused the skin to prickle when someone was near. Minutes ticked by. His senses revealed no danger, but that meant nothing when dealing with dark forces. If he was found, he would be dead, he was sure of it. He pushed back his fear and brushed the wet hair from his eyes. It was time to move on. Adjusting the bundle in his arms, he prepared to leave his temporary refuge. If it was not for the parcel he needed to deliver, he would shift into his wolf form. Travel would be swifter and safer that way, but, as usual in his life, nothing was ever easy. He supposed that is how things were when your whole family was cursed. A cloud passed over the moon, and he took it as a signal to move. If his calculations were correct, it was not far to his destination. Once relieved of this duty, he would go back, try to help the others if any were left alive. They might have cursed him, spat at his feet, but she would loved them, and for her sake he would go back. As he darted from one bit of cover to another, he mused how he would fallen into such dire circumstances. Noble gestures were not his forte, and yet here he was. Love had made him reckless, and now it was forcing him to be more than he would ever thought he could be. A fluttering near his chest drew his attention, and he glanced down. Dark hair, gray eyes, the child he held looked just like its mother. The fact was like a fresh cut to his soul. Damn! He joggled the child awkwardly, knowing nothing about how to deal with one. Stay quiet. We're almost there. His tone was not soft or comforting, but the child subsided, nestling closer. Its warmth seeped into him, invisible bonds trying to wrap around his heart. He compressed his lips and averted his eyes. No, that was not happening. It could not happen. It was not safe. A building emerged in the darkness, adobe walls, wooden shuttered windows. A baby hatch was built into one wall. He would deposit the child there. It should be safe enough. The door to the hatch opened, silently revealing a simple basket. He set the boy inside, but when he went to leave, the baby clung to his finger, the tiny grip surprisingly strong. He stared into the gray eyes, noting the intelligence, the wariness. No open trust like you would expect from a child. In a way, it was a shame, but life was not easy, and it was best to learn that lesson young. That is what he would done. Do not worry. You will be fine here. I am going to go back to try to save the others. He freed his hand, then unexpectedly reached out and brushed his fingers over the dark curls. Soft, silky. Just like the mother's. There was a tug in the region of his heart again, but he ignored it. Someone from the pack will come and get you when they can. If something happens, if they do not find you, or if they are already dead, stay here where it's safe. Never go back. He shook his head. A child would not understand what he was saying. Despite that fact, he added another warning. And do not try to follow me. You do not want the likes of me in your life. A last-minute thought crossed his mind. He reached in his pocket and pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket and the stub of a pencil. It was hard to see in the dark, the paper still damp from the dunk in the river, but he managed to scrawl the child's name. No last name, it would only cause him grief. But every kid needed some connection to family, right? The middle name was a version of the mother's. Carlos for Carlotta. The name caused memories to wash over him. Dark hair, sparkling eyes. Free-spirited, she would defied her family and dared to love him. And now she was dead, murdered by black magic. If he had not loved her, the curse might not have touched her. If he would returned sooner, a heavy sigh escaped him, as what-ifs tried to bombard his mind. There was no time for regrets right now. He folded the paper and tucked it in the basket, then rang the bell that would warn the occupants that a baby was in the basket. As he pushed the door of the hatch shut, he could see the child was still looking at him. Damn! He awoke with a start, disoriented and drenched in sweat. His muscles were tensed, ready for an attack, his heart pounding. Darting his gaze about the room, he took in the duvet folded at the end of the bed, the abstract painting mounted on the wall. Leather chairs surrounded a glass and steel table situated near the window, and a gap in the curtains showed hints of the Chicago skyline. Slowly he exhaled, forcing himself to calm down, to remember that the events he would relived in his dream were years in the past. He would been little more than a kid at the time. Inexperienced, scared, he had not known what he was facing. The existence of evil of that magnitude had never crossed his mind. Now he knew better. It slid and slithered undetected, raising its ugly head to destroy and feed before going underground again. And it was striking with increasing frequency. The knowledge settled in his gut like a leaden knot. There would be no more rest for him tonight. Experience had taught him going back to sleep would only result in a repeat of the dream. He climbed out of bed, walked to the window, and pushed the curtain aside. A faint glow in the distance indicated dawn was approaching. He might as well start his day. A local source, a demi-witch or witch of mixed parentage, had a possible lead for him as to where the coven would be holding their quarterly meeting. If he could find the location without involving Gwyneth, all the better. And if it turned out to be a dead end, he would have time to squeeze in another attempt at befriending Gwyneth. After dressing, he checked his bundle of cash. It was a well-known fact in certain circles that he paid more than the going rate for solid information. On the other hand, he also delivered swift retribution for false leads. He would learn early on that was the only way to ensure snitches did not try to bilk him, a form of quality control if you would. He left his room and took the elevator to the lobby foregoing breakfast. There would be time enough to grab a coffee later. Hands in his pockets as he awaited a cab, he mused it was fortunate that every segment of society had a certain percentage of marginalized members. They usually had a score to settle and were more than willing to screw the establishment by sharing classified information. Others were just money grubbers who would do anything for a fast buck. Either way, it worked to his advantage. An hour later, he was at a recreation center, jogging around a track with Roxy, the young demi-witch who had contacted him. He would used her as an informant before. She worked as a cleaner and blended into the background, overhearing bits of conversation or finding information tossed in the bins. We were told a private convention was being held, and we'd be needed to clean the venue. Why do you think this would interest me? Well, duh. The new company I am with is called Magic Cleaners for a reason. My boss is a full witch, and she has boasted she has done work for the Magissa before. Dante nodded, ignoring the duh. It made sense. And where is this place? No idea yet. She will not tell us, which is another reason I think it has to be that the quarterly coven meeting is being held here. When you have an exact location, call me and I'll pay for the information. What? She stopped running. I thought I'd get something for this. Dante stopped as well. You know how this works. Speculation is worth nothing. I want facts. But I told you the coven meeting was going to be in Chicago. That is old news. I already knew that. I want to know where. Well, this sucks. She blew a puff of air upward, ruffling her bangs. I got up early and everything to meet you. Sorry. He grabbed the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up to wipe his brow. Nice abs. She flicked her gaze over him. Thanks. You know, I was really counting on that money. She took a step closer and looked up at him, eyes wide, a slight pout on her lips. He gave her a blank stare and stepped back. That will not get you anything. Information is my currency, not sex. Just testing. She laughed, her face morphing back into its usual sassy expression. If you want money, tell me something I do not know. Hard facts. Have you heard any rumors of that malefic witch I asked about last time? Anyone dabbling in black magic? Nope. I think someone has made that one up, hoping to get money out of you. Using black magic was outlawed years ago. He made no comment, knowing all too well black magic was being used and that a malefic witch did exist. Apparently, the witch was managing to stay below the radar, or the Universal Coven was keeping it under wraps just as Lycan Link was. Okay, well, Roxy frowned, seeming to search her mind for something to tell him, and then finally brightened. You have been hanging around Gwyneth O'Donohue. Yes. He kept his face impassive, even though interest flared inside him. "She is too old for you." The girl smirked. "What do you mean?" "I mean she is old. Really old. She performed a blood spell way back, and it slowed the aging process. She might look young, but she is freaking old." And that, he said to himself, would explain Gwyneth's too-perfect background. It heard rumors such things were possible, but was not sure. They are, but very few witches ever enact spells like that. Blood spells are very hard to complete successfully, and usually involve a blood moon and a major sacrifice. Oh, and you have to spill some of your own blood. She wrinkled her nose. "No way would I stab myself, plus there is a scar." "A scar?" She nodded. "That is how you know a witch has performed a blood spell on themselves. It's crescent-shaped like a quarter moon, usually right over the heart." "Interesting." He made a mental note that he needed to check out Gwyneth's chest and had to hold back a grin at the possibilities that entailed. "Okay, I'll pay for that." "Really?" "That is great." He took out his wallet and extracted a few bills. "Thanks." She examined the money carefully before tucking the bills away. "You know, I'd do you for free if you are ever interested." She reached out and trailed her hand down his arm. "I'll keep that in mind." He put his wallet away. "Call me if you find out anything concrete about the Coven meeting. It's always business with you, is not it?" "What else is there?" He nodded and walked away. Chapter 7, Good Morning, Sherman. The oversized cat blinked lazily from his spot on top of the nearby dresser and rose to his feet to begin stretching in readiness for the day Gwyn mimicked him, stretching in her solitary bed. She would not invited Matt to stay, making a break from the pattern she would unknowingly slipped into of late. And despite his absence, she would slept well, thus proving her recent dependence on the werebear was some strange hormonal blip. Either that or she was becoming a cougar, as the current vernacular would have it. Matt might not realize it, but technically, he was much younger. Then again, so were most people in the world. Only a small number of witches had ever used the time-slowed spell, and most were now on the Coven Council with her. She threw back the covers and swung her legs out of bed. Time to start another day. Meeting with the accountant was on her list, so she donned dress, slacks, and heels. Looking professional seemed to help when dealing with the tedious man, as he fussed over numbers and receipts, or muttered about income tax forms. While she considered herself a competent businesswoman, dealing with the IRS gave her a headache. When she was finished with the accountant perhaps, she would stop by the shop she had been in yesterday and look at the opal that had caught her eye. Her birthday was coming up after all. Do I deserve to indulge myself, Sherman? She stood in front of the mirror to fix her hair, winding the red tresses into a knot at the nape of her neck. Sherman studied her carefully and then jumped off the dresser and headed to the kitchen. His indifference was typical. Men. By 11:30, she was leaving the accountant's office, the visit having been less unpleasant than she would expected. Apparently, the bout of fine weather had penetrated the man's obsession with numbers, and he would shorten their meeting, making reference to closing the office at noon so he could work in his garden. That was fine with her. If Mystique's books did not meet IRS approval, he would be the one on the phone with them, not her. She made her way to a small bistro, planning on having an early lunch before making her way to the shop she would visited yesterday. Choosing a seat near a large potted plant, she picked up the menu and began to peruse it. "Are you stalking me?" The sound of a voice behind her, an annoyingly familiar voice, caused her to stiffen. With deliberation, she set down the menu and slowly turned. Through the fronds of the plant, she could see the Lycan. "You? Me?" He inclined his head. "Why are you following me?" "I think the reverse is true." "Ridiculous." "I am not following you." She leaned to the side so the plant did not obstruct her view of him. "I was here first." "You were not. I would have noticed you." He smiled. "I am flattered." When she would have spoken, he continued. "The evidence, however, does not support your claim." "I was here first." He raised his cup of coffee. Gwyneth compressed her lips. He had coffee while she had not even ordered yet. The damned dog had been there ahead of her. Setting down her menu, she prepared to stand up. There is no need to leave. I do not mind if you stay. He winked. I have never been stalked before. I am not stalking you. So you say, yet the evidence would seem to prove otherwise. You followed me here today and into the shop yesterday. I did not follow you yesterday. I was in the store first. Do you have proof of this? She stopped and frowned. She did not have proof. Oh blast. She would assumed she was in the store first, but had she really looked around upon entering? Or had her attention been on the items for sale? She took a deep breath to bring her temper under control, having resolved to be extra cautious around Lycans for the next while in case her vision had been a warning. I am sorry. We seem to be having a string of coincidental meetings. Yes. Odd given the size of Chicago. He narrowed his eyes, making no effort to hide his suspicion. Indeed. She studied him with equal distrust. Something was not right. Eventually, he shrugged. Well, it was nice seeing you again. He turned and picked up a pen. It seemed he was working on a puzzle in the newspaper. She turned in her seat, obviously dismissed, and picked up the menu, tapping it thoughtfully in her hand. The shop yesterday. The club last night. And now the cafe. But why would he be following her? No reason came to mind. She considered her vision, a crying child, a sobbing woman. It had nothing to do with her present circumstances, and her inquiries with the wait staff at the club indicated none of them were having issues with children, lost, or ill. The wolf was the only part that appeared to have a direct connection to her. She compressed her lips in annoyance. The vision was obviously a useless warning. Absent-mindedly, she ordered tea and a fruit plate, all the while too aware of the man sitting mere feet away. She needed to find out more about him. His name or a picture would allow her to do a search on him. Even a sample of hair and a bit of clothing would suffice. There were spells that could divine character. Good solid magic was so much more reliable than visions. She ate while considering and discarding various means of gathering information about the Lycan. The entire time, her senses were tuned to his every move. It made her tense, twitchy, and she fought against the urge to turn and zap him with a truth-telling spell. In her youth, she might have done just that. He was lucky she would develop some self-restraint. Finally, he pushed his chair back. Relieved, she allowed her muscles to relax only to realize he would stop at her table. I trust we will not meet again. He gave her a pointed look. I certainly hope not. Where do you plan to go today? So I can be sure we avoid another coincidence. His question caught her off guard, but she was not that easily tricked. None of your business. I sense animosity. Then you would be correct. He seemed to consider her response before shrugging. Unfortunate. I'll be on my way then. He turned to leave. Wait. He had an annoying habit of walking away. He half turned towards her. Yes. What is your name? He raised his brow but did not respond. You do have one, do not you? She raised her chin and fixed her gaze on him, willing him to comply. Most people do. A thin smile accompanied his reply before he simply turned and left. If there had not been human witnesses about, she would have hurled a spell at him so fast his head would spin. Huh? Maybe the spell would have had his entire body spinning until he answered her. Now that would have been a fine sight. She played out the scenario in her mind while watching him stop at the counter to pay his bill and then walk away. Damn him. He was toying with her, feigning a lack of interest, trying to lure her in by twisting the facts. And it was working. Not because she was intrigued by him, of course. He had an agenda that somehow involved her, and she needed to know what it was. She had not lived this long without learning the value of knowing one's enemy. Perhaps giving a decisive nod, she strode to the till. She would follow the Lycan and, your meal has already been paid for. The cashier smiled at her. I beg your pardon. The man who just left paid for you. Really? She thought for a moment and then slowly smiled, hoping to wheedle some information from the woman. Did he say why? Perhaps leave a message for me, Or did you notice his name on his credit card? Sorry. No. Oh dear. We just met, and I was hoping the woman gave her a sympathetic smile. He said he wanted to pay for the delightful red-headed woman's meal. Gwyn nodded her thanks and left the bistro, muttering under her breath. Delightful. She snorted. He was mocking her. No one ever said she was delightful. Abrasive, bitchy, condescending, it was a persona she would worked hard to cultivate over the years. Hell, even Matt commented on her caustic tongue. Shopping for jewelry had lost its appeal, so she headed back towards the club. It might be a beautiful spring day, but she was not in the mood to her step slowed. The Lycan was barely a block ahead of her, waiting at the curb for the light to change to green. She considered turning and going home a different way, then changed her mind. The sidewalk was public property. If he did not like sharing with her, he could go screw himself. She paused a few feet away and waited silently, staring at the walk signal. The warm spring sun beat down, warming her shoulders, while a gentle breeze caused a few loose tendrils to brush against her cheek. Irritated, she tucked the strands behind her ear. For some reason, the usually crowded sidewalk was empty, making her intensely aware of the man standing a few feet away. They were the only two, waiting for the traffic to stop. Even so, she did nothing to acknowledge his presence. I know you are there. He called the comment over his shoulder. She flicked a glance at him. He was tapping his nose. Right. A Lycan would be able to scent her presence even though she was behind him. I am heading back to the club. She shifted her gaze back to the street light, refusing to acknowledge the idle thought that he had an amazing profile. Strong, mature. A man, not a boy. I am heading to my hotel. She nodded. The light changed to green, and she crossed the street. The Lycan walked beside her, their strides matching perfectly. A pleasant day. Yes. You are Gwyneth, correct? Common knowledge. Most others know who owns Mystique. True. They paused at the next light. Thankfully, a few more people were waiting. There was something about the Lycan that made her uncomfortable. She was too aware of him, like there was an invisible string which kept drawing her attention back to him. A bus stopped nearby, and several people disembarked, many joining them at the corner. The Lycan stepped closer to her to accommodate the growing crowd. He leaned fractionally closer. Dante. I beg your pardon. The answer to your earlier question. Dante. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Dante Esparza. Oh. Your name. The light changed and they moved forward. He nodded. It's Dante, like in the Inferno. Ah, yes. She flicked him a mocking glance. And have you been to hell? His expression sobered, his eyes grew distant, almost haunted. As a matter of fact, I have. Something about his tone struck an unexpected chord in her, and she struggled with how to respond. No need to apologize. He gave himself a small shake. They were now on the other side of the street. If you are going to continue stalking me, I am going this way. He gestured to the left. I am not stalking you. In that case, our paths are now parting. Unless you visit Mystique again. Is that an invitation? No. A statement of fact. It is the place to go, after all. Indeed. It is. He put out his hand, and after a moment she took it. His grip was firm, the warmth of his hand seeping into the chill of her own. Goodbye, Dante. Abientat. He gave her hand a light squeeze and then left. She watched him walk away, his stride unhurried. Abientat was French for see you later. Dante grinned to himself as he left. He could feel Gwyneth watching him, knew he would confuse her, caused her to doubt her initial suspicions. He would planted the seed, given it a bit of water, and the beginnings of a shoot were showing. She would followed him, though she would probably deny it. Now patience was needed. If you tried to force a bloom too quickly, it might not flower at all. In the meantime, he would indulge himself. His early morning trip had been successful in an unexpected way, and he felt the need to celebrate. Perhaps he would make use of the amenities offered by the hotel, or take in a show. Or he could drive by the pack house, do a bit of surveillance. Keeping track of their activities had become a hobby of his whenever he passed through the area. He had enough scent mask that it was unlikely the local pack would be aware of him. Only the alphas, Sam and Damien, knew him by sight. If he stayed alert, and he always was, then the chances of them being aware of his presence were slim. You will need to contact them eventually, his wolf reminded him. The time is not right yet. He shoved his hands in his pockets. That is what you always say. I know. The animal gave him a knowing look but subsided, satisfied it had made its point. He and his wolf were closer than most. Given that he was frequently lumped into the realm of rogue, many would view their relationship as unusual. Rogues were often at odds with their inner beast. The difference was he was a rogue by fate rather than disposition. His phone rang. A glance at the number had him considering not answering, but knew it was pointless. If he did not respond, they would come looking for him, and he did not need a bumbling enforcer messing with his plans. Dante here. Why are you in Chicago? Reno Smith barked the question at him. How nice of you to call. Bull. You want to talk to me about as much as I want to talk to you. Then you should not bother dialing my number, should you? Dante chuckled to himself as his comment was met with silence. Smith was probably gritting his teeth. Good. The man should retire and go back to Colding's Pass. I was told to keep tabs on you. That was last year. You were assigned to verify my role if the need arose. Do not remind me. Stuck in your craw, did not it? He recalled the event with a smile. Smith had hated having to work with him. However, I have no need of your services this time. I was put on your case again. Disgust laced the man's voice. Dante frowned. Higgins was a paranoid ass. There was no need for backup this time. I do not need a babysitter. Lycan Link thinks otherwise. I'll point out that I do not work for them. I do not work for anyone. Correction. You work for everyone. Do I? Dante quirked a brow. I rather thought I worked for myself. If my purpose happens to match someone else's, then I see nothing wrong with using their funds to help my own because. You are a bastard for sale to the highest bidder. And yet Lycan Link, in all its sanctimonious glory, chooses to use my services. Dante lowered his voice, having arrived at his hotel. He crossed the lobby and entered an awaiting elevator. As a last resort. Believe what you want, Smith. He was wearying of the conversation. Was there a reason for this call? Just making sure you know, I am aware of your location. Dante held back a snort. If he wanted to stay completely off the radar, he could. He would done it before after all. Have you reported in to the local pack? Smith prodded him. I will. When it suits me. He exited the elevator. His room was at the end of the hallway, close to the stairwell. Always handy to have an alternative exit close at hand. Lycan law states, screw Lycan law. He slammed the door of his room shut, his patience gone. Stay out of my way if you know what is good for you. Is that a threat? Threat, warning, call it what you will. I have free rein to do whatever is needed. When you are on an approved assignment. And how do you know I am not? Smith did not answer immediately, and Dante could not resist turning the knife. Does it drive you crazy to realize you might not be in charge? That your precious Lycan Link could be using you as a pawn. Trying to make it appear their hands are squeaky clean in case something goes wrong. He could hear a growl rumbling in the man's throat, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. Listen, Smith, the underbelly of Lycan Link is as dirty as that of any organization that has grown too big. It crawls in the mud when it needs to, and makes use of the scum it finds there to slide along its chosen path. So you admit you are scum. Dante felt his inner wolf arise, and did not bother to hold the animal back. His reply rumbled from his lips. I have never denied it. It's been drilled into my head every minute of my life by supercilious ass-kissers like you. You had your chance. I have done some research on you. You were offered a legitimate position within Lycan Link. Ages ago. I declined. It's not my fault that Lycan Link assumes if you're not with them, you are against them. You, as much as anyone, should realize the world is not black and white. Consider your friend, Damien. With that, Dante hung up. Let the mighty Reno Smith chew on that for a while. He dropped down on the bed, throwing his arm over his eyes to block out the light. The satisfaction he would felt after laying the groundwork of his con had dissipated. He was tired. Tired of always being on guard. Tired of being dumped on by everyone he met. Tired of the guilt that lived inside him. Just tired. Bastard, scum, mongrel, the derogatory epitaphs that had rained down on him were too numerous to recall. If he died tomorrow, the world would believe it was well rid of him and dance on his grave. In their eyes, his entire life was not worth shit. He rubbed the center of his chest, the ache heavy and deep. It usually did not bother him, but some days. Some days, the wall he lived behind crumbled a bit. A heavy sigh escaped him, and he pushed the maudlin thoughts away. He did what he had to do. Anyone who did not like it could go fuck themselves, right? His wolf nuzzled him with its cold nose, head-butting him, and then lowering itself into the unmistakable I want to play posture. He curled the corner of his mouth. The animal understood him. Chapter 8. Matt watched Gwyn scanning the crowd, just as she had done for the past few nights. She was probably looking for the Lycan she would encountered the other evening. From what she would told him, the Lycan was an enigma, exactly the kind of challenge Gwyn could not resist. Her interest in the man worried him. Ruddy, take over. He tagged his cousin, who was on a break, though you would never know it to look at him. Even sitting down, he was intent on the crowd, arms folded over his massive chest. Problem. Ruddy stood and ambled over. No. I'll be back in a minute. Matt left his post and walked over to where Gwyneth was standing. She was looking out the window at the line of people waiting to enter the club. Gwyneth, do you need something, Matt? She shifted her attention to him. No. I was wondering what was bothering you. She shrugged. Nothing important. You are looking for the Lycan you asked about, are not you? She gave a soft laugh. I thought it's elephants that never forget, not bears. Bears have excellent memories, but it would not matter what kind of animal I was. Friends pay attention. Too intense, Matt. She gave him a warning look. Sorry. He must have overstepped that invisible line she drew. He studied the crowd. I do not see your mystery Lycan. His name is Dante Esparza. And how did you come to that conclusion? I bumped into him at a cafe. He told me then. Really? He frowned. Seems a strange coincidence, running into him like that. That is what he said. He even accused me of following him. Dante, you say. Do you know him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I do not really follow the activities of Lycans unless they are causing a problem here. Well, if you think of anything or hear anything about him, let me know. Of course. He made a mental note to do some investigating on the man, maybe a quick internet search. Lycans were good at keeping under the radar, but you never knew what might turn up. Gwyn gave him a nod and went on her way, but not without another glance towards the door. Yes, Matt decided, this Dante guy had definitely captured her attention. Unusual given her dislike of Lycans. He hoped she knew what she was getting into. Or maybe he should be more worried about this Dante guy. Gwyn was not a witch to mess with. Another day passed with no sign of Dante, and Gwyn tried unsuccessfully to put him from her mind. It was odd how her thoughts kept being drawn back to him. She told herself it was because of the vision, a sense of self-preservation. Dogs had never brought her anything but grief. It could very well be that he had been a tourist passing through. It made sense. Or perhaps he was here on business. She considered contacting the local Lycan pack to see if they had information on him, but it rankled to go to them hat in hand. Especially for idle information. After all, Dante had done nothing to deserve her interest. No, their encounters must have been an anomaly, like the pesky vision that defied interpretation. They were meaningless blips that would soon be forgotten. She would almost convinced herself of that when she spotted him during a walk through the park. He was sitting on a bench near a pond, feeding the ducks. Her steps slowed as she watched him idly tossing pieces of popcorn into the water. His elbows rested on his knees, his back was hunched. It gave him a tired, worn look. There was no indication he was aware of her. Good. She did not want to talk to him. Resuming her brisk pace, she soon slowed again, her legs feeling heavy as if something were trying to hold her back, urging her to notice him. If he had not been a Lycan, she would almost think he would put a spell upon her. She frowned, then shook her head. Dogs had no magic, and she would sense if someone had hexed her. Curiosity niggled inside her. Why was he still in town? And forlornly feeding ducks did not suit him. Should she approach him? There was no reason to do so. It was none of her business. In fact, he would likely accuse her of stalking him again. She would just begun to walk again when he stood up and turned. Upon seeing her, he froze and narrowed his eyes. Deciding to head off any of his ridiculous accusations, she went on the offensive. Before you start gibbering more nonsense about me stalking you, please note I often walk through this park. Your presence here is as much a surprise to me as mine is to you. I agree. You do. His acquiescence took her aback. Yes. He looked down at the popcorn container in his hand, as if to check it was truly empty, then dropped it into a nearby trash container and sighed. She watched the action with suspicion. Feeding ducks does not seem in character for you. He chuckled. It is not. But I was at a loss as to what to do with myself, so I thought I'd give it a try. Did someone stand you up? Not exactly. I'd planned on visiting my son while in town, but lost my nerve. We have been estranged for quite some time, and I am not sure of my reception. He rubbed his neck and gave a self-deprecating smile. We did not part on the best of terms, and youth is not always ready to forgive. She nodded in understanding. My young cousin was difficult to deal with. Was. She outgrew it. She moved away with her lover. Somehow they would ended up walking together and were now exiting the park. He glanced at his watch. She noticed it appeared to be a well-known, expensive make. I should be on my way. I have tickets for a matinee show. Gwyn nodded. Have a good time. Do you have plans for the afternoon? I have a spare ticket for the show. She rolled her eyes at the obvious pickup attempt. Here. He reached into his coat pocket. Take these in case you decide you are interested. His extended hand now held 2 tickets. You are not going. She looked at him in surprise. My company gave me 4 tickets. They are generous that way. You and a friend can go. When she stared at the slips of paper suspiciously, he laughed. I promise they are not laced with poison or otherwise booby-trapped. He set them down on a nearby bench and took an exaggerated step back. See. Completely safe. She folded her arms. You are mocking me. Of course I am. You are acting ridiculous. It's not ridiculous to be wary of strangers bearing gifts. You have never heard of random acts of kindness. She did not reply, and he shook his head. I really do need to go. Do with them what you will. After he had left, she picked up the tickets and looked at them. They were for a show she had been hoping to see, but it had been sold out for weeks. Should she go? She was not sure, but she pocketed the tickets anyway. No point leaving them in the park for the squirrels. Movement to his left drew Dante's attention just as the show was about to begin. Gwyneth slid into a spot 2 seats over from him. She glanced his way and nodded. He leaned over the empty spaces and spoke in hushed tones. I am glad you decided to use the tickets. It seemed a shame to waste them. He flicked a glance at the empty seat. You did not bring anyone with you. She looked pointedly at the empty seat beside him. Your date is using the facilities. Touché. He eased back into his seat and turned his attention to the stage, suppressing a satisfied smile. Patience almost always paid off. The show proved to be entertaining. Through the intermission, they exchanged opinions about the performance, and when it ended they exited together. Thank you. Gwyneth thanked him stiffly as they were about to part ways. He smiled at how quickly her wariness had returned. "You are very welcome. Can I walk you home, or are you going to whip out a pointy hat and fly home on your broomstick?" She scowled. "That is so old. Sorry. Has my questionable sense of humor ruined my chances?" "Chances of what?" "Of not being accused of stalking you if I stop by the club. The cognac I serve the public has not changed. Then I suppose I'll have to order whiskey instead." His persistence made her chuckle. "I have learned to be flexible." He flicked his eyes over the length of her, a slow smile curving his lips. "So, will I be allowed in the club, or has your werebear been told to bar the door if I appear?" She looked him over much, as he would done to her moments before. "You can stop by right now if you wish. A drink of my best cognac in exchange for the ticket." "I'd enjoy that, but not today. I have a business dinner planned. Tomorrow. I'll see you around 2 o'clock. She extended her hand, and he gave it a firm shake, maintaining the contact slightly longer than necessary. The tingle of awareness where their palms met was surprising, and he noted that her eyes widened fractionally, perhaps experiencing the same sensation. As he watched her disappear around the corner, he decided the assignment might be over sooner than he would thought. "You felt a response to her, did not you?" His wolf murmured the question as they watched Gwyneth walk away. He rubbed his palm. "A minor reaction. Nothing to speak of. Remember, we do not yet know if she can be trusted. She could be in league with our enemy. Finding him is our primary goal. Not wooing a female. I have not forgotten." He allowed the smile to fade from his face. "I doubt I'll ever forget." Gwyn considered her strategy as she walked back to the club. It was obvious the Lycan wanted something. He was being too nice, too smooth. The fact that she would felt a frisson of awareness when their hands had met was irrelevant. Experience had taught her Lycans were not to be trusted. She would lived through almost the exact same scenario with Tomas, except she did not think Dante's prime interest was betting her. It was time to turn the tables on him. Perhaps she should act as if she were falling for him. It would provide a means to get closer to him, to discover why he was interested in her. And it would not be a hardship. The man was good-looking enough that she felt the stirrings of attraction. Too bad he was a filthy dog. She would made that mistake once in her life. She was not about to do it again. Her step quickened as she thought about Lycans. Sven had often chided her on her prejudice, but he would not been able to sway her, nor had anyone else. They were pack animals. They took care of their own, turning their backs on others at the drop of a hat if it suited their purpose. Tina had tried to argue otherwise as well, pointing out that Stone had gone back to save her when everyone else had given her up as dead. Gwyn had countered that she would threaten to curse him for eternity, but the foolish girl had not believed her, insisting it was true love. Life had taught her better, though. Love did nothing but break your heart and make you grow old. Gwyneth O'Donohue had no use for the emotion. She would done well all these years without it, and would continue to do so for quite some time. She arrived back at the club close to opening time. Matt greeted her at the door. It was a good thing he had a key, or everyone would have been standing outside waiting for her. Instead, the staff was busy preparing for the night under his watchful eye. "You are late, Gwyn." His gentle chide was accompanied with a smile. "Sorry. I'll zip upstairs, change and be back in a few minutes." "No hurry. We can run the place without you." "Trying to get rid of me?" "No. Merely pointing out that if you ever need a break, we could manage. There is more to life than work, you know." He folded his arms and leaned back against the wall. "You are right." She winked at him. "There is sex with a hunky werebear." He grinned. "Now how am I supposed to concentrate on my job when you make comments like that? I am sure you will survive." She trailed one finger down his cheek. "I'll meet you upstairs once the club closes." He pulled her close for a quick kiss before giving her a gentle push toward the stairs. As she crossed the club and climbed the stairs, she could feel Matt watching her. Oddly enough, the idea of his eyes tracing over her did not provide the usual thrill. Of course, she was in a hurry. Now was not the opportune moment to let her libido get the better of her. There would be time enough for that once the club closed. Her lips curved. Matt was a find. Not only was he good at his job, but he had a mind for business as well as being an excellent lover. And he understood the limits she would put on their relationship. As friends, they occasionally did things together, movies, a dinner out, but he never demanded more. The arrangement suited her perfectly. Later that night, Gwyneth rose from bed. Matt was snoring softly, one arm over his head, the covers bunched around his waist. She watched the rise and fall of his chest, each breath highlighting his excellent musculature. His hair was tousled, faint scratches showed on his skin from their recent activity. The sex had been good, yet she was restless, the satisfied lethargy that always wooed her to sleep annoyingly beyond her reach. A snack, perhaps? She padded to the kitchen, the ancient floorboards creaking softly as she moved through the apartment. Staring into the fridge, she saw nothing appetizing, nor did the cupboards reveal anything better. Sherman blinked at her sleepily as she circled the living room, before resuming his nap. "Fine companion you are," she groused at the feline. Sherman did not respond, and she sighed. When all else failed, a drink was usually a good cure in her experience. Leaving her apartment, she made her way downstairs to the club, pausing in the dark, cavernous space for a moment. She could get a drink from the bar, but the club had a sad, lonely air in the wee hours of the morning, and that was not the vibe she was looking for right then. Instead, she continued on heading down the cement steps that led to the cellar. Under her bare feet, the floor was cold and unyielding. Just like herself, she mused as she completed the security code sequence that kept the door sealed shut. A soft click let her know the lock had opened, and she pushed the heavy, wooden panel aside, stepping into the room where she kept her private stock. There was nothing outwardly special about the room. Racks lined 3 of the walls, while the 4th contained the door she had passed through, and a sideboard with various glasses at the ready. A simple wooden table and 2 matching chairs were located in the middle of the space under the bare bulb that hung from the ceiling. No cushions or other concessions to comfort were in sight. Functional with no fuss, just the way she liked it. Now what drink to choose to help her pass the night? Her hand hovered over the array of bottles and then settled on a cognac. It reminded her of Dante, and she snorted. Thinking of him would not help her sleep. She poured herself a measure, sat down and propped her feet on the rough wooden table. With a skill gained from years of experience, she swirled the rich amber liquid in the glass. It shimmered in the dim light, gradually warming in her hand and releasing its heady scent. "Slaint." Her mocking toast to no one echoed off the walls as she raised the glass to her lips, slowly sipping the potent beverage. It slid down her throat and warmed her gut, but did little to chase away the chill of the room. She tucked her robe more tightly around her legs, then rubbed her hands up and down her arms. Her fingers paused over her tattoo. It had been acquired a decade ago, ages after Sven had died. Given the fact that his remains would have been nothing but a skeleton by that time, it had seemed appropriate to get a skull to remember him by. A skull with red roses to commemorate his love. A love she would never been able to return. "I am sorry, Sven. I did warn you. Perhaps I should have tried harder." Eyes half closed, she conjured a mental image of the man. It had been long ago, yet she could still picture his flaxen hair and twinkling blue eyes. Yes, he would loved her, declaring the emotion each night as they would spoon in bed. He had not complained or pressed her to return his feelings. He would said he was content, and being selfish, she would believed him. It was only years later that she would come to wonder. "Did I hurt you, Sven? When I slept in your arms at night, did you pray it awake and declare my love?" He would known she couldn't. The blood moon spell had ensured that, but had he hoped for some miracle? Dreamed of her eyes gazing into his, filled with the tender emotion. On impulse, she stood and went to the sideboard, pulling open a drawer and withdrawing a thick book. She pressed her hand to the top, feeling the etching in the leather, sensing the presence of those who had used the book over the ages, before opening the cover and slowly turning the pages. It did not take long to find the page she wanted. She would studied it often enough over the years, tracing her finger over the text. By the light of the blood moon, the heart dies. Without love, time slows. The curse alone shall survive. Woe to those that remain alive. The spell was only half there, of course. The page had torn in half, ripped from her hand by the wind. At the time, she felt she would known the words by heart, but years had since passed, and the missing passages were now vague whispers in her mind, no matter how long and hard she searched her memory. Was there a way to break the spell, or would she die if she ever tried to love again? She would never know the answer. Grimoires were sacred to each family. She closed the ancient tome and tucked it back in the drawer before returning to her drink. It did not matter that the rest of the spell was lost. The capacity to love was not needed in her life. Sven was long dead, and he would have frowned at her maudlin train of thought. You did enjoy a good time, Sven. She patted the tattoo on her arm and took another sip before resuming her study of how the light played off the liquid in the glass she cradled. Drinking alone again. She turned towards the voice in the doorway, a smile on her face. There was only one person who had the gall to enter the club after hours and then intrude on her solitude. An elderly man with snowy white hair and faded blue eyes. Hello, Cyrus. It's been a while. Indeed it has. Since the winter solstice, I believe. He entered the room and gave her shoulders a gentle squeeze. You are in town early for the council meeting. She used her foot to nudge out the chair on the other side of the table, a silent invitation to her visitor. He took the seat opposite her. Yes, I flew in early to partake in the socials Camille always has planned before the meeting. I do enjoy catching up on all the news. She took a sip of her drink and made a non-committal sound. Idle gatherings were not to her taste. While I am glad to see you, you really should knock rather than letting yourself in. But you might not have heard me, and I did not want to wait outside. There is a chill in the air, and this gown I am wearing seems to have a draft. So you used a lock charm on my door. Most would consider that to be very bad manners. But we're old friends, and that supersedes tedious bits of etiquette, do not you think? He gave her a wink. She decided to let his breaking in pass. He really was incorrigible. Instead, she switched the conversation to his garb, a long, flowing white robe. Is there a reason you are dressed like a ghost, or are you having an identity crisis? I was at the costume ball and did not bother changing. He gave a sheepish grin. You mean you like to make a theatrical entrance, and you know it, you old goat. She smiled despite her scolding words. It really was hard to be angry with Cyrus, who was a grandfatherly figure with a childlike delight in playing magical tricks. It was hard to believe he was an honored member of the Universal Coven as well as something of a philanthropist. He used to moonlight as a magician, performing charity shows in poorer areas of the world. Now he confined his efforts to North America, bemoaning the fact that age was clipping his wings. Guilty as charged. He pressed a hand to his chest and ducked his head. And now that I have confessed, may I partake of a drink? Help yourself. You know my private stock is always available to friends. He stood to get a glass, poured himself a finger of cognac, and then sat down again. We have not spoken in a while. How are you, my dear? Fine. And Sven. He nodded towards her arm where her tattoo was. As fine as a dead man can be. Excellent. Cyrus, is there a purpose to this conversation? He ignored her question. You appeared melancholy when I entered. Introspective. Melancholy implies sadness. And the great Gwyneth would never stoop to such an emotion. He raised his glass to the light and then took a tentative sniff of its contents. Mock all you want. You know it's true. He said nothing, merely studying her over the rim of his glass. She sighed. I am feeling restless. Matt is upstairs sleeping, but I needed something. She shrugged. So you turned to drink rather than waking him up to talk. Talking to Matt might give him ideas. Ideas that were more involved than we are. Right now he knows the limits. I do not want to muddy the waters. She nodded towards the bottle on the table. Cognac has no misconceptions about its purpose in my life. I understand. But you did not come to talk about my solitary drinking, did you, Cyrus? She set down her glass and leaned forward, hands folded on the table. As delightful as the topic is, no. He hitched his chair closer and spoke in a low tone. Camille was wondering why you were not at her party. Why are you whispering? She cannot hear you. With Camille, you never know. She rolled her eyes. I'll take my chances. Now, what is this about the party? You did not return your invitation. She was not happy. I am a working woman. She knows that. I have to be at the club. Cyrus shook his head. She said you were not at the full moon celebration she convened either. I celebrated by myself. A solitary bathing in the moon's rays is much more energizing than a gossip-ridden gathering. She made no mention of the strange vision she would had that night, of a mysterious man appearing out of the mist, his eyes filled with longing. Unlike most visions, it had not made her ill, had in fact left her aching with need. Definitely not the kind of information she wanted to share with Cyrus. Your absence was mentioned several times. She jerked her attention back to her conversation with Cyrus. Just because Camille's the head of the Universal Coven does not mean I have to bow to her every wish. She is easier to deal with if you stay on her good side. True. Gwyn knew Cyrus was right. Camille was demanding and self-centered, quick to take offense and slow to forgive. She was also ancient and powerful enough that most tiptoed around her. More than once, the two of them had had a war of words over some policy. But you are not going out of your way to keep her happy. In a word, no. Cyrus cocked his head. I am not sure if you're brave or foolish. Neither am I, but I tired of her petty ways years ago. Will you try to take over the coven? She laughed at the absurdity of his statement. I have no desire for power. You are considered in line for the position. But you are ahead of me, I am sure. If Camille steps down or needs to be removed, I'll leave it up to you. Not me. I am an old man. Plus, I enjoy amusing myself with my magic shows. I do not have time for political dealings with the likes of the Fey Queen or the bureaucracy of Lycan Lycans. She curled her lip at the very thought. Still bitter, I see. Gwyn gave him a pointed stare. You really need to get over it. So a Lycan broke your heart. It was ages ago. And if it had not happened, you would not have enacted the life over love spell. You would be long dead and forgot. He actually did you a favor. There was some truth to Cyrus' words, but was life extended a fair trade for love? She would always thought so, still did most days. He pressed his point. The spell you cast was a blessing. Only a few are fortunate enough to live for centuries. To see the world evolve, to experience the wonders of each age, and enjoy every advance in technology. Who knows how much more there is to come? And we'll be there for all of it. Most of it. You know that a blood spell does not allow us to live for eternity. It merely slows down time, thereby extending our lives. A significant extension. And for those of you lucky enough to enact the spell when you were young, your life expectancy is unfathomable. He sighed and shook his head in obvious mocking. If only I'd been wiser when I was younger. Poor Cyrus. He sniffed. I detect a distinct lack of sincerity in your words. Perceptive of you. She tipped her glass at him. They drank silently for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. For her part, Gwyn considered the wisdom of Cyrus' words. Yes, she would live longer than most who had used the blood spell, but she would also watched all her family and friends grow old and die. How many people had she lost to sickness and old age? How often had she been forced to move and start over again to avoid detection by normal humans? She would never married, never had children. If she had not chosen the path she did, would she have recovered from Thomas' betrayal and eventually wed another? Experienced the kind of love that inspired poets and playwrights. With a start, she realized she was staring morosely into the bottom of her empty glass. Late-night musings were a waste of time. She could not change the past. Setting her glass down, she nudged Cyrus, who had fallen into a doze. Time to leave, Cyrus. What? He blinked sleepily. I was just resting my eyes. And snoring. She took his glass and placed it on a tray to take up to the kitchen for washing. I do not snore. I have stayed awake many nights listening to myself. She laughed at his joke, and he reached out to pat her hand. Take care, Gwyneth. I will, Cyrus. And take heed of my warning about Camille. He rose to his feet. She was quite offended by your absence. She will get over it. Perhaps. But I'd watch my back if I were you. There is something about her of late. He shook his head. I could be wrong, but I sense an instability in her. She can grumble all she wants. I have done nothing wrong. He nodded. I know. But can you convince Camille of that? Chapter 9, have you made it inside yet? No. Dante placed the phone on speaker so he could finish dressing. I am meeting the witch today. Meeting? What have you been doing with your time up to now? Laying the groundwork, Higgins. That is how I operate. Groundwork. We need results. Apply some pressure. I am dealing with a powerful witch, not the Fae or another Lycan. I cannot go in and strong-arm her into revealing what we want to know. Cannot or will not. I think you are stalling. Maybe you were not the right man for the job after all. He paused in his search for a suitable shirt, the other man's accusations touching a nerve. Higgins might think needling would get the job done, but it was about to backfire. His voice grew cold. If you do not like the pace I am working at, then you are free to send someone else in. The suggestion was met with silence, as he knew it would be. No Lycan in their right mind would go up against the Universal Coven. It was a suicide mission, and he was considered disposable. Lycan Link used him for his skills, but in the end, no one would mourn if he did not make it out. Higgins cleared his throat and continued the conversation. We want this resolved quickly. And I said I'd call you when I learned something. People are dying, Dante. Do not forget that. We need to wrap this up before it makes headlines. The publicity would be very damaging. You do not need to remind me. He ended the call abruptly, his hands clenching into fists. People were dying. Those were the only words that had mattered in the entire conversation. That fact was carved into his heart, and he would never be able to forget. At first it had seemed random, a Lycan disappearing here and there. A few Fae. Tragic yet not unheard of in some areas of the world. Civil war, drug cartels, tourists failing to heed the warnings not to leave resort areas or wandering away from their group during guided tour of remote areas. There were any number of reasons a person might go missing. Sometimes the body was never found. At other times, it was discovered horribly mutilated. The police blamed wild animals or gang activity, while locals murmured of dark magic or mythical creatures of the night wreaking revenge. Yes, people died, and most occurrences never even made the newswires. As a youth, he had not paid much attention to the occasional news article, had certainly never given a second thought to safety when he would decided to spend a mid-term break south of the border. A cocky academy undergrad in his late teens, he would started an affair with a local Lycan. The holiday fling had turned into something more, and when he would left, he would promise to return and bring her home regardless of the fact her pack did not approve of him. But 1 month had turned into 2, and then 3. When are you returning, Dante? Her soft tones had whispered down the phone line, alluringly exotic, sweet, and warm. He lived for her calls. They were not supposed to contact each other, but she called him on the sly whenever she could. Soon. I promise. I'll just finish the term at the academy. Oh. Her disappointment had been evident. Once I have written my exams, I'll fly down. He would close his eyes, imagining her beautiful eyes, her luscious body. His own had hardened at the mental image, and he deepened his voice. I cannot wait to see you again. I will not let you out of my bed for a whole week. I have something important to tell you. Her voice had sounded odd, and a hint of anxiety had stirred within him. What? I have to tell you in person. Are you sure? I can be a good listener, as well as a fantastic lover. She would manage to laugh, but he would known his humor had not been enough to really lift her mood. He tried again. I could sneak out for the weekend. Get a red-eye flight now. She would sighed. I am being foolish. Finish your education. If I do well, it will help me get a decent job so I can support a mate. A mate? You mean? Of course. You did not think, I was not sure. I mean, I hoped, but I love you, Carlotta. I want to take care of you. Give you everything you deserve. Oh, Dante. She would begun to cry, and he would spend some time soothing her, whispering promises of what their future would be like. He would fully intended to go to her as soon as possible, but when summer classes offered a course he needed, she would told him to stay at school. He never should have listened to her, just a few more weeks. That was how he would ended their final conversation. Fuck. If he would been there sooner, she might still be alive. But when he would eventually gone back for her, the pack had disappeared. He would searched for days, following leads, sifting through local rumors. Finally, he would found them, but he had not managed to save her. I am sorry, Carlotta. He spoke the words in the empty room, the memory still able to cause an ache in his heart. At the time, he would been too young, too inexperienced to realize what he would stumbled upon. He would save the child she would born, but his efforts at being a hero and saving the others had been abysmal. And afterwards, his attempts to investigate, to learn the truth, had been equally pathetic, muddying the evidence and stirring the ire and suspicions of the local residents. He would learned enough, though, to set himself on a path of sorts. Since then, he would spent years honing his skills, following leads, becoming part of the seamiest groups in order to learn their secrets in case they could lead him to Carlotta's killer. Not every path he would followed had been useful. The purists, the anti-fae, human traffickers, all evil in their own right but ultimately not responsible for Carlotta's death. Eventually, mounting evidence had coalesced into a pattern, though. A pattern that pointed to the Universal Coven, the governing body of all witches. He had not let Higgins know, he already had a keen interest in the proposed assignment. The fact that his own personal vendetta coincided with Lycan Link's wishes was a bonus. The money and information they would given him were simply making the path he would planned easier. Gwyneth O'Donohue was going to be his key to the coven. He had no idea if she was implicated or merely a pawn. In the end, it did not matter. She was the vehicle that would allow him to avenge Carlotta's death and potentially save hundreds of others from the same fate. If the malefic witch ever succeeded in gaining immortality, no one would be safe. A glance at his watch told him he had to leave soon if he was to get to Club Mystique by 2 o'clock. Her invitation had been a pleasant surprise. He would thought it would take several more encounters to win her confidence. It could be a trap, his wolf reminded him. Yes, it could. He acknowledged. It had crossed his mind that she might be playing him. There is little we can do to defend ourselves against a powerful witch. The animal twitched its ears, not pleased with the situation. Speed and strength were useless in the face of magical spells. Then we'll use our wits, like we have always done. He pocketed his wallet and took one last glance in the mirror. With any luck, he looked sufficiently charming to get past Gwyneth's guard. A knock on the door signaled that Dante had arrived. Gwyneth stood behind the bar, arms folded. She made no move to answer his summons, instead merely arching her brow. An invisible stream of magical power caused the door to swing open with a flash of light. It was an ostentatious display, its purpose to remind Dante of what she was. Thus far, she had been polite, her professional face firmly in place. Now, however, it was time for the Lycan to be put in his place. She watched as he stepped into the room. He looked at the door and then swept his gaze over the room, settling on her. An invisible doorman. How quaint. She did not reply, merely fixing him with a hard stare. I sense you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Tucking his hands in his pockets, he strolled across the room. You have balls, I'll give you that. He laughed. Yes, my balls, as you so delicately call them, are in the correct position. What do you want, Dante? Cognac. That was why you invited me, I believe. She placed her hands flat on the bar and leaned forward. I am tired of the lies. You have purposely made contact with me. There is no legitimate reason for a Lycan to do that. He walked to where she stood, the width of the bar separating them, and casually leaned against it. No reason. You are an intriguing woman, Ms. O'Donohue. Could not I simply be interested in you? Try again. You are a hard case, Gwyneth. Damned right. He shook his head. Unfortunately, I cannot really say what my purpose is. Bull. Do you work for Lycan Link? He shrugged. I'll take that as a yes. Not an enforcer, though. Never. Nor a disaster control agent. He laughed. I think many would say, I am more likely to be the because of one being called a tracker. You are hiding a rogue Lycan. She tightened her lips. You like to turn everything into a game, do not you? Life's too short to be serious all the time. His tone was light, but there was something about his eyes that caught her attention. A certain watchfulness, as if he were studying her reaction to his words. What had he said? Life's too short. It was a throwaway cliché, but she sensed some double meaning. When she was not matching wits with him, she would have to consider the statement further. I could force you to tell me, cast a truth-telling spell on you. And I could lodge a complaint with Lycan Link, who would then contact the Magissa of the Universal Coven. I believe her name is Camille. When she would have replied, he held up his hand. And before you threaten to do me bodily harm, I'll tell you that someone does know I am here and is expecting me to report back to them tonight. You came here expecting trouble. I always expect trouble. It's how I have managed to stay alive this long. Given how annoying you are, I'd say that is wise of you. A compliment? Hardly. He made a face. I sense I'll not be getting that taste of cognac. Not until I know what you are up to. I am a simple man, trying to make my way in the world. I do odd jobs here and there. Odd jobs? She gave him a considering look. Not legal ones, though. Why do you say that? There is an aura about you. It's dark. You can read auras. Among other things. A smile slowly appeared, and he reached out to twirl a lock of her hair. You would seem to be a multi-talented woman. I find that intriguing. A shiver of awareness swept over her, and she pulled away from his touch. She would have planned on letting him think she was falling for him, that he was slowly winning her over, but she had not counted on having an actual reaction to him. Blast him, he was too good-looking. Leanly muscled, knowing eyes, a devilish smile. This might be more difficult than she would thought it would be. Surprisingly, she had to keep reminding herself he was a lying Lycan. I have looked into your background. He continued. It's squeaky clean and obviously fake. You investigated me. So you are dropping the businessman on vacation scam. You have obviously seen through me. He ran a finger slowly over her forearm, where it rested on the bar. Your skin is amazing. Like rich cream. She swallowed hard, trying to ignore the sizzle that swept up her arm and left her heart pounding. Why do you think my background is too clean? There is a fire in you, Gwyneth. He looked up directly into her eyes. A passion. You keep it under control now, but I am sure that was not always the case. His hand slowly moved to her upper arm, the tips of his fingers brushing her skin. His touch, the sound of his voice, the heat in his gaze. She was falling under his spell. His thumb was rhythmically stroking her shoulder. There have to be a few skeletons in your closet. The stroking of his thumb ceased, and he gave her arm a gentle squeeze before pulling away. The tattoo on your arm. That is a sure sign of a rebel. His words penetrated the haze of desire she would fallen under, and she straightened her spine, having unknowingly been leaning closer to him. My past might not be pristine, but I am sure yours is not either. Guilty as charged. Of what? Theft. Extortion. Blackmail. Among other things. That is all you have to say. Oh. Wait. It was always for a good because, right? She did not hide the sneer in her voice. The chink he would made in her armor angered her. I think so. To save your own skin is likely closer to the truth. Saving myself sometimes meant I continued on to fight the good fight. And this fight of yours is. She paused, waiting for him to finish the sentence. Not open for discussion. But you would do anything for it. Probably. Anything. What about screwing? She narrowed her eyes. He seemed attracted to her, but was it a part of the game he was playing? If it's part of a job. A job? What are you? She looked him up and down. A geriatric gigolo. He scowled. I am no more geriatric than you are. Her gaze flicked to the hint of silver at his temple, and she gave a nasty smile. As for being a gigolo, the answer is also no. So what are you? A man of mystery. That is a load of codswallop. She folded her arms. Codswallop? It means nonsense, and stop trying to change the topic. You know what I do. I own the club. Now spill it. He hesitated before answering. Information management and retrieval. Why do I suspect that has nothing to do with fixing a computer? Because you are clever. He gave her a fake smile. Though I can take a hard drive apart and reassemble it in my sleep. So where does the screwing fit in? And do not say putting the cover back on the bloody machine. You are assuming screwing means sex. Does not it? Not always. But sometimes. Sometimes. And what about me? Are you planning to screw me? For information. He cocked his head. Do you know something that is of importance? I own a club. I can tell you how to order cases of liquor and schedule the wait staff. Definitely information I can use. The corner of his mouth turned up. His tone had turned to jesting, but an uncomfortable feeling began to crawl up her spine. She kept her face from showing her unease while discreetly gesturing behind the cover of the bar. A small spell caused the phone to ring. Excuse me. She stood and pulled her cell phone from her back pocket. He glanced at his watch. I need to be on my way. I'll talk to you later about the drink of cognac you promised me. Later. She lifted the phone to her ear while watching him exit the club. His footsteps echoed through the empty space, followed by the swoosh of the door shutting behind him. Pressing a button on the phone, she ended the fake call but kept the device in her hand. Could Dante be trusted? On some level, he was telling the truth but not the whole truth. He admitted he messed with people to gain information. He basically told her not to trust him. Yet at the same time, he was giving all the indications of being attracted to her. The man was a mind fuck, and she did not like it. Not one bit. Especially since she was finding herself increasingly drawn to him. Damned dog. Scowling, she scrolled through the contacts on her phone until she came to Sam Harper, the alpha of the local pack. Asking the alpha for help was not a step she took lightly, even if the woman did have a trace of witch in her blood. However, if she wanted information on Dante, the local pack was the logical place to start. Protocol dictated that Dante should have checked in with the pack when he entered the territory. And if he had not, then his butt would be in a sling. The idea put a smile on her face as she listened to the ringing of the phone. Seeing Dante chewed out by the little powerhouse of an alpha would be delightful to watch. Chapter 10, Sam Harper set down her phone and tapped her pen thoughtfully on her desk. What is up, sugar? Damien entered the pack office and stopped behind her chair, bending to kiss the nape of her neck. She squirmed under the ticklish gesture. Gwyneth called me. He continued to nuzzle her neck. Something about Tina. No. She tilted her head to give him better access. Well, if it is not an emergency, I came home with a definite need for my mate. His arms snaked around her to caress the slight swell of her belly. They would been in bed when he would first learned she was pregnant, and he had not reacted well. Fear and memories of the baby he would lost had torn him up inside. Everything will be fine, Damien. You cannot know that. He would stared at the ceiling, his hand tightly clenching hers. Bate was murdered, and the baby. His voice had thickened. I never even knew if it was a girl or boy. She would raise herself up on her elbow so she could see his face better. This time will be different. There are no purists chasing us. We're simply a normal, obscure Lycan pack. I do not know if I can stand to take the chance. He would turn his head, his gaze locking with hers. The pain and fear she would seen there had stabbed at her own heart. Damien, it hurt so much to lose them, Sam. His voice cracked. I know. She would stroke his dark hair from his forehead. There would been a time when she would been jealous of the love he would had for the mate he would lost. His grief had consumed him for years, taking him down a dark path, leaving him raw and afraid to love again. But it had also helped form him into the man she loved. They would worked through his issues and hers. This was just a new blip that they would overcome together. Damien, you will not lose us. I promise. Leaning down, she would kiss him tenderly. The doctor said the baby is fine. I am strong and healthy. She would flex her arm, showing off her muscles, and the hint of a smile had shown on his lips. Tracing his features with her fingertip, she would continued. I want to have your pup growing inside me. I want to see our children filling this house. I want us to teach them the ways of our people, to watch them grow to be alphas or enforcers or whatever they choose. I never had a father. He would swallowed hard and looked away. I have always wondered, laying back down, she would pull him close. You will be a great father. Too protective of your daughters, of course. He would give in a short huff of laughter and kissed her tenderly. You will make sure they will be tough enough to beat up any male that comes sniffing around. Damned right. He would since come to terms with her pregnancy, seeming to find it an aphrodisiac, a fact she was not complaining about. She sighed, knowing she was about to ruin the mood. Gwyn's call was about a Lycan. Tell her to call in a DC. He sucked on her earlobe, his hands now sliding up to cup her breasts. There was not an incident. She gasped, arching her back. He knew exactly how to touch her to gain her response. Good. It's Dante. He's in town. Damien's movement stopped, then he slowly withdrew his hands and straightened. Damn. She would known that would happen. Too bad her duty, as Alpha had to supersede her libido. She turned her chair around, though she could see his face. His jaw was clenched. What is that bastard doing in town? Bugging Gwyneth, it would seem. He did not register with us, did he? Damien leaned over her to access the computer files. No, he did not register. She stilled his hand on the computer's mouse. I would have told you if he had. And before you ask, I did not send a Lycan when I was on patrols. No one in the pack has reported anything. He's using a scent mask, of course. Damien turned from the computer and began to prowl the room. That slimeball cannot be trusted. He's a filthy liar that would stab you in the back the minute you let your guard down. I know. I have seen him steal from the dead. Yep. Beat up old men. Blackmail. Sam got to her feet and took hold of Damien's arm when he walked past her. Stop pacing. You are wearing a path in the carpet. She tried to lighten the mood with some teasing. You know we do not have enough money in the renovation fund to replace it. Sorry. He scrubbed his face with his hands. You know how I feel about him. He's a piece of shit. And a scum-sucking dickhead. Yeah, you have told me. He gave a short laugh. Guess I have mentioned him more than once. You would guess right. So what do we do? Now that you are done venting. She sat on the edge of the desk, one booted foot swinging idly. Gwyneth was looking for information on him. Did she say why? What he's been up to? No. She was being her usual closed-mouth bitchwitch. I have some contacts from back in the day. I can know. She shook her head. You have made a break from them. I do not want you getting involved again. Your name was cleared, but if you are seen with the wrong crowd, Lycan Link might start questioning your actions. I am not getting involved. Just calling in some old favors. Damien. There was a hint of a growl in her voice. Rather than growling back, he chuckled. I love it when you go all alpha on me. She hit him lightly and he caught her hand, pressing a kiss to it. What do you suggest we do? You contact Reno and see what you can learn through legitimate channels. In the meantime, I'll send the pack out looking for Dante. Oh crap. If he's using a scent mask, that will not work. She scowled. Maybe we can find a picture online. He's a master of disguise. A picture will not be much help. Well, I'll post someone outside Gwyneth's anyway. They might notice a new face hanging around. But do not make contact. Not until we know what he's up to. With any luck, we can catch him red-handed and throw his sorry ass in detention. Sounds like a plan. She rose to her feet and gave Damien what was supposed to be a quick kiss. As usual, it turned into more, and when they finally parted, she could tell her cheeks were flushed. If anyone in the pack dared make mention of it, though, she would put them in their place. Damien watched his mate leave the room. She was a mite of a thing, but could match any Lycan who dared take her on. He was damned lucky to have her. There would been a time he would never thought he would find love again. She would kicked him in the ass when he would needed it. Come to think of it, she still was not afraid to give him a piece of her mind. The phone rang, and he answered it absent-mindedly, thinking about their parting kiss. He would planned on a bout of afternoon sex. Of course, Dante had to mess it up. Masterson here. Hey kid, how are you doing? The sound of Reno's voice made him grin. Not bad, old man. I am not old. That is what you keep telling me, but the evidence proves otherwise. I can hear your joints creaking all the way over here. That is the chair I am sitting in, and you damned well know it. It always creaks when I lean back in it. That is your story. Damien laughed. It was good to joke with his old friend again. There would been a time when their friendship had seemed irreparably damaged. It had not been Reno's fault, it had been his. After his first mate, Bate, had been killed, he would gone completely rogue, getting mixed up in all kinds of shit, associating with the likes of Dante. Damned asshole, even when they would been working on the same job, he would hated the man. Keep it up, kid, and I'll have to fly down there, and remind you which of us is the senior member of the team. Senior being the operative term. Damien could not resist a final dig. Hey, you know I was going to call you. What about? Dante. There was a pause. Any particular reason? Gwyneth O'Donohue. Do you remember her? She is the owner of Club Mystique. Damien eased down on the edge of the desk. The witch who hates Lycans, right? That is her. She called Sam today asking about Dante. Apparently, he's been hanging around. Sam and I were wondering if you could do some snooping, see if there are any new rumors about him. Interesting. He sat up straighter. You know something. It was a statement, not a question. He and Reno had been one of the best teams Lycan Link had ever produced. At times, the connection they would had clicked again. Yeah. I know something, but not everything. Explain. I have been assigned to babysit Dante. Check on where he is. Make sure he's keeping his nose clean. You knew he was in Chicago. Damien got to his feet. Yeah. The captain told me. Said to keep an eye on him. I was calling to see if he would checked in with you or not. He has not. Based on what he said, I figured as much. You were talking to Dante. He frowned. Yep. But you have no idea why he's here, or why he's hanging around Gwyneth. No. But if he's there, something big is going on. I wonder who the bugger is working for now. Reno was silent and Damien began pacing, his senses on high alert. His old partner had information that was either bad, classified, or both. What do you know? I think he's working for Lycan Link again. Again. Damien stopped in his tracks. In the past, he's been hired to work undercover. Black Ops. Double agent. Fuck, maybe even triple agent. That last one would not surprise me. The man is more twisted than a pit full of snakes. Yeah. I cannot figure him out. Remember the mess Stone and Tina ended up in last year? Dante managed to infiltrate the organ harvesting cartel, feeding information to the authorities and eventually helping to bring down the whole gang. What? You have got to be kidding. That was my reaction when I was told to vouch for him if he ever called. Vouch for him. Damien could hear the disgust in Reno's voice. Yeah, I damn near gagged doing it. There had to be something in it for him. Damien sat down in the desk chair and began to idly write Dante's name on a scrap of paper with a series of question marks after it. Lycan Link probably paid him well. Dante would sell his soul for money. That seems to be the general impression. And what makes you think he's working for Lycan Link now? He scratched out Dante's name. Fucking bastard. Something he said about Lycan Link keeping its hands officially clean. Some kind of black op then. Someone or something associated with Gwyneth, but what? That is what I was hoping you could answer. There is nothing big going on in the Chicago area. Not that Sam or I have caught wind of. Given that he's hanging around Gwyneth, it must involve witches. Have you asked Captain Fielding? He usually knows what is going on. He's pretty tight-lipped about Dante. Last time he told me to do my job and not ask questions. Damien chuckled. I bet that went over well. I was on another case at the time, so I let it slide. And this time, I am doing some digging. You are one of my first stops. I was on a few missions with Dante when we both worked for Deirdre. He never spoke of family or friends. Never shared his past. If he talked to you, you knew he was trying to pump you for information. A regular man of mystery then. His past does not matter though. It's what he's up to now that is important. Since it involves witches, could Brandy help? Did not you say she has been helping with liaison work, trying to set up a sort of United Nations for the others? That is exactly what I was thinking. She has made a few contacts. Might as well put them to use. Speaking of putting things to use, you need something. Damien rubbed the back of his neck, feeling inexplicably awkward asking a favor that would be so personal. I was wondering if you could access Lycan Link's lineage database and see if you can find anything out about my background. You mean who your parents were? Yeah. I am having my own kid, and it would be nice to be able to tell him or her something about myself. Have you looked before? Nah. It never seemed important. I figured if my parents dumped me, then I did not need them. Now I am curious. Makes sense. There is not much to go on. My birth date was a guess. I can check the records for all males born within 3 months of either side of your supposed birthday. Even the old ledgers are being transferred to digital. I think I was born south of the border. I have that recurring dream of being carried through a jungle before I was left at the orphanage. He frowned at the memory. Right. I remember you mentioning that. Sorry. I know it's not much. Not a lot of Lycan packs in that area. I'll use it to help narrow the search. Thanks. There is no rush on this. As long as it's before you officially become a daddy, right? Yeah. Damien felt a grin appearing on his face. Before I am a dad. Reno stared thoughtfully at the folder in front of him. Damien had not been able to add anything to what he already knew about Dante. His initial search had revealed basic information from Lycan Link's database. It was nothing spectacular, but at least it was a start. Now it was time to see if he could wheedle anything out of Captain Fielding. He picked up the file and made his way down the hall, nodding at those he passed. Lycan Link headquarters was much like any large corporation. Beige walls, fluorescent lighting. Cubicles, computers, and printers. Boringly normal, unless you realized all the employees were shifters. After a perfunctory knock on the open door, he entered Fielding's office. The room had not changed much over the years, nor had the man sitting across the desk. Stern-faced, grizzled hair, tough as the proverbial nail. The man had more integrity than almost anyone Reno had met. He was also unfailingly loyal to Lycan Link and knew every rule and regulation that had ever been writ. I'd say come in, but you are already here. Fielding leaned back in his chair, a dour expression on his face. Just thought I'd save you the effort. Reno took a seat and plopped the file folder on the desk. That is what I have dug up on Dante so far. The captain made no effort to pick it up, so Reno began to relate the contents. Dante went to the academy on a scholarship. He was younger than most, but his entrance scores were good. His mother died in childbirth. His father eventually drank himself to death. They would have been omegas of the pack, but Dante showed potential, so he was given a chance at the academy. He did well during his first year. His professors claimed he was highly intelligent, but quiet and a loner. A few expressed doubts. He was too young, and being the son of an Omega, they did not feel he could withstand the grueling pace. Omegas rarely have pups that rise in the pack ranks, but it is not unheard of. Reno nodded. True. Anyway, he proved the doubters wrong by acing his exams and ending up at top of his class. During his second year, things began to change. He seemed distracted. Rumors at the time said he would become involved with a girl while down south during the mid-year break. Whatever the case, he stuck it out for a third year and eventually graduated. Despite being offered a coveted internship in the intelligence division at Lycan Link, he left and struck out on his own. Anything else? After that, things become murky. Dante pretty much dropped out of sight, not returning to his home pack nor registering with another. When he resurfaced, it was in association with fringe groups, petty crimes. Over time, he's risen in the criminal ranks. He paused then, dropped the last bit of information. Rumors say he's worked for Lycan Link on more than one occasion beyond that instance last year. Black ops, double agent type stuff. Fielding's grunt was the only reaction the last statement got. Instead, he leaned forward, flipped open the file, scanned the contents, and then pushed it away. Congratulations, you pass Investigation 101. I am not here to play games, Captain. If I am going to babysit Dante, I need to know what he's working on. No, you do not. You keep tabs on him and report to me. No snooping. No interference. That is not how I operate. Too bad. I have my orders, and I am passing them on to you. Captain Reno, I am sorry. I was not told anything. And even if I was, it would be classified information. I am only a few years from my pension, and I am keeping my nose clean until then. Reno let out a low growl, and the captain replied in kind. My hands are tied, Smith. And keep your wolf in line, unless you want a referral to a Lycan Link counselor. Rogue rehab, perhaps. I am sure Rafe McRae could find an opening in his schedule. The captain picked up a pen and made a show of beginning to sign papers. Reno knew better than to push further. The captain did not make false threats, and he would be damned if he wanted to waste his time watching Rafe smirk at him for getting into trouble. Clamping his lips shut, he rose to his feet. As he reached for the door handle, Fielding cleared his throat. Without looking up from the forms he was supposedly signing, he spoke. The computer security system has not been tested recently. You might want to get Brad Owen to attempt hacking some of the classified files. See how far he can get before he trips an alarm. Reno frowned and then slowly grinned as understanding dawned. Of course, I'll get him started on that right away. And Reno. Yes. I'll want a report outlining the system's strengths and weaknesses on my desk when the test is finished. Cannot have people hacking the system for the fun of it. You will have it, sir. As Reno made his way to Brad's office, he chuckled to himself. Just when the captain seemed to have too much starch in his shorts, he showed he had not completely knuckled under. Chapter 11, Dante paced his room, wondering what his next move should be. Gwyneth was not an easy case. She had been suspicious of him from the very beginning, and now, just when he thought he might be winning her over, she would turn the tables on him. She would grilled him, and he would admitted some of what he was, but was it enough to keep her intrigued? Was a bit of honesty the path to gaining her trust? He would sense some reaction in her to his touch, could scent the beginnings of desire. Hell, he would sense the same thing in himself as well, and it was not a good thing. He had no idea if she could be trusted or not. A cool head was needed, not the overexcited one in his pants. Somehow, he had to get Gwyneth to lead him to the coven, whether willingly or because he would track her movements. According to the information Higgins had provided, the coven's quarterly meeting was fast approaching. All the members would be there, and it was one of those members who was responsible for the mounting number of deaths. Finding the coven had been his goal for the past few years. Witches were not open to divulging their inner workings. It was only because Lycan Link was trying to forge a unified league that the information had been shared, and he now knew where to begin looking. The coven was a group of 13 witches led by the Magissa, the most powerful and learned member. They met 4 times a year during equinoxes and solstices, the location changing each time. Once the meeting was over, the host city would continue to house the Magissa and her headquarters until the next quarterly meeting required everything to be relocated. It was fortuitous that Gwyneth had a seat on the council. She resided in an area he knew well, and club mystique gave him an easy way to meet her. Plus, there were rumors of her temper. It was a chink in her armor. A passionate person was more likely to make a mistake, to reveal something useful in the heat of the moment. The question is how to stir her passions enough that she drops her guard but does not hex us. We cannot afford to be saddled with another curse, can we? His wolf made a non-committal sound. Curses were too nebulous for it to waste its time on. If she turns us into a toad, then you will be worried. He teased the animal good-naturedly before continuing to consider his next step. Witches and their magic. It was damned complicated. There were types and levels of ability, categories of spells from the mundane to the dark. It was the latter he was interested in. At least one individual in the Universal Coven was using it and leaving a trail of dead bodies in their wake. After years of chasing leads, he was finally nearing the end of his quest. It had taken a toll on him. Perhaps not so much in his appearance. A few lines around his eyes were to be expected, but inside he shook his head. Who was he when he was not playing a role? Damned if he knew. Had he become the bastard he pretended to be? Could he ever live a normal life? What would it be like not to be surrounded by the scum of the earth? To not premeditate every relationship with the goal of using the person? To actually form friendships? If we live through this, what will we do with ourselves when it's all over, buddy? His wolf rubbed against him. We'll have each other. Right. He sat on the end of the bed, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. You and me against the world. Remember how we used to dream about the day we'd finally be free. No longer the omegas, but the alphas we knew we were. His wolf nodded. We were going to strike out on our own. The curse was not going to hold us back. A hint of a smile curled his lips. Before he died, I remember my father speaking of how our lineage had fallen from grace. As a pup, I used to daydream about restoring the family name. We'd planned on working for intelligence at Lycan, starting a family, finding a new pack, or making our own. He sighed. I thought we had it all within our grasp with Carlotta. The animal nodded. We should have left the academy sooner. I know. It was pride that kept me there. I wanted to show I could handle it despite what they said. Get the highest grades, fast track through the courses. The others mocked us. Said we did not belong. We proved them wrong. But at a cost, the wolf shook its head. Yeah. A wave of sadness washed over him as he remembered the girl he would once loved. The animal, always in tune with his mood, attempted to cheer him. Even if we'd been there, it might not have been enough. Black magic is beyond the experience of most. Maybe. But I have always felt I failed her. At least we saved the pup. He's done well. The curse has touched him, though. Will continue to plague his life, just as it has ours. We can warn him. It might be enough. Perhaps. Or maybe it will destroy him, as it has everyone else in the lineage. We have survived this long, the wolf pointed out. True. But we're luckier than most. Or more skilled. The beast raised its chin. We have worked hard, meeting each challenge, constantly improving. There is that. He chuckled softly at the pride in the animal's voice. He stood and wandered to the window, staring at the street below. The cars looked like toys, the people appearing as mere ants bustling about on the sidewalks. So busy with their lives, unaware of the danger swirling about them. He had been like them once. Thinking he controlled his life, planning his future, caught up in the mundane. That had ended with Carlotta's disappearance and subsequent murder. He constantly relived the days surrounding her death. The frantic search for her, the shock of learning he had become a father, the dark danger he would sensed swelling around him. He had done the best he could at the time, but looking back, his efforts had been pathetic. Not anymore, though. Now his name was spoken in hushed tones, the stories of his deeds having taken on a life of their own. The myth of Dante preceded him, fear and awe giving him access to people and places others could never even hope to see. Anything, that is, except the one thing he wanted most. Soon, though, soon he would find the malefic witch, and once he did, he would finally avenge Carlotta's death. Abandoning the view, he sat down and flicked on the TV to distract himself. The local news was on, and he watched with mild interest. A report on a new medical discovery, political posturing over raising taxes, a murder with possible cult connections. He frowned and grabbed the remote control to increase the volume, then leaned closer to the screen. A chill washed over him as he took in the details. Jessica Strant here, reporting for Live Action News. Today would appear to be a beautiful day for a stroll, but that was not the case for a man out walking his dog. The two strayed from their usual path and came upon the gruesome sight of a partially decomposed body. The man immediately called 911, and, as you can see behind me, a police unit was dispatched to the scene. The reporter glanced down at her notes before continuing. The coroner has confirmed that the body has likely been here for over a month. Over a month? Dante frowned. If it was 6 weeks, that probably put the death back to the night of a full moon. 2 weeks ago, the malefic witch had struck down south. Then the month previous here in Chicago, he clenched his jaw and fixed his focus on the news report again. I have spoken to some of those gathered, and one individual, who wishes to remain anonymous, said he overheard police speculating there were possible cult connections. Unconfirmed rumors state that the victim's heart has been removed. As well, there are signs of scorch marks in the shape of a circle around the corpse at some point. She paused, and the camera zoomed in to show the scorched ground, then flipped back to the reporter. He ignored the woman in the foreground and concentrated on what was going on behind her. Yellow tape cordoned off the area, and he could see the investigation team in the background wearing the typical disposable coveralls to avoid contaminating the scene. The victim, encased in a body bag, was already on a stretcher being wheeled towards a waiting van. His hand slowly clenched into a fist, cracking the case of the remote he held. He turned off the TV and grabbed his coat. He would check out the murder site. The scent of evil would be gone, but there might be something to be learned there. Maybe he would even make a stop by the morgue. It would not be the first time he would broken into one of those places. Great place to spend the evening. Yeah, right. I am displeased. The autocratic tones of Camille, Magissa of the Universal Coven, jolted Gwyn from her rest. She scowled and sat up, pushing her hair from her face. What the bloody hell are you doing here, Camille? More to the point, what are you doing here? The woman smirked and gestured with her hands to encompass the space around her. Gwyn looked around and began to curse. White walls and marble pillars, seats forming 2 semicircles, a raised dais holding a throne-like chair. The other witch had spirited her bed out of the apartment and plunked it down in the middle of the room that was being prepared for the Universal Coven's court. At least none of the other Coven members were present, though it would not have surprised her if they had been. Camille liked nothing better than putting on a display of her abilities, especially if it could make Gwyneth look bad. Knowing her temper was about to boil over, Gwyn channeled it into movement, swinging her legs out of bed and donning the dressing gown that was conveniently lying at the foot of the mattress. It would delight Camille no end to see her ranting, so Gwyn pasted a smile on her face instead of the scowl that wanted out. The other woman was lounging in the governing chair, wearing the ceremonial clothing she favored. A long gray silk gown with a jeweled empire waistband and flowing sleeves. Her makeup was flawless, her black and silver streaked hair styled into short spikes. Knowing she, herself, was not looking her best and the other woman was thoroughly enjoying it, Gwyn could not resist taking a verbal jab. You look divine as always, Camille. What is that new hairstyle called? Mad Hedgehog, perhaps. Camille's smirk fell from her face before she managed to school her features again. You are so droll, Gwyneth. Of course, that red hair of yours does lend itself to you playing the role of a clown. Resisting the urge to fingercomb her bedhead hair, Gwyn nodded graciously. Well, you set such a good example for the rest of us. All your silly tricks like transporting my bed here. But oh dear. She made a tutting sound. Did not you accidentally break the laws of conservation of magical energy we set last quarter? Was not there a clause about reckless or unnecessary conjuring? The grin slipped from Camille's face once again. You know that law applies to ordinary witches only. I am the Magissa and am allowed to summon anyone I want. Really? I do not recall reading that you were absolved from following the rules. Perhaps I'll suggest everyone on council revisit the issue so we can agree on the interpretation. Camille studied her, fingers tapping on the arm of the chair. Eventually, she stood and descended the steps from the dais. Enough with the pleasantries. I summoned you for a reason. You have ignored all my attempts to communicate with you. I have no time for parading around at your incessant parties. You would have time if you gave up your little project. Club Mystique is not a project. It's my job. As if you need a job. We both know you have invested wisely over the years. Why you cling to the facade of being an ordinary witch, I'll never understand. Not all of us enjoy grandstanding like you. Grandstanding. A certain image is required. I am the Magissa of all our people, after all. More like a puffed-up peacock, if you ask me. Gwyn folded her arms. Camille pursed her lips. For long minutes the two witches glared at each other, the chill of the marble room barely counteracting the heat of their combined tempers. Eventually, Camille tossed her head. Enough. We do not like each other. We never have, and we never will. Finally, something we agree on. She did not mention that they would once been friends. It was so long ago that she could hardly recall what they would ever had in common. If it was not necessary to speak to you, I'd have left you alone in that hovel you call home. But when you failed to attend the full moon gathering and then skipped my party, I had no other option than to arrange a private meeting. I cannot imagine what we need to discuss that could not have waited until the quarterly coven court is held. Cannot you? Camille paused a few feet from her. I want to know your intentions. Intentions for what? Towards the chair. Do you hope to take over the duties of the Magissa? Not likely. Why? Camille shrugged. I have held the chair for a long time. You woke me up because you are worried about your job. Gwyn did not even try to keep the incredulous tone out of her voice. Camille shrugged and then walked away, pausing near an abstract sculpture. This is a lovely piece, is not it? I am not in the mood for an art tour. Cut the crap and get to the point. Very well. She turned, lines of worry marring her brow. I have had visions. Visions? Gwyn thought back to her own a few days ago and immediately felt queasy. The very idea that she and Camille were sharing premonitions made her feel ill. Light and dark. Fire. I'll not bore you with the details. Camille shivered, rubbing her hands up and down her arms. Suffice to say, I fear, a change is coming to the Universal Coven. A clash of forces. I do not know if it is my position as Magissa that is in peril or something else. But I can feel a shift in the balance of power. She began a pace, wringing her hands. You have not noticed it. Not really. Minor fluctuations happen all the time, people carelessly using magic without thinking. She stared at her bed sitting in the middle of the council chamber. Do not start pointing fingers, Gwyn. I seem to remember you conjuring an unexpected storm last year. She winced, recalling the incident. It had been right after discovering Tina might be dead. There were extenuating circumstances, and you know it. Controlling your temper has always been your downfall. The woman's condescending tone had Gwyn gritting her teeth. She knew her own failings and did not need someone pointing them out. But back to the point at hand. Something is brewing. There have been hints for years. We have investigated the anomalies and attributed them to a few demi-witches playing at witchery and spells accidentally gone wrong. But ever since the Blood Moon Tetrad, it's intensified. She narrowed her eyes. You have not mentioned this before. I have not made a formal announcement. There is no point in causing a general panic. Casting a spell during the blood moon is not a crime, as you very well know. Blood spells only impact the person using them. Gwyn thought of the scar on her own chest, a mark that was almost identical to the one Camille bore. Not when used with care, but you know as well as I that there are ancient spells, those that tip into the realm of black magic. Black magic, magic used to harm others, spells based on greed and a desire for power. The very idea was enough to send a chill through any witch. Most grimoires contained at least a few such spells, all of which had been outlawed long ago. Their use had to be approved by the entire council, as the power they used was sufficient to upset the world's energy balance for years unless precautions were taken. Failure to follow the prescribed protocols had grave consequences, even death. I would have noticed something large. Everyone on council would have. She did not want to believe what Camille was saying. Was in fact feeling guilty for not paying closer attention to her duty. The witching world had been calm for decades, the Universal Coven becoming more of a symbol than an active institution. You are sure you have felt nothing? Camille stroked her chin. Odd. Something in the woman's tone made her stiffen. Are you accusing me of something? No. At least not yet. The Magissa circled her. There is no aura of deceit about you, but maybe you have found a way to hide it. You have been avoiding our gatherings for some time now. What have you been doing with your time? Nothing nefarious. I practice the craft like any other witch. Gwyn folded her arms. Whatever Camille had been about to say was interrupted by a disturbance near the door. Cyrus suddenly appeared, stumbling into the room before catching himself with two hands on the doorknob. What? Well, hello. He looked about, blinking. I thought this was my room. Cyrus. Camille hurried over to him. Have you been drinking? I was at a wine sampling party. He weaved back and forth while smiling blearily. More like keg sampling, if your breath is any indication. Camille waved her hand in an ineffectual attempt to clear the alcohol-infused air away from her. I was tired and heading for my bedroom, but the hallways have moved since this morning. He began teetering towards Gwyn's bed. This will do nicely. Cyrus, you know perfectly well that hallways do not move. You are drunk. Camille tugged at his arm. Let him go. Gwyn shook her head. He can sleep it off at my place. We were not finished yet, Camille hissed. Cyrus sat down on the bed, yawning. Did I miss a meeting? No, it was nothing important. Gwyn patted his shoulder. Camille was about to send me back home. Is not that right, Camille? She smiled sweetly at the other woman. Nice to see you two getting along finally, Cyrus mumbled. So nice. Chapter 12, you have thrown me over for an older man, I see. Matt leaned against the doorjamb of Gwyn's bedroom, trying to affect a mournful look. She was rummaging in the closet, and when she turned to face him, he nodded towards the bed. She followed his gaze to the lump in the blankets that indicated where Cyrus lay sleeping. By the time Camille had returned them to the apartment, he would have been passed out. It had been simpler to leave him in the bed than to try to wake him. Yes, your buff body was growing tiresome. I decided I needed someone more mature. Mature. All he could see of the man was the top of his head and one arm. A shock of snow-white hair showed over the blankets, and a wrinkled, blue-veined hand hung limply where his arm had fallen over the side of the mattress. If he was not snoring, I'd think he was dead. What can I say? I like a man with experience. Well, I am thoroughly crushed. He pushed off from the doorway and crossed the room to press a kiss to the nape of her neck. Maybe this will have you changing your mind. A simple peck. Hardly. No. I meant this. He produced a white pastry box from behind his back. Honey-glazed donuts. Are they fresh? Made this morning. Sniff. She inhaled experimentally and smiled as the scent of warm, yeasty bread rose from the package. Yum. For this, your position has been reinstated. Good thing I came armed with a bribe. Damned right. I am sorry I was not at the club last night. Did Ruddy manage on his own? Yes, it was a quiet night. The rain kept a lot of people home. She turned towards the mirror and began to braid her hair. Good. He flicked a glance towards her bed where Cyrus lay sleeping. Do I get an explanation of your friend? His name is Cyrus. We have known each other for ages. Oh. He gave Cyrus another look and then shrugged. Listen, the donuts will be on the kitchen table. You cannot stay. He shook his head. I had thought of a bit of morning sex, but given your company, I'd say the timing is not right. Cyrus chose that moment to give an exceptionally loud snore. Gwyn rolled her eyes. Definitely not the right time. Maybe tonight, after the club closes. She rubbed the small of her back. You can give me a massage. With Sleeping Beauty in my bed, I spent the night on the couch. Why do I have a feeling your friend is going to get an earful when he wakes up? Because you know me too well. Matt laughed and headed to work. He hoped Gwyneth was not too hard on the old guy. Once Matt had left, Gwyn approached her bed and stared at the old man. He looked like a kindly grandfather, but she knew better. Now was not the time for sympathy. She lifted her foot and joggled the mattress. Get up, you gorbelid maltworm. Cyrus mumbled and rolled over. She jostled the bed again. Get up or I'll dump a bucket of ice on you. He cracked open one eye. My word. I have awoken to the sight and sound of an angel singing. She planted her hands on her hips. I am no more an angel than you deceiving old goat. You were not asleep when Matt was here. Cyrus gave a sheepish grin and levered himself up. How did I give myself away? Your snore was too well timed. My love for the dramatic has always been a weakness of mine. He clambered from the bed and stretched. You have a very comfortable mattress, Gwyneth. Thank you for lending it to me. Lending implies a purposeful act of charity. I had no choice. She stalked out of the room, only to return with a towel, which she promptly threw at him. Here. Get cleaned up and then meet me in the kitchen. I'll pour some coffee into you before starting the Inquisition. Do I get a donut as well? Do not push your luck, Cyrus. He smiled sweetly. Did I ever mention that your benevolent nature is one of your most charming qualities? She tried to glower at him, but the corner of her mouth kept twitching. Cyrus' eyes were twinkling, so he damned well knew he would win her over. Throwing her hands up, she stormed out of the room, calling over her shoulder. Fine. You get a donut, but it will be the smallest one. Less than an hour later, she sat at the kitchen table watching Cyrus devour the last bite of his third donut. I have sobered you up and fed you, now it's time to answer some questions. He licked a bit of sticky sweetness from his finger. Of course. Ask away. What were you doing last night? Last night. I was at a wine tasting party. Not that. I mean, why did you stumble into the court Camille has set up? And do not tell me it was an accident. You were not that drunk that you could not find your way to your room. You are very cynical. Suspicious is more like it. Regardless, you are correct. It was planned. It overheard Camille mention she was going to try to contact you last night. How did you know she would not come here? Camille likes to meet in her own space. It puts opponents at a disadvantage. She leaned back and gave him a skeptical look. So you were trying to rescue me? Rescue, distract, divert attention, he waved a negligent hand. I did not need rescuing. Camille was rambling on about a vision and me taking over the chair. He nodded. Just as I suspected. I warned you the other night. There is something off about her. It was nothing I could not handle. Did she mention the balance of power? The fluctuation. I was worried she might try to blame you. She mentioned it, even hinted that someone might be using black magic. But why blame me? Someone is to blame. You are skilled enough. So are most of the council members. True. Cyrus stared thoughtfully across the room. She gave a heavy sigh. Cyrus, stop being mysterious before I decide to turn you into a toad. You know very well that is a myth. Cyrus, very well. I believe it is Camille herself who has turned to black magic. What? She straightened in her chair. Camille. I know she is a complete bitch, but think about it. She is powerful enough. She is the only one mentioning a fluctuation. If she is guilty of black magic, why would she draw attention to the fact? To make it appear she is not the one. To cast suspicion on the rest of us. Wait a minute. She frowned. First of all, if Camille is, indeed, using black magic, someone would have noticed the draw of power. She has found a way to cloak it, just like the Lycans have developed a scent mask. That is far-fetched, Cyrus. And if she has developed a way to hide her activities, why mention a power fluctuation at all? Why not continue to practice the dark art undetected? I am not sure. I suspect the cloak is not perfect. Small leaks at intermittent times. It would only be noticeable if someone was communing with the energy net at the time of the leak. She needs to have a scapegoat if someone picks up on it, so she is setting you up. She narrowed her eyes, thinking out loud. Okay. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, Camille has developed this cloak. To what purpose? Why is she using black magic? What does she hope to gain? Cyrus licked his lips and looked about nervously before leaning forward. Eternity. Not just time slowed. She wants to live forever. SHH not so loud. Cyrus, she cannot hear us. There is no need to whisper. Who knows what she is capable of? She studied the old man. He seemed genuinely afraid, but his story was hard to believe. Could he be imagining things? Losing his faculties? I am not crazy, Gwyn. I have felt the fluctuations 3 times now. But you never thought to mention them. At first I was not sure. I am getting old, not always as sharp as I used to be. She hesitated and he reached out, taking hold of her hands. You have to believe me, Gwyneth. You have to. Our safety depends on it. Well, I'll consider what you have told me. He sighed. That is better than nothing, I suppose. Have you told anyone else your theory? No. Only you. And do not tell anyone else. Camille may have others on her side. What about the other council members? He shook his head. I am feeling them out, subtle questioning, listening in on conversations at parties. I have become quite adept at fading into the background. He grinned, looking pleased with himself. She nodded, not sure what to think. Camille was dedicated to her job. It was hard to believe she would stoop to breaking the very tenets she would help develop. But was she too devoted? Willing to do anything to hold on to her position, justifying it in her mind by saying it was for a greater good, that there was no one who could replace her. The woman had always had an overinflated idea of her importance, thinking the coven would fall apart if she did not control every aspect of it. Her stomach clenched to think the magissa was dabbling in black magic. If it were true, the repercussions would be far-reaching. The entire witching community could be torn asunder, and disruption of the power balance would impact humans and non-humans alike in ways she did not even want to consider. As I said, I'll think about what you have told me, Cyrus, but I still find it hard to believe. Cyrus, having shared his secret, seemed calmer and reached for another donut. I had a hard time believing it myself at first. So, what do you propose we do? Watch. Wait. Once we have proof, you will need to present it to the council. Me? He nodded. You are more respected than I am. She had to concede his point. Cyrus had held his place on the council for ages, but it was more honorific at this point. He would enacted a blood spell later in life than most. Even with time slowed, his physical health was beginning to fail, his control over magic slipping. Once there is enough proof against Camille, we'll approach the other council members who we are sure can be trusted. It will take our combined powers to defeat her. The enormity of what was facing her weighed heavy. She needed time alone to think, to consider a possible strategy. Hell, to decide if she even believed it. Thanks for dumping this mess in my lap. Standing, she scooped up the box with the last remaining donut before he could eat it as well. I have things to do today, Cyrus. It's time for you to leave. One more cup of coffee. He looked up at her with puppy dog eyes, his cup extended. No. From experience, she knew he loved nothing better than visiting for endless hours, and subtle hints had no effect. Slowly, he rose to his feet. You are the epitome of generosity and kindness, Gwyneth. The very epitome. Only when my back hurts because I was forced to sleep on the sofa, while a drunkard occupied my bed. See, Charity is your middle name. He kissed her hand in mock gallantry. Never mind seeing me out. Thank you again for breakfast. So kind of you to invite me. She ushered him out, not sure if she wanted to laugh or strangle him. Reno sat in a corner in the Lycan Link cafeteria, idly watching the other employees. He nodded at those who walked by, being friendly but not encouraging any to join by making extended eye contact. The room was only partially full, the spring weather having lured many outdoors. He could not blame them. The cafeteria decor was unremarkable. Plastic chairs with metal legs, beige walls decorated with a menu and various announcements from the upper echelon about health and safety, joining the company volleyball league, or the need to update their security badge photos. If he had not been waiting for brandy, he would have taken his meal outside as well. The general hum of voices washed over him, punctuated by the occasional scrape of chair legs on tile floors and the clatter of dishes and trays being stacked as people finished eating. His own coffee cup made a soft thump as he set it down. He was on his third, or maybe his fourth cup of the day, and this would not be his last. Brandy would give him one of her looks if she knew. She was on a healthy eating kick right now, not over the top but pushing for less caffeine and more veggies. He stared down at the food he would purchased for them to share. A basket of chicken fingers and fries, a salad and veggie sticks. Well, she would be happy with half of it at least, and he had gone with chicken instead of a burger. That should count for something, right? His logic was that as a wolf, he was more inclined to eat the creatures who ate the veggies, sort of streamlining the whole process. The theory had not impressed her, though. On cue, Brandy slid into the chair opposite his. Hi. Sorry I am late. I was about to give up on you. Sorry. I was caught up in a meeting. She flashed him an apologetic smile. When I took that leave of absence from my DC position back east to work for the affiliation office, it was supposed to give me more time to spend in Colding's Pass. A few trips to Lycan Link. Most meetings will be cyber. Yeah. Right. Look at it this way. I am here. You are here. Think of the possibilities. He winked and she laughed. I suppose it is a good thing. If we hope to make a pup, it helps if we're in the same time zone. She grabbed a chicken finger from his plate. He eyed her action. She must be upset if she was foregoing the salad. It does generally work better that way. More fun, too. He pushed the plate closer to her so they could share the food. They would both been so busy with their individual jobs and trying to keep tabs on what was going on in Colding's Pass that their efforts to start a family had been thwarted more than once. With any luck, it'll be finished early tonight, provided everyone can stop being so stubborn and oversensitive. What is the problem? Is it the Panthers again? Those damned cats know. It's not them. You know, you really need to get over your animosity towards the species. Only if they go first, he muttered. Brandy rolled her eyes. Well, I find them to be quite cooperative. It's the other groups that have my patience wearing thin. We're trying to get all the groups to agree on a name for the alliance, but everyone keeps coming up with objections. A name. How hard can that be? Very. What are some of the suggestions? He grabbed a fry from the plate and dunked it in ketchup. Well, I like the affiliation of shifters and others. The A. S. Oh. Sounds good to me. Yes, but the witches and fae do not like being grouped as others. They feel it negates their importance in the alliance. I can see that. And to each species, the rest are others. What else did you come up with? The United Non-Human League. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. Or the Confederation of Magical Beings. C. O. M. B. That spells comb. Might make us sound like a bunch of hairdressers. And it was felt the word magic gave too much emphasis to the witching community. I agree. He popped another fry in his mouth and then pushed the plate away before there were none left for his mate. He would already eaten his share while waiting for her. The idea that we use magic to shift has been disproven. It's a matter of using our energy and manipulating our molecular structure. Not everyone agrees with that, you know. Like those damned cats. Always talking about magic and goddesses. Reno. She gave him a warning look. Sorry. He muttered the apology. Brandy had been soft on Werpanthers ever since she would met Malik, their current king. The smarmy scoundrel had used all sorts of slick compliments to win her over. His wolf growled at the very memory. Reno let it go. He blinked, having been lost in thought. What? Your jealousy of Malik is cute, but let it go. He might be a handsome, well-mannered gentleman, but I prefer my rough-around-the-edges Lycan. She reached out to squeeze his hand, and he gave a crooked smile. Now back to names for the alliance. Do you have any ideas? He leaned back in his chair, his coffee cup cradled in his hands. What about the League of Unspecified Magical Species? L-U-M-S. She shook her head. Makes me think of Lumpy. Earth Federation of Unspecified Magical Beings. F-U-M-B. That is not any better. I have got it. The Globally Unified Membership. She laughed. Reno. That spells gum. Will you be serious? Sorry. He grinned. But at least it erased your frown. She shook her head at him, and he leaned across the table to give her a kiss. As he sat back down, he changed the topic. I was talking to Damien today. Really? How is he doing? Is he over the shock of Sam being pregnant? I think so. Did you even ask? She gave him a knowing look. Well, not in so many words. Men. She gave him an exasperated look. Never mind, I have to fly to Chicago in a few days. I'll talk to Sam and get the real scoop. You are going to Chicago. I have to interview some of the members of the Universal Coven. I wonder if I can work my schedule around so I can go as well. That would be nice. You could visit with Damien. She grabbed a carrot stick. Why were you talking to him today? We had business to discuss. And what business was that? Damien was wondering if there were any rumors about problems in the witching realm. Have you heard anything at the Alliance meetings? No, not really. Camille, their leader, has not attended many of the sessions. When she has been there, she has seemed bored, not the approachable type at all. Not surprising. A lot of witches feel they are better than the rest of us because their abilities are more varied. And that is why this alliance is so important. We need to get rid of the old prejudices and misconceptions and start working together. Speaking of working together, do the witches have an envoy at these meetings or just this Camille person? There is a delegate named Bianca. She seems nice, quite eager to enter into dialogue and share what she knows. Can you do me a favor? Start up a conversation with her and see if you hear anything that might be of interest. Sure. What am I listening for? He shook his head. I do not know. Do you remember me speaking of Dante? She nodded. An infamous rogue type, is not he? That is one way of describing him. Anyway, he's in Chicago again and sniffing around Gwyneth, the owner of Club Mystique. She is one of the members of the Universal Coven I have to interview. I wonder why Dante would be interested in her. That is what Damien and I want to know. He glanced at his watch. I have to run. I am supposed to be meeting Brad Owen in a few minutes. When he would have stood up, she put her hand on his arm and pulled him close. One kiss for the road. Anything my mate wants. He gave her a slow, tender kiss, brushing his thumb across her cheek. I cannot wait for tonight. She whispered the words against his lips. My heat cycle is about to start. He growled in approval. I think it's going to seem like a very long afternoon. Chapter 13, our meeting did not go exactly as planned. Dante spoke the words into his phone and then distanced the device from his ear, as Higgins began to vent his spleen. As he waited out the verbal barrage, he watched the pedestrians pass by. It was noon, and the foot traffic was starting to build as people stopped by the cafes to eat. The bout of warm weather had many of the eateries opening their outdoor seating, and the colorful umbrellas dotting the area mimicked the spring flowers blooming in the planters. The shouting in his ear ended, and he resumed his conversation. As I said, the meeting did not go as planned, however, progress was made. Progress? If you have not gained access to the Coven, then we're no better off than we were before. Infiltrating an organization is like building a house. I am laying the foundation, and once it is set, then we can work on the walls and a staircase, which will eventually lead us upwards to our goal. Do not patronize. I thought my analogy was rather inspired. Spend less time being clever and more on getting the job done. High Council has somehow heard of the situation and is starting to ask questions. Dante clenched his jaw as he struggled to keep his temper at bay. Thankfully, the phone went dead before he lost control. He placed the device on the table and slowly exhaled. Higgins could spout off as much as he wanted. The fact was being clever was what kept you alive. Barging in with figurative guns blazing would only set them back weeks, if not months, and they did not have that much time. He would plan things carefully, had factored in time for minor setbacks, but the murder last night changed all of that. Having Higgins pointing out the obvious did not help. The situation was already eating away at him. With each death, he felt he would failed. That if he had only been smarter or acted faster, maybe it could have been avoided. It was a self-defeating mindset. He was good. Damned good, and he did not know of anyone else who could do the job better. Lycan Link had brought him in because of his track record. Now they needed to be patient. They should trust us, his wolf grumbled. They should, he murmured, then gave a self-deprecating smile. Of course, we have spent most of our life creating the impression that we cannot be trusted. Our reputation works against us at times. We are skilled at deception, the animal agreed. When you live and breathe a character like we do, the lies come so easily they seem like truths. The arrival of the server ended his mental conversation, and he nodded his thanks as a seafood pasta was placed in front of him. He enjoyed the delicate blend of flavors while getting his mind set back to where it should be. Club Mystique was across the road, and he needed to be ready when Gwyneth appeared. His meal was finished, and he was lingering over dessert before she appeared. He immediately hailed her. "Ms. O'Donohue, I have been waiting for you." She hesitated and then made her way across the street. "You are like gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe, are not you?" Inelegant but essentially true. He gestured to the empty seat across from him. "Please have a seat." At first, he was not sure she would comply. When she pulled out the chair and sat down, he smiled. The waitress appeared, setting a cup of tea in front of her and removing his dessert plate. "I took the liberty of ordering for you." She took a sip and widened her eyes in surprise. "How did you?" "The other day I could not help but overhear your order. A fruit plate and a cup of chai tea. Could not help overhear or eavesdropped." "Semantics." He took a sip of his wine. "The end result is the same. You have the drink you like, and I have the privilege of your company." "Not for long. I have no intention of wasting my time with you. Time spent with me is never a waste. You are an arrogant bastard, are not you? It's part of my charm." He noticed the corner of her mouth twitch, and satisfaction filled him. As he would hoped, he was wearing her down. "Would you like something to eat?" "No. They do a lovely pasta primavera here. I have already eaten." "Really? Next time I'll have to give you more notice." She snorted. "Next time. You are going to continue to try to insinuate yourself into my life. I really have no choice. I have a job to do, and if I do not complete it, I will not get paid." "And what is that job? And how does it involve me?" He sighed. "We're back to that, are we?" She moved as if to stand, and he put a hand to stop her. "Fine. I want to find out about the Universal Coven." She stiffened. "Why?" "Sorry. I am not at liberty to say. Is it about the alliance that Lycan Link is trying to forge with us?" "It could be. But if so, why all the secrecy?" He shrugged. "I am a simple employee. I do as I am told. I have never been part of the inner circle of Lycan Link. So you admit that is why you are here." He leaned forward, hands lightly clasped on the table. "It's your conclusion." "Wait a minute. She narrowed her eyes. The other day you said you would been involved in extortion and theft. Actually, you were the one who used those words. And you assumed it was from the wrong side of the law. Was it? Wrong side, right side, it's really a matter of perspective, do not you think? Cannot you give even one fucking straight honest answer? It is difficult for me, but I'll try. I adore the hint of a flush on your cheeks. What? You asked for honesty, so that is what I am giving you. Not only are your cheeks a becoming pink, but your eyes sparkle delightfully when you are angry. And your lips, he fixed his gaze on her mouth, asked to be kissed. Abruptly, he leaned forward and brushed his mouth over hers. The shock on her face was equal to his own internal dismay. He had not planned the move, and the action had sent a jolt straight to his cock. Only experience in controlling his every response had him continuing without a pause. It was time for a strategic retreat. Folding his napkin, he stood up. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always, Gwyneth. I'll stop by the club tomorrow to discuss the workings of the Universal Coven. And before you ask, Camille is aware that an affiliation member was scheduled to come to Chicago. However, feel free to verify the fact with her. He walked away without looking back, pausing only to make a quick comment to the server. She remembered him due to his generous tip the other day and was only too pleased to assist him. Much to his delight, he was still within hearing distance when Gwyneth began to curse. He would left her with the bill. It was, after all, her turn to pay. Too bad he would ordered the most expensive items on their menu. Gwyn crumpled her napkin in her hand as she stared at Dante's retreating form. The vexatious nuthook had left her to pay his bill. And he would kissed her. It had only been a brief brushing of lips, but it had caught her completely off guard. Her mouth had tingled from the contact, and her breath had caught in her chest. Experimentally, she slid her tongue over her lips. A faint taste of him lingered, enough to send her heart racing, and not with outrage. Damn it, there was no way she was attracted to a Lycan. She had been down that road once before, and vowed to never make the mistake again. Tomas had broken her heart, and well, in retrospect, it had not really been broken, but at the time it had felt that way. She had been young, infatuated. Stupid. Not that it mattered, the end result was the same. She would never love again, and she certainly would not fall into bed with a Lycan. He was stopping by the club tomorrow. Something to do with the proposed alliance. Or at least she would assumed that was the reason. She frowned, then swore. As much as she disliked the woman, she would better check with the Magissa. Assuming the identity of an official delegate seemed like something Dante would do. She finished her tea, paid the bill, mumbling more curses at Dante's expensive tastes, and then resumed the errand she would started on when she would initially left the club. It was her birthday in a few days. Exactly which one she was not sure anymore. When time slowed, calculations like that were complicated. Whatever the case, she would decided to treat herself to the opal she would seen a few days ago at the vintage store. A short time later she arrived at the building, the bell jingling softly as she entered. The sights and sense of ages past hit her as she moved through the aisles. A flapper dress with a beaded fringe, she remembered wearing them. An old telephone, what a wonder that had been when first invented. She had fond memories of the ages she would lived through. At the jewelry case, she leaned over the glass and peered at the selection. Emeralds, rhinestones, rubies, no opals. Had they been sold, or had the owner rearranged the display? She scanned the contents again with no success, and then turned to find the shopkeeper. He was ringing up another sale. While she waited, she relived her encounter with Dante yet again. It played like a never-ending loop. Him suddenly leaning closer, the brief connection of their eyes, the soft warmth, the instant tingle that had rushed from the point of contact. "May I help you?" The clerk was in front of her, and she gave a start, quickly pushing Dante to the back of her mind where he belonged. "The other day I was here, looking at an opal necklace." "Oh yes, I remember. You and your gentleman friend were here together." "He was not my gentleman friend. We were merely here at the same time." "My apologies." The man gave little bow. He was very polite and knowledgeable about jewels. The opal, she prompted, having no wish to spend time discussing Dante. Did you move it? I am sorry. The gentleman purchased it. He what? She gaped at the clerk before snapping her mouth shut. Never mind. If it were possible, she was sure there would be steam rising from her collar. Dante had known she was interested in the opal and had bought it out of spite. Perhaps I can show you something else. The shopkeeper had a worried look about him, and she forced herself to reply calmly. Not today, thank you. She turned on her heel and left the store. If she ever saw Dante again, correction. When she saw him again, because she was sure he would appear tomorrow, she would give him more grief than he would planned on for this stunt. Damn dogs. What did the man want with her anyway? If he was from the affiliation office, surely he would be trying to build a positive relationship with her that would help smooth the path towards finalizing negotiations. Instead, he was purposely aggravating her. Could it be that Lycan Link did not really want an alliance with the witches? Was Dante here to sabotage the negotiations by souring her towards Lycans? She twisted her lips. If he knew she already despised dogs, he could save himself a lot of effort. You have not checked in with the Chicago pack yet. Really? How remiss of me. Dante answered absent-mindedly as he shrugged off his jacket. He really had no interest in what Reno Smith was saying. I called to check. They were not happy that you were in the area. People seldom are. Because everyone knows you bring trouble with you. Contrary to popular belief, I follow trouble, not the other way around. Smith gave a derisive snort. Dante kicked off his shoes and emptied his pockets. Was there another reason you called? If not, you are using up the battery on my phone. Just letting you know I'll be in Chicago in a few days, and I plan to hunt you down. He froze, and a beat passed before he answered. Wonderful, I'll make sure I have tea and cookies for you. Smith hung up and Dante cursed. Smith snooping around was the last thing he needed. He checked his watch. Time was of the essence if his ruse of employment with the affiliation office was going to work. He would take care of that first. It was a few days before Smith would be arriving. Plenty of time to get Higgins to tell the man to back off. He turned on his laptop and got to work. He had no doubt Gwyneth would check his story about working for the affiliation office. Technically, it was her story. She would made some assumptions, and he had simply failed to correct her. And when she would mention the affiliation office, he would quickly search his memory for what he knew and had gone from there. Research and thinking on your feet, seizing opportunities and bluffing your way through. Those were the kinds of skills one needed to succeed in his line of work. Being tech-savvy also helped. He mused as he prepared to send a spoofed email to the Magissa, Camille. It would appear to come from Lycan Link and would state he was the appointed delegate. With practiced ease, he created an SMTP server on his computer, added the Lycan Link logo to the message, and ensured the from address appeared to be from the affiliation office. Unless Camille accessed the message header and double-checked the IP address, she would be none the wiser. Of course, the Lycan Link domain had a DMARC record, and in less than 24 hours, his SMTP server would be blocked, but he could always use a new IP address if he needed to spoof another email. Message sent, he leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head while he stared out the window. The Chicago skyline was impressive, yet he did not really see it. His mind was occupied with Gwyneth, and not as a mark. The woman intrigued him. Her acerbic attitude was a challenge he could not seem to resist. And below her hard exterior, he sensed there was much more than she showed the world. Plus, his initial suspicions of her were fading, and not only because he would enjoyed their brief kiss. He closed his eyes, reliving the brushing of their lips. It had been quite some time since he would reacted like that. Maybe it was time to indulge himself again. Mixing business with pleasure did not go against any of his personal principles, such as they were. Business always took priority, but a dalliance on the side could be a nice perk. It might even hurry things along, getting her to drop her guard and reveal the location of the coven meeting. I like her, his wolf declared. She is strong and spirited. I do too. She has no inner animal, though. The beast frowned. True. But we're not planning on a lasting bond with her. Perhaps what are you thinking, old boy? When we are done here, perhaps it is time to choose a mate. No wolf would have us. Our reputation has seen to that. The animal nodded. Those who practice deceit have no place in a pack. Right. He gave a wry laugh. Deceit is deadly to a pack's unity. And yet it's our skill at it that they chose to exploit. His wolf laid its head on its paws and sighed sadly. Chapter 14, Matt eyed Gwyneth from across the room. He could almost see the waves of temper emanating from her. She was pissed off, and the club was going to open soon. In his experience, a pissed-off Gwyn was not conducive to a good night at the club. He ambled over to talk to her, hoping to either improve her mood or convince her to stay in the back and work on the books until she mellowed. Settling himself on a stool, he leaned against the bar. Evening, Gwyn. She barely flicked him a glance. Not a good sign. Did your friend, Cyrus, ever wake up, or is he still snoring in your bed? He left. Her clipped answer did not bode well, but he tried again. I guess he ate all the donuts, and that is why you are in a mood. This time, his comment earned him a deadly look. Okay. That was not going to work. Time for a change of strategy. Good thing he would known her for so long. What is the matter? He watched as she polished the scarred surface of the already shiny bar. Nothing. Gwyn did not look up, the scowl on her face deepening. Well, if you want to polish something, my car, shut the fuck up, Matt. I am not in the mood for humor. Her sharp tone had him drawing back before he reached out and captured her hand. She looked up at him, and he met her angry stare with his own steady one. I am your friend, Gwyneth, you know that. I'll stick by you through thick and thin. You are allowed to be in a bad mood, but do not take it out on me. She pressed her lips together and looked away. Sorry. Forgiven. He squeezed her hand before releasing it. Now let us try this again. What is the matter? And you are not allowed to say nothing. Fine. She balled the cloth she held in her hand. It's that dog. Dante. Somehow I am not surprised. He kept his tone light, even though he was frowning inside. Gwyn's inordinate interest in the Lycan had not faded yet. Do you know what he did? He stuck me with the bill for his lunch. He barely held back a shout of amusement at the mental image that painted. No wonder Gwyn was furious. And he purposely bought the jewelry I was looking at, a black opal in a vintage setting. Maybe he did not know you had your eye on it. No, the warped weasel knew exactly what he was doing. I thought it was bad luck to buy yourself an opal. She rolled her eyes. Old wives' tale. Well, maybe he did not know that. He pressed his point, purposely irritating her. Maybe he was doing you a favor. You know, saving you from yourself. Right. As if a dog would do anything to save me. That is it. A lunch bill and missing out on a pretty bauble has you ready to explode. No. So. She averted her eyes and gave an angry huff. He what? The ballsy bugger kissed me. Oh. He frowned, his muscles bunching as protective instincts arose. Like an assault. Dante grabbed you and no. If he would done that, it'd have hexed his dick into a knot. He winced at the visual her words created. The cur leaned across the table, brushed his lips over mine, and then left. And it was dreadful. She hesitated before answering. Not really. So someone kissed you and you enjoyed it, and I did not say I enjoyed it. But you did not hate it. Eider wasn't awful. He nodded solemnly, relaxing his muscles. I can see how that would get your knickers in a knot. Not funny, Matt. Sorry. Just trying to figure this out. He struggled to hold back a smile. It was not often someone got under Gwyneth's skin the way this Lycan had. Do not bother. The dog is not worth the effort. She inhaled deeply and then slowly exhaled. It's ridiculous of me to dwell on the incident. A hint of a smile began to appear. What? I did not even get to read my morning paper because of Cyrus. That would start anyone's mood off on the wrong foot. Exactly. He noticed her cheeks were flushed. Not beautiful, her features were best classified as interesting, but the added color she had right now seemed to give her a certain glow. He reached out and brushed his knuckles over her cheek, and she looked at him in surprise. If you value your life, you will not say something stupid like I am beautiful when I am angry. It never crossed my mind. He withdrew his touch. Good. Though there is something about you, he let his voice trail off and winked. Matt. There was a warning tone in her voice, but her bad mood seemed to be easing off. Gwyn. He mimicked her. The corner of her mouth twitched. There, that is better. What is? You are in a better mood, so now I can return to my post. The club opens in a few minutes. If your Dante appears, do I let him in? He's not my Dante. And I doubt he'll appear. Did you threaten to hex him if he darkened your door? No. She scowled. He's coming tomorrow to see me. Really? You are spitting mad at him, but he's still coming here tomorrow. Apparently, he's some kind of official delegate from Lycan Link. Sounds fishy to me. She nodded. That is what I thought, so I am going to confirm it with the Magissa tomorrow. A crash from the kitchen had her spinning round, her calmer attitude vanishing once again. That had better not have been the new glasses I just ordered. She went to deal with whatever calamity had happened, and Matt assumed his post by the door. He leaned against the wall and folded his arms over his chest. Gwyneth was intrigued by the Lycan, whether she admitted it or not. He pondered how he felt about it. Mostly protective, he decided, though she would laugh in his face if he ever admitted it. If this Dante guy was on the up and up, he might be what Gwyn needed. She was adamant she required no one in her life except a male to occasionally scratch her itch, but Matt was not so sure. Everyone needed someone, a partner at their side. Of course, he was a fine one to talk, a mature werebear and still not settled. He had no excuse. His business was going well. Being a bouncer at the club was more a hobby than a necessary source of income. The thing was, no one interested him. As if on cue, Ruddy interrupted his train of thought. Matt, meet the new server. A young woman stood beside his burly cousin. She was holding a serving tray in front of her like a shield, her fingers nervously clutching the edges. Amelia, this is Matt. Welcome to Club Mystique. He reached out to shake her hand. Her grip was firm, despite the fact her smile was tentative. If anyone gives you a hard time, come see me and I'll take care of it. Thanks. Ruddy nodded towards the side. You will be in charge of that section. Go familiarize yourself with the table numbers. She nodded and scurried off. The cousins watched her leave. Matt gave an experimental sniff. Werecat. Yep. Another of Gwyn's strays she is trying to rescue. Gwyn said the girl might seem skittish, but should be fine once she settles in. Ruddy nudged him. By the way, was single. So, she is cute. You could do worse. Quit playing matchmaker. Ruddy shrugged. Just trying to help. I can take care of my own love life. Of course you can. That is why you still do not have a mate. Matt shot his cousin a dirty look and walked away. He was perfectly content with his life, as it was sort of. Gwyn stood in the kitchen of Club Mystique, staring at the broken dishes on the floor. She lifted her gaze and slowly scanned the room, taking in the worried expressions of the staff, before pausing on the one face that was blissfully calm. Cyrus. The shards surrounded him like a neon sign, pointing out his guilt. She bit back a curse. You. She pointed at a server. Clean this up. And you, she glared at Cyrus, my office. Now. And good evening to you, too, Gwyneth. If someone could bring me a light meal, I'd be most thankful. A salad. Perhaps with a steak and baked potato. I am rather peckish, however. My attempts to serve myself were less than helpful, it seems. He stepped over the shattered china, patted her arm and left. Sorry, Gwyn, I did not notice him enter the kitchen, and then he just walked out of the pantry in front of me. The server apologized as he hurried to grab a broom. If I had, I would have, not your fault. Gwyn shook her head. He should not have been in the kitchen to begin with. Get things back in order as quick as you can. The doors are opening any minute. She quickly snagged a plate of sweet potato fries and left to deal with Cyrus. He was sitting in her office, hands clasped in his lap, humming to himself. Here. She set the plate in front of him and moved around her desk to take a seat. Not quite the light meal I was expecting, but it will do. Cyrus, you know better than to waltz into my kitchen like that. I did not waltz. If anything, it was more of a tango. I have been taking lessons. You know exactly what I meant. You are interfering with Cyrus interrupted, his expression affronted. I was not the one that was interfering. The server did not signal his turn. People do not signal their turns in a kitchen, Cyrus. She rubbed her temples, feeling the beginnings of a headache. They should. Cyrus, why do you purposely try my patience? Because it's such fun to watch you trying to hold your temper. Picking up a fry, he examined it. And I am old. It's my privilege. The fry disappeared into his mouth. Not bad, though you could have used a bit more salt. She drummed her fingers on the desk top. Privilege or not, I do not have time for this. Tell me why you are here, so I can get back to work. He sighed and wiped his fingers on a napkin. I have just returned from a meeting with Camille. She was questioning your relationship with Matthias. What business is it of hers? None. But she is reviewing all the members of High Council, questioning their suitability. It's not her call. We were voted in by the general membership. True, but she does have the power of veto if someone is endangering the integrity of the group. My relationship with Matt is no danger to our integrity. Cyrus shrugged. She is acting twitchy. Starting at shadows. Camille likes to throw her authority around. Yes, she does, but he leaned forward. I do worry about Matthias' safety. His safety. If Camille is indeed dabbling in black magic, things could get messy. If she decides to target you, his voice trailed off suggestively. Camille might not like me, however I hardly think I am a target. She sees you as a rival. She always has. You bested her that once and she has never forgiven you. And you have been involved with Matthias for some time. As a friend, you are saying his loss would not affect you. Gwyn opened her mouth to reply and then closed it. How would Matt's loss affect her? She did not love him in a romantic sense, but he was a good friend and she would hate to see him hurt. What are you suggesting? Distance yourself. Let it be known, at least within the witching community, that you are no longer involved with him. He ignored her attempt to speak. It's for his own safety, Gwyneth. And yours. Now is not the time to aggravate Camille. She pursed her lips, considering Cyrus' request. If Camille is using black magic, she is going to need to be removed. We're going to need you to help us defeat her. Whether you want to admit it or not, you are the next most powerful witch in the coven. You need to focus your energy on your true people, the witches. Perhaps Cyrus was correct. It would take time and energy to defeat Camille, to prepare and then take the woman unawares. And if Matt got wind of what was going on, he would want to help. His strength was useless against black magic, but he would try and likely die doing so. Slowly, she nodded. If such an event does occur, things will get nasty. An understatement, if ever there was one. Outwardly calm, her stomach knotted at the idea of what could happen. Hundreds might die, as Camille siphoned life force energy from others in order to feed the requirements of her spells. Ordinary magic, the daily kind, used only minimal energy, but the larger the spell, the greater the drain. The balance of power could tip dangerously if not replenished. Plants were the source any decent witch turned to if the general loose energy in the environment would not suffice. Black magic, though, required so much more. Life force energy, taken without consent, fear increasing its potency. Have you checked for unexplained or unusual deaths? She hated asking the question. It made the threat seem much more real. I have not done an intense search, but the world is a large place. A random death here, or there could be attributed to anything. She is clever enough to hide her activities. She nodded. Who knew where Camille might be practicing her spells? If it actually was her. Once again, she recalled that years ago they would been friends, until a difference of opinion had escalated out of control and had led them on divergent paths. But if it was not Camille, then who? Mentally scanning the faces that sat around the council room, none seemed likely candidates. An exceptionally talented young witch. They did exist, but the Universal Coven had all witchlings complete aptitude tests. Such an individual surely would have been spotted in the results. Cyrus wrinkled his brow thoughtfully. Might I suggest you start to familiarize yourself with the dark pages of your grimoire and how to counteract the spells within? It never hurts to be prepared. I'll start to do the same myself. Make sure you wear charmed gloves. You do not want the stain to show. Years ago, all families were ordered to seal the black pages of their grimoires. Opening the seal and touching the pages would leave a stain on the hands that lasted for several days. It was visible only to other witches, a warning to the rest of the community. Members of the coven, of course, had access to specially charmed gloves that kept them safe on the rare occasions they needed to research the dark side. Gloves? Oh yes. Good thing you reminded me. This old brain of mine is not what it used to be. He gave a little laugh and stood up. I need to be on my way. I have a birthday party to perform at. She shook her head as she watched him leave. From black magic to doing party tricks at a children's event. Chapter 15. Gwyn lay in bed, spent from a fine bout of sex. Beside her, Matt was still breathing heavily, the sheen of sweat on his chest gleaming in the moonlight. You okay? His concern made her smile. He was always a considerate lover. Yes. She rolled her head to the side so she could see him. More than okay. Do not underestimate yourself. He grinned and pulled her closer, snaking an arm around her shoulders and resting his chin on top of her head. I am okay too. In case you were wondering. She laughed softly and laced their fingers together. She watched as his thumb stroked the back of her hand. They were comfortable together, familiar. Too familiar. The idea made her frown. All night she had been thinking about what Cyrus had said. His idea that Camille was out to get her and would possibly hurt Matt seemed far-fetched, and yet, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Was it fair that she kept Matt around knowing possible danger existed? It was not like she could not get by without sex or find another fuck buddy. And she would overheard Ruddy hinting to Matt that a werebear of his age needed to settle down. While she was sure Matt would do that when it suited him, was she holding him back? She would done that to Sven, keeping him from possibly finding another to love. Matt did not love her in a romantic sense, she was sure of it, but the longer they were together, the greater the possibility that could change. All good things came to end. They would been together longer than she had with anyone else since Sven. Maybe now was the time to break things off before Matt became too attached, before anything exploded within the witching realm. Matt, we're friends. We are. But for some reason, a sinking feeling filled her. But what? He lifted his head to look at her. I was thinking that maybe we need to leave off the benefits part. Oh. He looked at her for a minute, and then lowered his head down so he was staring at the ceiling again. It's nothing you did. This is where you say it's me, not you, right? Yeah, I guess it is. He unlaced their fingers and slid his arm out from under her. Have you found someone else? The Lycan, perhaps? No. He gave a soft laugh. That was adamant. I am not looking to replace you. I do not want a relationship with anyone. I need some space. Okay. He waited a beat and then gave her a sidelong look. You know, if you ever want to talk about who hurt you, I'll listen. What? Someone hurt you. That is why you keep pushing me and everyone else around you away. You act like you are heartless and cold. I am heartless and cold. She sat up and he followed suit. Your hands are, yes. He caught one and enfolded it in his own. But that is your circulation. You are not cold on the inside. She tried to pull her hand free, but he did not let go. Like all werebears, he was incredibly strong. I am sure I am the requisite 98.6 degrees internally. Gwyneth, you know what I mean. Matt, if I wanted to be psychoanalyzed, I'd see a professional. I am fine. Even after all this time, he still did not understand her choice to never love again, to embrace the consequences of the spell she would used. If he knew how many centuries she would live this way, maybe then he would realize she knew what she was talking about. But he did not know, and she was not about to tell him. It was a secret that those like her worked hard to keep under wraps. I do not agree. If you were fine, you would not be happy settling for this. He pointed between the two of them. I am not settling. I am perfectly content. Right. He compressed his lips. She could tell he wanted to say more and prayed he did not. Ending things with an argument was not what she wanted. Eventually, he sighed. I'll let it go. Just know that I am there for you if you ever want to talk about it. I worry about you being alone. It will not be the first time. And it will not be the last, she added silently. Even if she did have a long-term relationship with someone, they would still die before her. She had no idea how long she would live. Sometimes the years that stretched ahead seemed daunting. People would come and go, but they would never touch her deeply. How many had she already known and forgot over the years? At times, it seemed she watched life from a distance, never experiencing the highs and lows, indifferent to what happened around her, just existing. It was what she would wanted when Tomas betrayed her, but there were times now that she questioned that choice. She stared at her hand, still joined with Matt's. Her fate was sealed, but his was not. You are a good man, Matt. You are the one who should be looking for someone to settle down with. He snorted. You sound like Ruddy. And like you, I am happy with my life as it is. Except she would just changed his life. For his own good, but he did not know that. Can I ask you why now? Did not you like the donuts? Or are you really throwing me over for that old guy? He was trying to lighten the mood, so she chuckled, as he expected her to. It's a witch thing. That was the truth, at least. He would sense no deception. Shifters were annoyingly good at that. I see. I mean it. There are things I need to concentrate on, and I cannot be distracted. I am a distraction. He gave her a crooked smile. She bumped her shoulder against him. Always. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. She took a deep breath and slowly pulled her hand free. Matt cleared his throat. I should probably go home now. Her throat felt tight, so she nodded. Standing, she snagged her robe and put it on, then walked to the window. Arms wrapped around her waist, she watched his reflection in the glass as he dressed. The relationship with Matt had been perfect. Damn Camille. Once dressed, Matt came up behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders. I'll head home now, but I'll be back tomorrow night for work. Unless you meant you were firing me as well. She shook her head, but did not turn to look at him or meet his eye in the reflection. You are a good bouncer. And a good friend. That will not change until you tell me it has. He squeezed her shoulders gently and exited the room. As the door closed behind him, she leaned her cheek against the cool window pane. She stared out at the night, waiting, watching. Soon, Matt appeared on the street below. After pushing the door shut, he gave it an extra tug to ensure it was locked and then looked up. He made no move to acknowledge her, though she was sure he could see her standing there. For a long moment, they stared at each other. She wondered what he was thinking, what he was feeling. Was he hurt? Indifferent? Hoping she would gesture for him to return. She kept her arms wrapped around herself, and eventually he turned and walked away. She watched him disappear into the night and let out a long, slow breath. There was no tear in her eye, no ache in her heart. It was not possible. Her heart was dead and had been for years. From the shadows, Dante watched the bouncer leave the club. A glance at his watch confirmed the time. Matthias Bendov was leaving early. The man walked down the sidewalk, hands in his pocket. Pausing by his truck, he pulled keys from his pocket and unlocked the door, only to stop. He looked back towards Gwyneth's apartment, lightly tossing the keys in his hand. Eventually, he sighed, pressed the button to relock the vehicle before putting the keys back in his pocket and continuing on his way. Apparently, he would changed his mind about driving home. Odd. His walk was different than normal. Not dejected, but not his usual confident stride either. Dante swung his gaze upward to Gwyneth's apartment. He could see her silhouette. She was watching the bouncer leave. Her back was straight, her chin up, but the arms wrapped around herself were telling a different story. She was not happy. The sound of Bendov's footsteps gradually grew fainter. Gwyneth stayed in the window until he turned the corner and vanished from sight. Only then did she leave her spot. Less than a minute later, the lights in the apartment went out. It would appear she had gone to bed. I believe the two have had a falling out. He murmured the words to his wolf. An angry bear would be walking quickly, perhaps even stomping, the animal pointed out. True. Given the pace of the bouncer's walk, it does not seem likely. And the witch, if she was angry, would not give him the satisfaction of knowing she was watching him leave. Well, something has happened, or there would have been no reason for Bendov to leave at this time of night. A division between the two, for whatever reason, will play right into our hands. We'll not have to find a way to remove the bear. And with the other shifter out of the way, it should be easier to make our move. He continued to speculate and plan while he watched Gwyneth's apartment. He would stay for a while longer to ensure she was settled for the night before heading back to his room. His sleep requirements were minimal, a few hours, and he was good to face the day. Tomorrow, he would meet with her under the guise of an envoy of the affiliation office. Questions about the workings of the coven could be blamed on trying to gain a greater understanding and trust between members. The email he would send to Camille had been acknowledged, so he would have a few days before the ruse was discovered, and there is a light in the club. His wolf's comment interrupted his thoughts. It would seem Gwyneth was still awake. What do you think? Is she getting a drink? Doing bookwork as a cure for insomnia? Perhaps heading out for a walk? He waited, but she did not appear. She could be heading to the basement. He nodded. Getting a drink from her private stock. It was possible, but his gut was telling him no. There was no one about, but one never knew who could be watching. He stepped back into the deepest shadows and shifted into his wolf form before padding across the street. If anyone saw him prowling about, they would think he was a stray searching for scraps. A quick peek in the windows showed there was indeed a light coming from a stairway near the back of the club. He circled the building finally, finding a basement window near the back. It was covered with a metal security grate, almost completely hidden by weeds and a large dumpster. The stench of garbage had him curling his lip, but he pushed himself into the small space and tried to see through the filthy glass. Even though the images were blurred, he could make out Gwyneth opening a heavy door. The room it led to was a wine cellar, yet she did not look at the array of bottles. Instead, she bent and pulled open the drawer of a small sideboard and removed a book. He growled in frustration as she moved from his line of sight. Another small window was a few feet away, and he inched his way over to it. This one was boarded up, but a small crack in the wooden barrier was enough to give him a glimpse inside. Gwyneth was carefully setting the book on a table in the middle of the room. She then sat in a wooden chair and simply stared straight ahead. His breathing quickened as he realized the book must be her family grimoire. He wondered why she was not opening it. Minutes ticked by and a faint glow appeared, waves of light so pure and clear they hurt his eyes. They rose and fell around Gwyn and the book in front of her, filling the room yet not extending beyond the doorway. Was she preparing to cast a spell, and if so, what kind? A sound behind him drew his attention. A man was stumbling down the alley, the stinging scent of alcohol filling the air. He looked back at the window, wanting to stay and watch, but not everyone reacted kindly to strays, and he had no desire to be kicked or have stones lobbed at him. Plus, the commotion might alert Gwyn. Quickly, quietly, he slipped away pondering what Gwyneth had been doing. Across town, Damien sat on the edge of his bed and quietly pulled open the drawer of the bedside table, careful not to wake Sam, who was sleeping beside him. He took out an old cigar box, set it in his lap, and opened the lid. It was a memory box of sorts containing items from his past that held meaning to him. The contents were meager. Most of his possessions had been lost in the fire that had destroyed his home several years back, but he would manage to gather a few things from friends and his adoptive parents. Not that it mattered. Truth was, there was not much from his past that he cared to recall. He withdrew a photo, showing 3 laughing young men sprawled on the grass. The Black Devils, that is what he and his friends had called themselves at the academy. A soft laugh escaped him as he recalled all the trouble Ryan and Cain had managed to get into. Life had been a lot simpler back then. Drinking, women, occasionally showing up to class. Like all good things, it had eventually ended, each of them going their separate way. Cain was making a name for himself as a formidable alpha. Ryan was in northern Canada building his pack. And he was about to become a father. Yeah, times changed. He poked through the contents of the box some more and picked up a set of dog tags. The soft light of the bedside table allowed him to read his name and serial number. After graduating from the academy, he would been recruited by Reno to work as an enforcer at Lycan Link. His hand closed around the cool metal, memories of good times and some bad washing over him. Eventually, he set it aside for another photo. Bait. His first mate. He brushed his finger over her face. She would been so young and innocent when they would met. Quiet and thoughtful, gentle and shy, she would been his complete opposite, yet he would loved her with all his heart, and her death had almost destroyed him. Even after her death, he would struggle to let her go. It had taken almost losing Sam for him to realize he could not live in the past. With a sigh, he set the picture back in the box and pulled out the 2 items he had been looking for. His original birth certificate and a scrap of paper. The birth certificate was unremarkable. Mother unknown. Father unknown. Place of birth unknown. The date of birth was a guess. He would been left at an orphanage with nothing but the clothes he wore, a blanket and a scrap of paper bearing his name. As he had done so many times before, he studied the scrap, looking for a clue to his identity. It was a cash register receipt from a store on the academy campus, and on the back was his name. Damian Carlos written in block letters, but no last name. Obviously, his parents had not cared enough to claim him with a family name. The omission had always hurt, though he would never told anyone. For years, he would operated on the principle that if they did not want him, then he did not want them. He would never gone looking for his parents, never investigated his background. His adoptive family, the Mastersons, had taken him in, but it had not been a good fit, and they would dumped him at the academy as soon as they could. Damian Carlos. He brushed his thumb over the letters. Who had written the words? It seemed like a man's printing, bold, dark strokes. His father. Damian. Sam murmured his name sleepily. SHH, go back to sleep. He whispered the words over his shoulder and put the papers back in the box. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. What is wrong? Nothing. Sorry I woke you. He placed the box on the bedside table, then swung his legs back onto the bed. Something is bothering you, tell me. She hitched herself up so she was sitting beside him. Just thinking about you and the baby. Hoping you will be safe. There is no reason to be worried. I have told you that before. I am a tough alpha and perfectly healthy. I know. He stared at her, studying her features. Her gaze was direct and steady even after having been dragged from her sleep. Shadows from the past. Yeah. He sighed. My head says history does not repeat itself, but at night the demons take over. Got it in one. You need to get your mind on something else. He chuckled. We tried that a few hours ago, but I am always up for more. She hit him lightly. Not more sex. I thought I was supposed to be the one with the out-of-control hormones. Around you, I am always out of control. A fact I am well aware of. She laughed and leaned over to kiss him. But I was actually referring to Dante. The smile on his face disappeared. Well, that killed the mood. Sorry. She adjusted the covers around her waist. Have you heard back from Reno? Not yet. I'll give him a call in the morning. What about Gwyn? Any more complaints from her? No. And no one has reported scenting a new wolf in the city. Do you think he could have left the area? He shook his head. Not likely. Dante does not casually appear. If he's here, it's for a reason. Well, hopefully he's not going to cause trouble. Dante and trouble always go together. At least if he's working for Lycan Link, even unofficially, we can expect help if something happens. Reno would not leave us hanging. He's a good friend. Right. Damien took her hand in his thumb stroking the wedding band she was wearing. I asked him to do something for me. What is that? To research my background. See if he can find out who my real family was. Is that important to you? She snuggled against his side and placed her hand over his heart. It never was before, but now, he paused and looked directly into her eyes. I'd sort of like to know. Then I hope he discovers something. Me too, though I am a bit worried. Who knows what skeletons might be in that closet? She moved so she was straddling his legs and kissed him. No matter what your background is, I'll always love you. He gathered her close, wrapping his arms around her. His strong little alpha. Damn, he was a lucky man. Chapter 16, Of course I know Lycan Link has sent a delegate from the affiliation office. If you would volunteer to be on the committee, you would be aware of these facts. Gwyn smiled sweetly. I did not want to rob you of the joy of rubbing elbows with the curs. Your prejudice against Lycans is so quaint. Is it still because one screwed you and then dumped you? Tomas was not that his name. The episode had long since lost its sting. Yes. It was a lucky escape. And you are now with another shifter. Matthias Bendov, if I recall correctly. Such a shame, none of your own kind will have you. Her hands wanted to curl into fists, but she controlled the reaction. Actually, Matt and I have gone our separate ways. Oh. Such a shame. And here I was going to buy you some flea collars. I imagine bears and dogs are much the same when it comes to nasty creepy crawlies. So kind of you. Perhaps you can use the money you save to buy batteries for that vibrating boyfriend you like to play with. Camille's face turned red, and Gwyn was bracing for a verbal explosion when the door to the chamber opened. A young witch, Bianca, who served as Camille's assistant, entered the room. She silently handed a note to the magissa. Thank you, Bianca. After glancing at the paper, she passed it to Gwyn. Here is the email about the affiliation office's envoy. It seems he's going to be interviewing all the Universal Coven members. No doubt he decided to start at the bottom of the hierarchy, which is why you were approached first. Gwyn ignored the unsubtle dig and reached to take the page. She hesitated before touching it, her eyes fixed on Camille's hand. Was there a shade of darkness on her skin, or merely a trick of the shadows? Well, Camille's question jolted Gwyn, and she quickly accepted the paper, scanning the contents of the page. It confirmed Dante's story. It seems to be legitimate. Of course it is. Why would not it be? Camille made a small moue and shook her head. Sometimes I question your commitment to your position here on council, Gwyn. I am not sure you are really suited to the job, being so caught up with your club. I attend every meeting and serve on as many committees as the others. Yes, and I am sure you believe your little tasks are all of great importance. Gwyn bit her tongue at the verbal pat on the head. The woman liked nothing better than to goad her into losing her temper, and she would not give her the satisfaction. Bianca was watching Whittied, her gaze darting between the two of them. Rumors would be flying by the end of the day. Camille turned to address the young witch. I am so glad you're taking a break from those alliance meetings. I do not know how I'd get all the preparations for the quarterly meeting done without you. I am always happy to be of service to you, Magissa. The soft-spoken woman's words were hard to hear. Of course you are. How are those tedious alliance meetings progressing, by the way? Very well, Magissa. I am pleased to be there on your behalf. Remember to contact me if there are any important matters to be voted on. Otherwise, I have complete faith in your ability to handle the lesser beings on the committee. Thank you for your confidence in me, Magissa. Continue on as you are, and I can foresee great things for you. You never know when an opening will occur on the council. The girl beamed, then shot a nervous look at Gwyn. Camille waved her hand. You are dismissed. Bianca bobbed a small curtsy before leaving the room. Gwyn barely held back a snort at the young witch's subservience. No wonder Camille had such an inflated opinion of herself, being surrounded by lackeys all day long. "I hope you had no other concerns, Gwyn. My schedule is very full today, and I had to squeeze you in." Camille folded her hands in her lap. Was it a casual gesture, or an attempt to hide the stains on her hands? Even with charmed gloves, prolonged exposure to the dark pages of a grimoire could leave a mark. Cyrus' warnings replayed in her head, his theories now even more plausible. "No, I have nothing else to discuss." She tucked the note into her pocket, feeling foolish. Another sin on Dante's head. If he would approached her straight out rather than playing games, she would not have been suspicious of him. Yes, the man had a lot to answer for. Gwyn stacked glasses on the shelves under the bar while waiting for Dante to arrive. She would tell him what he wanted to know, and then kick his sorry ass to the curb. There were more important things to do than kowtowing to a bunch of nosy Lycans. Last night, she would enter the cellar, staying until the wee hours of the morning as she attuned herself to the energy of the earth. It had been some time since she would tapped into the subtle thrum, letting it invade her being and fill her senses. Sitting in the cool, quiet room, she would emptied her mind and called upon her innate abilities to make her one with the energy they all depended on. At first, it had been a mere tickle, as if one of Sherman's hairs had floated by, brushing her skin then drifting away. She would waited with the patience born of experience, not straining as many erroneously did, but allowing the power to find her, to swirl around and seep into her being. She could feel it against her skin, hear the steady beat, see subtle waves through half-closed eyes. It ebbed and flowed, washing over her, caressing her, strong, soothing, constant. She would been lulled by its presence, sinking into the comfort of being one with the life force. Her breathing had matched the pulsations, her eyes had closed, her muscles relaxed, and then, like an unexpected blast of static on the radio, she would felt the fluctuation. It jolted through her with the sudden pain of a waxing, making her flinch and gasp, and just as quickly it was over. Everything was normal, the energy flowing stream-like about her once more, but her inner calm was gone. There was only one explanation for such a disturbance. Someone somewhere had used black magic. After that, she would pored over the dark pages of the grimoire, trying to determine what spell had been used, so she would know how to counteract it. Only when her eyes had begun to blur did she stop. She would stumble to bed, knowing she had to awake for her meeting with Camille and then with Dante. Yes, she had much more important duties than placating Lycans. The Alliance was the dog's idea. They were the ones who were digitalizing all the records, trying to take censuses and generally organize the world to suit their vision. The Universal Coven had already spent considerable time completing surveys and filling out forms, all in the name of ensuring others felt confident and had no misconceptions about their alliance partners. Well, if the use of black magic was not contained, there would be no need to worry about alliances. Survival would be a bigger concern. "Hello." She looked up in surprise. Dante was standing mere feet away. "How?" "I have perfected the art of moving silently." He anticipated her question. "Next time I'll make sure to keep the door locked, so I have a warning that you have arrived, that is, if there is a next time." "I think there is a high probability of that." He accompanied the comment with a wink. She scowled. "You are lucky I did not turn you into a rat. Sneaking up on a witch is not wise, you know. I have great faith in your self-control." "Huh? That is ill-advised. Everyone knows my temper is my worst failing. Perhaps, though I suspect the opposite is true, you actually have great inner control. You hold yourself in check, and it would take something or someone quite exceptional to make you let loose." He leaned against the bar and subjected her to a long, slow perusal. Barely, she resisted the urge to squirm. His gaze was too intense. Too knowing. "Sense whatever you want, just know that you were warned not to push your luck." He nodded and pulled a tablet from his suitcoat pocket. "I came prepared today to begin our interview." "Why now? Why not the first day we met?" She narrowed her eyes. "Believe it or not, I was officially on vacation. The fact that we met ahead of time was serendipitous." "How so?" He shrugged. I enjoy our banter. It's not often I find someone with whom I can match wits. I still find you annoying. Really? He smiled. That is better than indifferent. She raised a brow thinking she was hardly indifferent. He was the drop of water to her pan of hot oil. When the two met, there was bound to be some nasty snapping and popping. If you were around me for long, you would soon prefer my indifference. I'll be my own judge of that. I thrive on challenges. And wasting time. She looked pointedly at the tablet in his hand. I thought you were here to interview me. I am, but first, he glanced about and then gestured to a table near the wall. Can we sit over there? It was one of the nicer locations in the club, slightly raised with a wooden railing that kept patrons from crowding the space, while a potted plant provided a screen from the rest of the tables. An old stained glass window was mounted on the wall nearby, backlit to show off the rich colors and giving the space a warm glow. There was even a seldom used fireplace nearby. Why? I have brought lunch. He reached down and then held up a picnic basket. I believe it's my turn to provide a meal. She stared, nonplussed, at the wicker basket. It's a bit chilly today for an actual picnic, so I thought this was the next best thing. He walked over to the table, opened the basket, and pulled out a tablecloth. With a flourish, he draped it over the table and then added candles. Snapping back to her senses, she planted her hands on her hips. What the hell do you think you're doing? He began setting out dishes of food. I see no reason why a business meeting cannot be pleasant. I do not have time for this. Nonsense. You have to eat. You have to suffer through my interview. This is more efficient than doing each activity separately. He had a point. She sighed and walked over to the table. The food did smell good, and she would miss breakfast due to her meeting with Camille. We'll start with a fennel, orange and almond salad. Then gazpacho followed by cold chicken with mango chutney and grilled asparagus. No dessert. That is a surprise for afterwards. He surveyed the table. You need to provide the wine. It seemed redundant to bring my own given you on the bar. She looked at him and he gave her a crooked smile. There was something compelling about the man, and she found herself moving to get a bottle of wine. Sauvignon Blanc or a Chardonnay, please. He called the request over his shoulder as he set out utensils. She considered bringing the cheapest red swill she had. Her hand hovered over the inferior vintage. It would be a shame to ruin her own meal just to spite him. She chose a suitable vintage and settled for placing the bottle on the table with a decided thump. I'll open this while you light the fire. He took the bottle and examined the label. You want the fireplace on? Yes, please. The room is cool, do not you think? He was right, damn him. There was a distinct dampness to the air, and a fire would be nice. She narrowed her eyes, and fire immediately began to crackle in the hearth. Nice trick. He flicked his gaze from her to the fire and back. Do you often use magic during daily life? Only when overbearing dogs piss me off. Is that what I am doing? It was not intended this time. There was a twinkle in his eyes as he spoke. The hint of humor, combined with the fact that he was not at all intimidated by her, was oddly appealing. She pressed her lips together, fighting the urge to smile. He poured the wine and then handed her a glass. Their fingers brushed as she took the glass from him, and a tingle shot up her arm, reminiscent of the feeling his kiss had induced the other day. Her breath caught, her gaze locking on his. He stilled, his eyes widening before he blinked, and turned to pick up his own glass. Cheers. As he touched his glass to hers, his expression was pleasantly bland, no hint of his reaction moments earlier. She matched his neutrality, hiding her inner confusion. There was no way she could be feeling the pull of attraction to a Lycan. No way at all. The meal passed pleasantly enough with Dante asking her questions between bites of food, making notes on his tablet. She began to relax, no doubt her earlier reaction to him having been an anomaly, and she pushed it from her mind, focusing on their conversation instead. His questions were very similar to the survey the council had already completed, and she said as much. The questions you first answered were completed as a group. This is for individual responses. Well, analyze the data, determine if there are any statistically significant variations in the responses, extrapolate, never mind. She held up her hand. You are going to start droning on and on like my accountant, are not you? Dante took a sip of his wine and smiled at her over the glass. There was definite amusement in his eyes. You do not take life very seriously, do you? Gwyn leaned back in her chair, considering him. Only when I have to. Dante set down his glass. I learned early that life can be very hard and very short. His expression changed, his eyes becoming cold and hard. When necessary, I can be serious, deadly even. Then he gave himself a slight shake and smiled. In between, I enjoy myself. He reached into the picnic basket and pulled out yet another container. Dessert. He opened the lid with a flourish. Chocolate-covered strawberries or rum truffles. How had he known chocolate desserts were one of her weaknesses? A difficult decision. One of each, then. He set them on her plate and, unable to resist, she popped the truffle into her mouth. These are divine. Like the woman who is eating them. She gave him a disbelieving look, and he laughed. I adore your cynicism. It's a challenge I cannot resist. Then you would better try harder. Oh, I will. He chuckled again, then changed the topic. We need coffee to accompany our sweets. He held out espresso pods for a coffee maker. I noticed you had one when I was here the other day. Ow. She frowned. The coffee maker was in her office, and he would not been in there had he. At the proper angle, when leaning on the bar, one can get a small glimpse inside your office. Show me. He demonstrated, and sure enough a minute slice of her office could be seen. The edge of the coffee maker was in view. You knew what brand of coffee maker I had from that one corner. I am extremely observant. Very little escapes me. He fixed his gaze on her mouth. Very, very little. Slowly, he leaned forward, his warmth invading her personal space. Her earlier awareness of him sprang to life once more. She could feel her heart begin to beat faster, her lips tingled in anticipation of his kiss. He cupped her cheek, his fingers sliding around to hold her head. The heat of his hand seeped into her, and she could see the flecks of color in his eyes, noticed his lids lowering. Her own closed, her breath caught in her chest. Oh, so softly his mouth brushed hers. Once. Twice. He pressed a bit closer, his lips moving to caress her own. The tip of his tongue teased the corner of her mouth, and she opened for him, inviting more except he was already pulling away. She opened her eyes. He was smiling at her. His fingers eased from the back of her head, his hand sliding forward. With his thumb, he stroked the corner of her mouth. There was a bit of chocolate there. It seemed a shame to waste it. He licked his thumb and then wiped his hand on a napkin he snagged from the bar. She cleared her throat. You're off course. Her brain addled, and she gave herself a mental shake. Coffee. He held up the pods. Right. She led the way to her office. A bit of a disaster in here. Dante looked around. If you do not like it, do not look. She flipped open the top of the coffee maker, put one of the pods in, and jabbed the on button. The water reservoir seems to be empty. She checked, and sure enough, Dante was right. Cursing softly, she stalked off to fill it, the sound of his husky laugh following her down the hallway. When she returned, he was standing where she had left him. His hands were clasped behind his back as he studied the picture on her calendar. It was a half-naked man wearing a kilt, a prank Christmas present from Tina. I am surprised you find that picture so fascinating. She replaced the reservoir and once again pushed the button to start the coffee maker. The castle in the background. I visited it once. You have been to Scotland, as well as England, Wales, and Ireland. Apparently, some of my ancestors lived there. She made a non-committal sound. Something was off, though she could not think what. A scan of the room showed that, even if he had done a quick bit of snooping, there was nothing of importance to be seen. Her computer was turned off. There were no private papers sitting about. Just order forms for beer and napkins, next week's work schedule, and 2 unread newspapers. Another glance his way showed he was watching the coffee drip. Perhaps she would been mistaken, her dislike of Lycans having her automatically assuming something was amiss. Now that you are done with me, who is next on your list? Oh, I am far from done with you. He handed her a cup and winked. Far, far from double entendres and prevarication, seemed to be your favorite means of communication. Guilty. Not the usual qualities found in a simple employee from the affiliation office. I'd hate to be that predictably boring. Definitely not the words I'd associate with you. Good. Why? Because, as I said, I am not done with you. Damn, but the man was good at verbal sparring. He enjoyed it too, his eyes twinkling, a crooked smile always hovering nearby. Once again, she had to admit he was very appealing, and that was not good. He was getting under her defenses. She set down the cup and folded her arms. No. No. She nodded. I have spent enough time answering your questions and helping with, well, whatever it is you are doing for the affiliation office. You might want to reconsider. Camille assured us the Coven members would be cooperative. I'd hate to have to lodge a complaint. Threatening me. Pointing out facts. Shall we say 9 of the clock tomorrow morning at my hotel? They do a lovely breakfast in the rooftop restaurant, and the view is spectacular. He set a card with the address and room number on the desk. She glared at him, and he smiled at her before giving a mock toast and drinking his espresso. Reno eyed the thick manila envelope Brad had set on his desk. I guess it's safe to assume the security protocols were not quite as secure as they should be. Nope. The guy who designed it was good, but I am better. I found a hole in the defense, and that was all it took. Not modest, are you? I have a healthy self-esteem. Brad sank down into a chair and propped his feet on Reno's desk. Reno stared pointedly at them until Brad put his feet back on the floor. Sorry. Grunting in reply, he peered into the envelope. Did you read any of this? Nope. I did a search for any file with Dante's name and copied it onto a thumb drive, then printed a copy for you. It's all in there, including the thumb drive. Hopefully it's what you need. I'll check it later. He set the package aside. The captain wants a report on the state of the security system. Make sure you write one up and send it to him. Will do. Actually, I did find some pretty sophisticated malware. I thought you had antivirus programs for that. We do, but the damn stuff is almost impossible to keep up with. By the time we identify one, hundreds of new ones have been created. Any idea what this particular malware was trying to get into? No idea. Passwords. It was capturing keystrokes, taking screenshots, and mostly focused on the affiliation office, though who knows where else it's lying dormant. Maybe it sees affiliation as a soft target. Once it gains access there, exactly. It can spread through the whole system. The bad guys no longer need insiders to leak information. All they need is someone to get careless with their email, and everything goes to hell. Well, get on it before that happens. Will do. I'll send out a memo for everyone to update their passwords, too. Good idea. Brad rose to his feet. Let me know if you need any more information on anyone. Reno chuckled. You really enjoy hacking, do not you? Everyone needs a hobby. Just keep it legal. Until you want more classified information, you mean. Reno rubbed his neck. Something like that. Brad left only to pop his head back in. Rena. What? Your password is out of date and way too obvious. He sat up straight and glared at the man. Were you trying to hack my account? Brad winked and walked away, humming to himself. Muttering under his breath, he logged on and changed his password as well as his security questions. Satisfied his files were secure, he decided to make a pot of coffee to keep him company while reading through the papers Brad had printed for him. An hour later, the coffee pot was empty. He turned over the last page and then leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin. Dante's psychological profile from his days at the academy said he was a certified genius, gifted in languages, mathematics, visual spatial reasoning, you name it. There was also a side note about the man's girlfriend back in those days. Carlotta. Seems her whole pack was found murdered shortly after Dante graduated. He dropped out of sight about the same time. Reno made a note to look deeper into the circumstances surrounding the murdered pack. While he would not put it past Dante, according to Damien, he would steal the teeth from his own mother. It was doubtful Lycan Link would turn a blind eye to such an event just to avail itself of Dante's talents. And avail themselves they did. Black Ops infiltrating the purists, posing as an organ trafficker. Dante had assumed any number of roles in recent years while on unofficial missions for Lycan Link. From the way the reports read, his methods were questionable, risky, and often illegal. And all for a price, of course. The man should be stinking rich by now based on the number of zeros on the papers. Not all Dante's activities were sanctioned, though. In fact, most were not. The man had been red-flagged as a potentially dangerous rogue several times, only there was never any follow-up. Perhaps because he kept disappearing from the face of the earth for long periods of time, only to turn up again in a totally different area, engaged in some new disreputable activity. He did not seem to care what kind of bottom feeders he worked for or what the job entailed. Espionage, extortion, theft, the list included most major crimes. Reno frowned. There had to be some method, some guiding principle behind Dante's actions. It could be profit, but not all the crimes attributed to him had an obvious payout. And now he was in Chicago, hanging around a member of the Universal Coven. Could it be something to do with the alliance talks? Maybe, though Reno could not think of a reason why Lycan Link would hire Dante to be part of that. The witch community was the most resistant to an alliance. It would not take much to have them pulling out. If Lycan Link wanted something from the witches, they might send Dante in. Should he be discovered, it would be easy to point out his background, claim he was a rogue Lycan and they had nothing to do with him. That still left the question why. Maybe it was not information. Perhaps there was an assassination attempt in the air, or he shook his head and closed the file. Speculating was a waste of time. Hopefully, Brandy would be able to add a few pieces to the puzzle after she chatted up the witch's delegate. In the meantime, he would check deeper into Dante's background, starting with the girlfriend's dead pack. He would see what the local police report had said at the time, if there were any suspects, any witnesses. And a thought popped into his head. While he was at it, he would do the research Damien asked him to do. No doubt there would been a search done when Damien was first found at an orphanage, but had it been complete or merely cursory for appearance's sake? Lycan Link kept an extensive database of all packs in Canada and the States. Had anyone checked further south? He would start from that angle first. After stretching, he stood and picked up his mug. Research required another pot of coffee.